My lovely, lovely imps. Oh my goodness, that is too far zoomed in for my comfort. Oh my goodness gracious. Hello, my lovely, lovely, lovely imps. Baby boy, Uncle Gumbald, really unfortunate, punk, C, corpse, Puerto Rican musician, Lauren X Pandemus, Papa, wait, hold on a second. Papa Pancake, Depresso Transo Panic Stasis, Yan, Jade Monkey, Sparkly Void Cookie, Uncle Gumbald, MPX Xylem, Spinkle, Exviabo, Vermin Hands, Gayfesh, Cotton D-Pad, Cherry. Wait, what the hell? Cherry? Wait a second, something didn't take hold from last night. Cherry, I gotta give you a new name. There's a very important thing that needs to be fixed right now. I need to give you a new name. And everyone here is about to find out why I'm going to give you a new name in just a minute, Cherry. Just a minute. But I put it last night, but I think the website might be having some bugs. First of all, look, everyone. Notice the border has been recolored. which is cool as fuck. Enjoy it, observe it, be stunned by it, and also, yeah. So, also, I need to call out some other names before we get properly started, which is Heretic Soup, Big Orange Juice, Psycho Pax 360, Cobalt Swiftpaw, Cakehorn. And from the YouTube chat, we have Comrade, Catpernicus, Pierogi, Meticool Vitriol, Leah the Procrastinatrix HCIC, you incredible patron of this space, Storm, Rhodes, Gurr, Mix Gothy, I Am High, the Little Pog Champ, Ooh Woo, Ooh Woo, Ooh, Ooh Woo, Ooh Woo, Ooh Woo, Viking Tees, Rhodes, Furcifer, Sans Carl, and Eddie Spencer. Wonderful to see you all. Wonderful to see every single last one of you. Now, we have a lot to talk about today, but before we talk about anything else, I'm going to need you all. Beatrice 27, you are here. I can't ever catch everybody. It's impossible, okay? It's fucking impossible. Now, for those of you who are here, who have not liked the stream yet, we have only 52 likes, and yet we have over 200 viewers, I believe, total. So please, please smack the likes on the YouTube video for the love of God. And if you haven't subscribed, subscribe, because we are pushing to grow this channel. And we have a lot to talk about today. So the opening here is just going to be a little bit of an update to some cool shit, some announcements for all of you who love my content. Keep smacking those likes. We're getting closer. We're at 84, but we have 127 just on YouTube, so I know you guys can hit those likes. And the likes bring in more people every single time. Now, there is something I forgot to do, which is I absolutely forgot to do the announcement. So I'm going to do the announcement right now. Why would I do that? That is very silly of me. Wait a second. We are now live. I forgot the announcement. Get in here for news. Amazing news. There we go. There we go. Why? How could I forget to do my announcement? Oh, maybe it's because I have horrible square brain and this happens every single time, every single day. Well, I didn't need a call out anyway. Val9000, you always get a call out. Come on. Come on. Come on now. Oh yeah, I have a new piece of furniture arriving, one that I've been waiting for like 6 months, which I'm finally excited to hear that's the case. Now, Cherry, you should have a fancy name now. You should have a fancy name now. Check and see if you got a fancy name, Cherry. Type in chat. There we go. You got double names. Look at that. Fancy name. I still don't know why sometimes the yellow overrides, but you have the symbols. Cherry is going to be given honorary mod status on the Discord, which we still have to work out because I literally only ironed out the stuff recently. So we're going to let Cherry into the mod spaces. Cherry has no obligation to mod if they don't want to. However, they are welcome to if they so desire. Let's get the announcement out of the way, shall we? Okay, so first things first. Welcome Cherry to the Demon Mama team. We have hired Cherry, also, who you may also know as Xander Hall's social media manager, as our assistant producer. So thank you very, very much. We are so happy to have Cherry on the team as an assistant producer. So what that means is that from here on out, Cherry is going to be helping out with YouTube comments, running the TikTok, and also helping me book really cool guests. So, that's the sort of stuff Cherry's going to be doing around here. Cherry is incredibly talented. Cherry is the one who you have to thank for stuff like the Xander Hall, Howie Hawkins interview, for things like, Phasmophobia night, for all kinds of incredible bookings and preparation that Xan has had on his show and stuff that we've even had on our show. Honestly, I couldn't think of a better person to work with than Cherry. So welcome very much to the team. And guess what, everybody? Look forward to what we are going to be doing in the future. Because for those of you who don't know, we used to be really active on TikTok, but we had to take a break for a while because of a bunch of stuff that happened at TikTok, and then we were getting swamped, and we got swamped with work. Well, we're restarting the TikTok project. Wow, I stumbled on my words there. We are restarting the TikTok project. So if you're interested in funny memes, which what we're going to be doing, one of Cherry's main jobs is going to be taking meme suggestions to be putting on there. So we have a clip channel in our Discord. If you have clips you think would be funny to see on TikTok, please post your clips there. Take the clips on Twitch, on YouTube. We have the feature now. Take the clips, post them there, and then it makes Cherry's job a lot easier. So yes. Now, we are really going to be hitting TikTok hard. I'm going to be covering TikTok drama in the future because I think there's a lot going on TikTok that we've been missing out on, and I want in on that. I want to have fun on TikTok. I have a lot of fun on TikTok. I think it's kind of a crazy website, but does Cherry take video edits? Yes, Jazz Dog, I have every intention to continue working with you on edits, and also if you communicate with Cherry will absolutely work with that. Yeah, Vermin, that's the thing. TikTok political drama is absurdly funny. It is so funny. They fight over the weirdest shit. So we are totally going to be jumping into that because honestly, it's a million times more fun than YouTube political drama and not even in the same universe as boring ass Twitch political drama. TikTok politics is just off the rails. Oh, it's off the rails. So there's the biggest announcement of all. Welcome Cherry to the team. Everybody give your warm love. Cherry is going to be helping us complete this show in a way that makes you all incredibly happy. And I'm telling you, it's going to be good. We got a lot of cool stuff up on the way. Who was that one TikTok hater that rated Politically Provoke's YouTube chat the one time you were on there? Tyler Bluntman. Tyler Bluntman is literally a disgraced ex-TikToker who got banned off of TikTok. And it's hard to get banned off of TikTok. He got banned off of TikTok for, I think if I remember correctly, and I could be wrong on this, so, but targeted bullying. So yeah. That guy hates me, but he's not a TikToker anymore. I have a bigger TikTok account than that has-been. And he is a has-been. He's got nothing going for him now. Yeah, so this is going to be really fun. Would you like TweetDeck? Oh, Gayfesh. Oh my god, that'd be amazing. Shark 300 got his own white leaf. That's fucking great. I heard about that. Yeah, we are absolutely going to be talking to TikTokers. The thing is, we've had multiple TikTokers back. You all a lot of you missed this shit. But back when back when my TikTok account went viral, and my TikTok account did get viral, we got like 100K views on one of my old TikToks about one of my debates. We got the craziest motherfuckers in here. It was awesome. It was fucking crazy good. You're thinking of Tranrek. You're thinking of Suspect Sushi. Tyler Bluntman wasn't a Proud Boy. He's too much of a, he's believe it or not, he's too much of a pussy to be a Proud Boy. Oh, yes, yes. Also, we're going to be getting more YouTube shorts as well. Yeah. Yep. I like Shark too. I like Shark a lot. We've talked a couple times. I gotta sit down and have a talk with Shark. So I have some other announcements, by the way. This is stuff for you all, so please pay attention, okay? Listen up. On Friday, I will be sitting down and making a podcast. Well, yeah, I guess it's a podcast, or I will be streaming a conversation with none other than TJ Kirk, the Amazing Atheist. If you all know who TJ Kirk, the Amazing Atheist is, or anything about his history on the internet, I will be sitting down on Friday to have a nice conversation with TJ Kirk. This is going to be a very busy week, so I apologize if I end up taking my Sunday stream. Wait, I can't take my Sunday stream off. I might take my next Monday stream off, okay? Because on Friday, I'll be talking to TJ, but tomorrow, I'm going to be appearing on the Left Thinking podcast, which is a super cozy coffee and cookies kind of sit down and broad talk about lefty philosophy with the one and only Zanzi. So some of you may have seen my previous conversation with Zanzi. They are always very good. If you are interested in lefty philosophy specifically, tomorrow at about 1 o'clock, you'll be getting an announcement from my Discord that says when I'm going on Zanzi's channel. I am not going to stream that on my side. All of that's going to go to Zanzi. So tomorrow, the announcement will go to Zanzi's channel, and you all can go support Zanzi there. Zanzi is awesome, and every conversation I've had with him has been super interesting. We usually dive very deep into sort of heavy philosophical issues. If you want to learn more about political philosophy, about philosophy in general, about leftist thought, you got to catch that tomorrow. It usually goes for about 2 hours, okay? So it's going to be really great. And then I have yet another announcement. I have 2 more announcements to make. I know this is front loading. Don't worry. This information is going to get out. I will post a tweet about this so everybody can keep track of it. On Saturday, I will be partnering with BadBunny. Yes, the streamer BadBunny, not the musician BadBunny, but the streamer BadBunny, to do a Trans Lifeline 8-hour charity. So all of Saturday, I will be online hanging out with BadBunny, Zexacy, a bunch of other people. Let me see who else is showing up. Let's see. We got BadBunny, we got Actual Jake, we got We're in Hell, we got Zexacy, we got Jesse Gender, Lucid Fox, Lumiru, Nicotine. I'm like having star shock right now, okay? And it's going to be a huge fundraiser for Trans Lifeline and a handful of local trans mutual aid projects. So if you want to contribute to that, if you want to be there and help bring the hype, I promised I would bring all the imps. So that's Saturday, and it starts, let me get the time real quick. Let me get the time right here. This starts at noon, okay? And we're going to go for like, I think 8 hours or so. And it's going to be a wild ride. Oh, we got so many people on here. Holy shit. There's more. Oh, yeah. What the fuck? Rob Rousseau, Slasher is showing up. What the fuck? Saturday is going to be an absolute wild party, okay? So if you guys want to just see, and who knows who else is going to show up. We don't even know. We don't have the finalized list yet. So there might be even more people showing up. Yeah, Slasher. That's right. That is Saturday, okay? Saturday starting at noon Pacific, okay? I will be streaming that, but we will be sending all the love and donos and shit over to BadBunny's stream, where BadBunny is going to be sending that all out and handling all the charity effort stuff. It's going to be a banger, I'm telling you. This is for, again, Trans Lifeline. It is specifically, and also a whole bunch of mutual aid that we're going to be donating directly to people who we've found in our communities who are in need. So, super, super cool. It's going to be great. That's this Saturday, okay? Now, I have one more announcement, okay? This one's further off, so you don't have to worry about this one as much, but it's something to keep on the horizon, which is next Wednesday, I will be sitting down to have a long conversation about mandatory and compulsory education, mandatory and compulsory schooling, with Rose Wrist. And those of you who are familiar with Rose Wrist is a very young and very, very, in my opinion, intelligent and entertaining streamer who he streams on and off because he's in school and stuff, but he tends to go very broad on these issues. So I think you'll have a really good time. That's next Wednesday. Hoping it'll be a conversation, not a debate, but you never know how those things kind of go. I know he disagrees with my position, but that's okay. You can have a friendly conversation about these sorts of things. It is possible, believe it or not. Gotta open that window. I wonder. I mean, it's possible that you know, I don't know. People have different topics and stuff and whatnot. No, can't have nuance. No, we will be having nuance. That is the goal. The goal is to inject nuance, to make that a lot more fun. Did you see that Dune is going to be released on streaming tomorrow, a day ahead of theatrical? Oh, absolutely. Yes, then tomorrow we will watch Dune. Tomorrow we will watch Dune, and I will do a review of it on Friday then. That sounds amazing. Even though normally Wednesday is my day that I keep for media stuff. Yeah, Dune, man mama. I love Dune. I've never read the books, but the movies were always very special to me. And as you know, I quote the Litany Against Fear all the time because I think the Litany Against Fear is actually a pretty good way to deal with fear. The David Lynch movie is a banger. Are you kidding me? The David Lynch movie is such a banger. It's weird, but just because something is weird doesn't mean it's bad. It's a banger. So, hey, no problem, Retcon. I hope people loved your video because you put a lot of work into it, and people who like mechas. Oh yeah, for those of you who don't know, Retcon in chat is my oldest friend. Retcon recently put out a giant, like, hour-long retrospective, hour-plus long retrospective on Mobile Suit Gundam. So if you're a fan of Mobile Suit Gundam, look up Retcon 404 on YouTube and go check out his latest video. So yeah, if you have a bad take on Dave Chappelle, I will debate you. Okay. Okay. All right, that's fine. You can wait and hear my take on Dave Chappelle. Because, boy, oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Do we have a lot to talk about? 200 plus viewers, but only 133 likes? Please click on the YouTube link, like the YouTube stream. Please, okay? Please. Please. Is he on Twitch? No, he's not. He was banned from Twitch after he openly admitted to being a part of the insurrection on the 6th. Someone says stuff about BadBunny. Some people have negative feelings about BadBunny. I'm going to ask you all to please put aside whatever you feel bad about BadBunny. Please put it aside for a good purpose. This is a giant high, like, we're likely going to raise a ton of money for Trans Lifeline. If you have personal beefs with BadBunny, please put it aside for this charity, okay? This is for a genuinely good cause, okay? That's all I'm gonna say. Let's put it aside and let's come together to do something good in the world, okay? Yeah. Just saying. Just in case anybody says that. Yeah. This is not the time. Yeah, it's a Thanksgiving truce or a Halloween truce, whatever. Yeah. Put the daggers away. Let's work together to do something good, to have meaningful material change in the world. So BadBunny is doing a Doe charity stream? No, it's not a Doe charity stream. I think it's like named in honor of Doe, but it's not a Doe charity stream. It's just a charity stream in general. It's a charity stream for trans stuff. I think it's going to be named in honor of Doe, but like or dedicated to Doe, but I don't know. I don't know what BadBunny's branding choices are going to be. I'm just showing up to bring the fun. It's for Trans Lifeline and a couple of mutual aid GoFundMes and stuff that we've found. Vosh's take on Chappelle is disgusting. Do I need to react to Vosh's take on Chappelle? I might do that afterwards. But first, I need to give my take on Chappelle. I need to give my take on Chappelle. And first, and before I do that, I really need you all to like this stream, for fuck's sake. DM, how to start local trans mutual aid? Well, mutual aid is about helping each other. There's ways we can talk about this. I'm not going to talk about this right now. We'll probably talk about it on the stream. There's a lot of ways to do that. But one way is getting to know the people in your area. Yes, Demon Mama Vosh's take is a grifting centrist pro-Chappelle stan shit show. Is it? Is it? Is it? Is it? Well, we'll see. We'll see, won't we? All right, everybody. We have 230 YouTube viewers. Please, please motherfucking like the stream. Don't make me fucking beg. Don't make me do it. Don't make me do it. Don't make me do it. Don't motherfucking make me do it. As a fellow edgelord and person who regularly says slurs that would get me banned off this platform if I said them live, there's no website link on YouTube? There's no website link on YouTube. What the hell happened? What the hell happened on YouTube last night? There should be. There should be a website link on YouTube. Don't we have a command for that? What the hell's going on here? This is weird. YouTube has been so fucking weird lately. Yeah, there is. It's in the description. And we also have a command for it. It should be in the description of the video. It should be. It's in there. We have one for Twitch. We have a command for... Website link is in the video description. And we also have a command for it. Although, oh yeah, I forgot. Streamlabs broke. Okay, I promise. I'll get us off Streamlabs, okay? I'll move us off Streamlabs. I will, okay? I promise. I'll move us off Streamlabs. I promise, okay? I know we need to fix it. I know we need to fix it. I'll move us off Streamlabs. I promise. I just need to sit down and do it. I'm very busy this week. So as you know, streaming today, streaming tomorrow, streaming Friday, streaming Saturday, streaming Sunday, and then I'll probably take Monday off so I can have time to prep for my conversation on Wednesday. I don't think Vosh's take was as bad as those people said, but I still found it pretty disagreeable. That's possible. Well, I haven't watched it. I watched this shit without watching anybody's reaction except for seeing random shit on Twitter. We'll talk about a couple of different things. Susan Wojcicki is hunting for your site. I hope not. I hope to maintain relatively good relations with Susan Wojcicki as much as I can because I have to. Otherwise, I don't get to stream on YouTube, and that makes me very sad. I don't want to not stream on YouTube. I like streaming on YouTube. So, oh, Vermin, are you still here, Vermin? Look at this. I'm going to zoom out real quick. Vermin, if you're still here, look what we put up on the wall. Look what we put up on the wall. We put the goat up on the wall. Anyway, there we go. I'll zoom back in now. There we go. Now we're back into where? Now we're back. Order has been restored. We put the goat up on the wall. And also, something else. Oh yeah, the vials are over there. And we have a pumpkin for Halloween. So things are going very, very good. I think that's all the announcements I have, everybody. And now we can start getting into the actual content. Do we want to talk about this shit? You feel closer? Here, watch this. Watch this. Hello, everyone. I am now uncomfortably close. And also, it really makes it very dark. I don't really like this. This is too close. This is uncomfortably close. There we go. There we go. Much perfecter. There we go. Much better, much better, much better. Still a little too close, honestly. There we go. Much better. That's where I like it. This is the nice, comfortable distance. The art of distances. Good edit material? Absolutely. Absolutely. I want to set up a camera zoom where it goes boop up to my face with a single button, but I haven't done that yet. Subscribers with the ad-free plan in the US can stream Dune at no additional cost. I think, wait, where is Dune being released? Is it on Netflix? Is it on, where is it being launched on? Does anybody know? HBO Max. Interesting. Okay. Very interesting. Yeah, it should already be free, but... All right, everybody, listen up! I have a request for you, my lovely imps. That's right, today we are taking what we learned from Keffals and we are doing some intergagement. You know what that means? It means entertaining engagement. Engagement and entertainment, all smashed in one. So here's the intergagement. Here's what I need from all of you right now. Listen up. This is a message out to my fucking fellow Teaslers out in the audience, my fellow transes, my fellow transgendereds, all of you out there. If you have good trans memes, I want you to go post good, funny trans memes that you have. I know you have trans meme folders out there. I want you to go post them in the Discord's meme channel right now, because after we do the Chappelle special, I am going to show you all that there are ways to talk about, poke fun at, trans-related stuff that doesn't involve being a giant transphobic, shitty piece of shit. And that's one of the things we're going to be talking about. So you all, go post them in the memes channel. Of course, NB memes. Yes, trans, NB, gender non-conforming, femboy, anything. You got those memes? We're going to do it. I am not, Val 9000. Just so you know, I use vanilla OBS. I do not use Streamlabs OBS. I use vanilla OBS. So if you have plugin requests or if you have plugin suggestions, please shoot them my way, Val9000. I'll do my best to implement them. Yeah, tonight you will all have more trans memes. I fucking carry the meme channel with the LGBTQIA plus memes. Fuck yes. But I know you have them, so I want to see that meme channel full of that shit for the course of this stream so I can go and review them. Okay? All right? Because we're going to talk about some memes that are funny, memes that are good, why they work, what makes things funny. We're going to talk about a lot of stuff. Okay, everybody? We have a lot to talk about. Secure the trans meme source. Indeed. I actually have no trans memes saved on my phone, only comfy pictures. I mean, that's fair. Comfy pictures are great. There's some good ones already. I know there's going to be good ones because I know how, I mean, let's be real. Trans people are the best memers on the planet. We're the best memers around. It's just how it goes. Trans people are the best fucking memers on the planet. That's how it goes. Okay? Just how it goes. Sorry. The Matrix is just one big meme. I mean, it is. A Taco Belt. Well, that works. All right, everybody. You know what time it is. Let's get settled in and let's do some motherfucking commentary. You thought I was going to say content. But no, we're doing commentary. It is Wednesday. On the new Demon Mama schedule, Wednesdays are the day that we generally dedicate towards media conversations. And the reason why is because, to me, media is a huge part of my life. And most everyone's life these days. We live in an age, the multimedia age. Movies, video games, books, everything you can imagine. Slideshows, PowerPoint presentations. Everything is always media. We love media. The world can't get enough of media. It's not just Americans either. It's everybody. We live our lives indulging in media, in art. Well, not all of it is really what I would call art, but yes, by and large, art. So we're going to talk about that a whole lot. And we got to talk about Dave Chappelle today. Today, I watched the Dave Chappelle special. I took a lot of notes on the Dave Chappelle special. And we're going to talk about The Closer by Dave Chappelle. Approximately like hour 20 minutes special comedy stand-up special that was released in partnership with Netflix. And boy, it was a bad experience to watch this. And I'm going to explain the reasons why. We're going to talk about a bunch of different jokes that were made and why I think that the special has made a lot of people mad and why I didn't like it. Is it that bad? Have I held back on watching? Okay, I'm going to just, listen, we're going to do a thing that I don't usually do, which is usually I like to give my like summary take at the end, but I want to be clear early on. This special sucked. It was so bad. It was so bad, I could barely believe it. I could barely believe that this special was so bad. Now, to be fair, I didn't watch Dave Chappelle's last special. And I haven't watched Dave Chappelle's shows in some time. I was a huge fan of Dave Chappelle when I was younger. Watched basically everything that he did. And in my opinion, basically everything that ever made Dave Chappelle funny is just totally gone. Now, comedy is one of those things that can be a hard thing to talk about. It can be a hard thing to talk about because at the end of the day, what people always say is, well, it's just jokes, right? Well, it's true, but you could say that about anything. Well, it's just politics. It's just movies. It's just video games, but it's never just that. No thing that we put out into the world, especially something that touches on political issues, is ever just one thing. It is interconnected, okay? Yeah, exactly. As Kyle Marshaku says in chat, what if somebody said Birth of Nation is just a movie? Well, no, we know that media has an effect on the world, and there's a lot of sort of disagreement about like how much media affects us, how it affects us, etc., etc. So I think it's important for us to discuss these things in depth, in significant depth, with clear eyes to the best degree as possible. Now, we can't watch the Dave Chappelle special on stream. And because of that, I have transcribed I've transcribed some of his jokes. I have summarized other jokes that are too long for me to retell, and I've taken a fuckload of notes. But I really want to talk about this. And God, there's so much that I want to say about this, so this might be a bit of a long review. But, God, there's just so much. Discord Mama viewing, I don't think I could watch it again, to be completely honest. It was not fun. It was not enjoyable. But before I really dig in too hard, let me tell you the joke that I did laugh at. There was one joke in the entire thing that I actually laughed at. And I don't mean like, huh. I mean, I laughed. I was like, oh, that's pretty fucking good, actually. One joke. Precisely one. And I'm going to read you this joke, okay? The joke was that the trans bathroom laws in North Carolina were bad. They were bad and stupid because, and let me tell you, I'll read this joke. So the North Carolina bathroom laws, in his opinion, are bad, and he makes the joke that I think is quite funny, which is, let me just get this right here. No one should have to present a birth certificate to take a shit in a Walmart in Greensboro, North Carolina, where DaBaby shot and killed a motherfucker. That joke made me laugh. That was the only part of the entire thing that actually made me laugh. And that's because it's funny. There's something very funny about that. It's not only is it relevant to what we're talking about, there's also a nugget of truth in it. How absurd is it that, like, you would have to present your birth certificate to use a bathroom that's just disgusting and also it happens to be in the same building that DaBaby killed somebody? And also just name dropping a random city in North Carolina that most people have never been to is also very funny to me, where it also just so happens to be the place where DaBaby killed somebody. Well, I don't know, but he killed somebody. I don't know anything about the details, but somebody was killed. One funny joke in an over hour-long special. And we're going to talk about the whole thing right now. From start to end on all of its agonizing bullshit. Okay? So, the piece opens with some sort of, like, jokes about the N-word, which, you know, Dave Chappelle is kind of known for being edgy with the way that he uses slurs in general, but specifically racial slurs. He's been very reclamatory of them. He's been, you know, very reclamatory. He's always tried to poke fun at people who use them, and all that. So there's a lot of those jokes. I don't really have a whole lot to say about that as a fucking white bitch. Okay, I don't have a whole lot to say about the reclamation of slurs. I don't have much at all, okay? But right away, it got into some weird, really, really weird shit. So this is the sort of like opening the welcome. And in the opening, he makes jokes about poor people. He makes jokes about, he downplays COVID by saying that, like, he got COVID and it didn't do anything to him. And he sort of makes fun of his own fear. He literally makes fun of himself for getting the vaccine. He's like, oh, that was the, you know, that was the worst shit. I think, I mean, he uses the N-word and stuff, but he says, you know, that's the worst thing I've done recently is go and get the vaccine, which is like, dude, like, is that really the joke you're trying to tell? The joke being that people are overreacting about the vaccine. And let me remind you again, that this joke lands among somewhere in the ballpark of 730,000 dead Americans when we're having another spike of COVID, when we've had more people die this year than we did last year. And that was one of the jokes he went to. And he followed it up with a joke about those videos that conservatives have sort of been obsessing over of black people beating up Asian people. Now, hate crimes against Asians in general has gone way up. But the right-wing media has fixated on black people beating up Asian people. And so it's kind of telling what he's been consuming and fixating on. But anyway, he makes a joke about that, and he says that the videos of black people beating up Asian people reminded him of what was going on in his body right now. And I had to think about that for a second, because that is a joke about Chinese people being to blame for COVID, which is the reason why hate crimes against Asian people have gone up. It's a China virus joke. He made a China virus joke, a joke. He was making fun. He was pretending to make fun of hate crimes, but he came out on the side, joke-wise, of the people doing the hate crimes. It's terrible. And it fell flat. Nobody even laughed. It was bad. And then he made another joke that bombed, which was he made a joke about that was sort of poking fun at people like invading or taking over a space and changing it to fit themselves. Okay? So like think about where that joke is going to go, okay? A group of people invading a space and converting it to fit themselves. And he called this, he said, yeah, you can see where this is going. He said, the punchline of the joke was, I'm making this movie, it's about all this stuff, and I'm going to call it Space Jews. That was his joke. That was the joke that he came up with. And nobody laughed. And the response to the crowd not reacting to that was him to say, it's going to get worse than that. So I don't know about you. But like, I don't think that like anti-Semitism, just like raw anti-Semitism, is like particularly funny. Especially when the context of his show is about, yes, he said he called it Space Jews. Yes. And remember that the intro of this, the context of all of this is him talking about cancellation. This special, he returns to the topic of him being canceled and other people being canceled multiple times. It is a supposedly important through line of this comedy special. It sounds like a badly planned joke he ripped off Mel Brooks. Maybe, but Mel Brooks is Jewish. Mel Brooks writes movies that are meant to be enjoyed by Jewish people, that are liberatory towards Jewish people. He makes jokes that are sometimes at the expense of other Jewish people, but they're made in a context that's not that. It's kind of like if I make a joke about trans people. I am deeply tied into that. I know the jokes that are funny. And he was right, though. When he said it's gonna get worse than that, Chappelle was telling the truth. It does indeed get worse than that. It gets a lot worse, in fact. Oh, well, don't worry, Tranrec. He does do that. He does do that. Do you see that Hulu ordered a History of the World Part 2 series that Mel Brooks will write and executive produce? That sounds amazing. Yeah, Mel Brooks wrote jokes displaying the cartoonish stupidity of anti-Semites. Remember when punching up meant attacking oppressors and those who directly benefit from oppression and not attacking people who you measure to be marginally less oppressed than you? Yes, but you know what's funny, Capo? At the end of this special, Dave Chappelle specifically argues against the idea of punching down and punching up. Okay? That is something that he explicitly does. And we'll get to that as this goes on. So after his little opener with all these jokes that simply were not, in my opinion, landing to the crowd, that to me felt very boomer, he decided to lean 100% in the boomer shit. And I did not laugh at a single joke in this entire segment. He called this segment the address to the LBGTQ whatever community. That's what he called it. That was the name of his segment that he was doing. He was talking to the LBGTQ whatever community, okay? His first request was to release DaBaby. Because in his mind, he said that you can shoot and kill a person, but you better not hurt a gay person's feelings in this country. Because apparently explicitly homophobic statements made for basically no real reason at the expense of a large group of people is the same thing as whatever fucking past literal death situation DaBaby was in, which I don't know any of the details of. Isn't that really fucking weird to me? I mean, doesn't that seem really fucking weird to you? That struck me as very weird. Like, not even a good comparison. Not even a good comparison for a joke. Like, is it true that our country sometimes, like, puts a lower value on, lower moral value on violence than it does other things? Yeah, that's true, but this doesn't really comment to that, does it? You're talking about a situation that I don't even know. The details are never communicated. Most people, I doubt, even know about that. DaBaby shot and killed a guy in self-defense at a Walmart. Yeah. So if it's a self-defense situation, we're not talking about cold-blooded murder. Most people can understand self-defense. It's a terrible, terrible comparison. It makes no sense. But he literally said, you can shoot and kill a person, but you better not hurt a gay person's feelings. That's about as direct of a quote as I can get from that particular segment. And then he jumped into a segment where he talked about how he is jealous of gay people because in his mind, gay people have succeeded at their civil rights movement and that black people have not. And then he jumped into a whole segment where he says that if Martin Luther King had stripped down and lubed up, if he'd gotten booty shorts and covered himself in oil, and then he does a gay Martin Luther King impersonation, and then he also does a couple of other civil rights leaders in like a gay voice, and then he weirdly pivots into something else, which is where it gets very weird in this segment. And this whole thing has been a giant, like, weird champ moment. I've just been kind of like, I was sitting there just kind of looking at the screen and going like, what the fuck is this? But it gets even fucking weirder because from there, he jumps into a soliloquy about how he misses the old school gays who didn't take shit from anyone. And then he references Stonewall. And then he makes a joke about glory holes and about how old school gays were real brave because they put their dick in a glory hole or put their mouth on a glory hole, and that takes courage. I don't know if y'all like know this, but glory hole jokes are like 70s, 80s jokes. Like what the fuck? Of course glory holes still exist and they're used by all kinds of people, but like what the fuck? Like glory hole jokes in 2021? Like what the fuck? And then he jumped into a story about, and he didn't say it like this, but you could hear it in his words. He talked about a guy who a couple of years ago, apparently he got into a conflict with, and then that gay person called the police. And he said, I wasn't scared of him because how could I be? He was a big guy, but his shirt was tied up around his tits like this. So he does literally just makes fun of the guy for being gay. He calls him an F slur. He calls him a faggot. That's what he calls him. Okay? He doesn't say that, but that's what he's doing. And that was the joke. That was it. That's it. It's just that he says that gay people are minorities until they need to be white again. I'm just being brutally honest. So because one gay guy called the cops on him, he believes that all gay people are minorities who weaponize their whiteness. And he dashes that in there by making fun of the guy's gayness and how gay he was. And he does this many times, by the way. Basically, every time he brings up gay people, all that he does is make stereotypes about gay people. Like, for example, later on, there's a part where he talks about seeing a trans woman who had 2 gay friends with her. And he says that they had the 80s gay look, quote unquote. That's what he said about them. He says, "Oh, they have the 80s gay look. You know, their mouth is, it's like they're always surprised." And he does this sort of thing. And I'm like, dude, that is just boomer homophobia. You were just saying, "Oh, look at how stupid and gay they are. They're so gay. Oh my God, laugh at how gay they are." And I'm just like, what? So anyway, let's continue. Then after this section where he talks about the gay people being minorities until they need to be white again, which is very erasive, by the way, of trans and gay people of color and non-binary and other gender non-conforming people of color, which he just completely pretends doesn't exist. And remember, though, there's a part, in fact, hold on, let me just dive into this a little bit further. There's a part in this where he says, that, oh yeah, sorry. There's a part where he says in the piece that he doesn't make fun of gay people. He doesn't hate gay people. He hates white people. And I'm like, okay, I see where you're going at. The implication is that all of the people he's making fun of here are white gays. But that's not true, because the next story that he tells is not about a white gay. It's about a black gay woman. And I'll tell you what happens in this, because it's pretty fucked. And also, by the language that he uses, the way that he talks about the gay people, it's very clear he's not actually talking about white gays. He's not making an incisive critique about weaponizing identity politics. He's just making fun of gay people. He's just making fun of trans people. And I'm going to show you how hardcore that is. Now, keep in mind that his segment on gay people, his segment on trans people is the vast majority of the piece. Most of the jokes that he makes in this piece are targeted at gay people, at women, or at trans people. But I mean mostly gay and trans people by like a long shot. By a long shot. Okay? So anybody who says that like, oh, he probably shouldn't have gone so hard on trans people, this special was targeted at gay and trans people. There was almost no other jokes in the entire thing. So I just don't buy it, people who are making excuses for him like taking shots at everybody. He doesn't take shots at everybody. And the jokes that he makes, almost all of them come at the expense of the victims, not of people who are, you know, fake or people who are weaponizing identity politics, just at the groups of people that he seems to associate this with. Yeah, we'll get to the Team Turf thing. So let's continue with the next example that he goes into, okay? If you're liking this, by the way, please pop down and press the like. This is, watching this special was an agonizing experience, and I did it for you guys so that you guys could hear what my thoughts were on it. So if you're here and you like it, like the stream, subscribe, please. Really would love that. I'm working really hard out here. I'm a trans woman out here fucking grinding. I'm funnier than Dave Chappelle. So go ahead and smack that like, okay? Thank you. Let's continue. Okay? The next joke that he tells is about him getting in trouble for beating up a lesbian. And the joke is that he did actually beat up the lesbian, but that he wasn't to blame for it because it was her fault. And the joke that he says at the beginning is not that. The joke he says at the beginning is, how could I have beaten up a woman? I didn't even know you were a woman. That's the joke he makes. So get it? You know, lesbians are butches. All lesbians are butches. Get it? That was the joke that he made at the very beginning. Not kidding you. Yeah. So that's the joke. Very funny. Super haha. Made me laugh really, really hard. Wow. Super funny. You did it. You made a joke that was like literally 1970s tier. Like boomer as fuck. As boomer as you can get. Don't worry, we're not done. And throughout this telling of the story, he keeps going. He keeps saying things like, this lesbian fellow. That's a quote. That's a direct quote. He refers to them as this lesbian fella. And also other words that could be replaced for a fella that start with N. And then he makes a joke that he said, I stared deep into this motherfucker's cheekbones and I discovered that, no, that was indeed a woman. That was the joke. That was the other joke. That he stared deep into this fucker's cheekbones and determined that they were a woman. Oh, he said, no, he said that. I'll get to that one. He said that word. Okay? And he tells this whole story about how she was over defensive or something like that. And she was, you know, being loud and in his face. And so then he decided to get in a fight with her. And he tenderized them titties like chicken cutlets and whooped the toxic masculinity out of that bitch. That's a direct quote. Again. Just so we're like getting, just so you all get the like tier of the jokes. Does that make anybody, like, is that funny? Is it funny to just like call a lesbian a boy, a guy, a man, or whatever? I don't really know. I'm kind of doing that right now, Fluff. Yeah, I don't find that funny. I don't find that funny. I don't know what's funny about that. It's like a tired out joke. Lesbians are gross and ugly. Congratulations. You made an Adam Sandler tier joke, my man. So I was sitting there just going like this, like, are these supposed to make me laugh? Or am I supposed to laugh at this? So then he does another, segment that follows up after this. He basically wraps it up saying, okay, well, now it's time for me to talk about misogyny. And he talks about a time that somebody said that he was a misogynist. And he talks about going onto Google and Googling the term feminist. Okay? This is the joke. I'm going to retell the joke for you. Okay? So he goes on to Google and he looks up the word feminist and he finds out that it's somebody, a feminist is somebody who believes that women deserve equal rights to men. That's what a feminist is that he looks up on Google. And then he goes, well, that came as a big surprise to me to find out that I was a feminist. And this is a quote. He says, because previously I thought that feminist meant a frumpy dyke. That's a quote, a direct quote from his thing. Once again, what's the joke? Feminists are bad? Feminists are ugly? Nobody wants to fuck a feminist? Well, it's funny that you would perhaps think of that because that's literally the joke he makes afterwards. He says that all these feminists say, oh, men are trying to rape us. Nah, not you, bitch. That's the joke he made afterwards. That wouldn't have been funny in the 80s. That is straight up like red pill Sargon level jokes. It's pathetic. There's nothing original or funny or anything about that. YouTubers who are drunk off their ass have made better jokes. So I'm just sitting here going, this is the guy who did who did the Chappelle show? Did people laugh at that? Unfortunately, yes, they did. Yeah, I know that's literally the joke that Sargon made towards the UK MP. I know that. I know that Sargon of Akkad got essentially ruined his chances at ever holding any office or having any public respectability by going on the news and making that exact joke. Why on earth would anybody pretend that this is funny? It's not funny. It's just not funny. Well, I'm going to get to that, Ivysaurus. Ivysaurus says, I don't know what's going on, but Demon Mama is radiating. I'm not mad, just disappointed. It's more than disappointment. It's pitiful. I pity him. I fear a future of, like, people, like, of falling off that bad. You know, we'll get there. We'll get there. Let's continue, okay? So after this, and the funny thing is, that follows after this is that it does get worse. It actually, I didn't know, and that was the thing that was galling to me, because I was like, this is terrible. This is so fucking terrible. And it got worse. It got less funny, and it got even worse. The jokes got even worse. So the next joke he decided to make was about how ineffective the Me Too movement was. And he joked about it being the fault of Hollywood white liberal women, that women have to come into Hollywood and keep, and this is a quote, sucking Harvey Weinstein's dick. Because they aren't doing enough. They're not doing it right, in his opinion. And now he tries to play this off as a joke by saying it was my idea to do something different, which is not a very good idea. He says that what he wanted to do was to take hardworking women from the mailroom and make them the front of the movement, which is like, okay, that's cool, and I get it. I get what you're trying to go for there, but you just underestimated. You just undermined the joke yourself. Completely and utterly undermined the joke. And then he follows it up by saying, I know that that's what this movement needs the most, which is a man to lead it, and I'll do it for you if you suck my cock. So the joke is a failed like self-referential thing where he frames himself as a rapist abusing women across an industry and blames it on the women. That's the joke. That is the joke. That's the joke right there. Is that funny? Is that a funny joke? Does that something that makes you go ha ha ha? If you suck my dick, I'll treat you exactly like Harvey Weinstein did. And women who were raped, it's other women's fault that women were raped systemically. Now, before we go into the next section, I wanted to talk about this just a little bit. Do all of you remember the history of Dave Chappelle? Does anybody remember when Dave Chappelle like stopped doing the Chappelle show and basically disappeared for a couple of years? Does anybody remember that and what his reasoning was? It's pretty funny because he left comedy because basically, according to him, he was extremely overstressed, but also he felt like white producers were putting him in a position where he had to basically bear prejudice for the laughs of white people. He felt that white producers were wanting him to become a racist stereotype for the entertainment of white people. And it made him very mad. And I have to wonder, what the fuck happened to that Dave? What the fuck happened to that Dave Chappelle? Because so far, that is literally what he is doing here. He is playing into that. Yeah, he said he felt like a token on his own show. And that is literally what it is. Well, we're going to talk about that. We're going to get to the end, and I'll talk about that in the end. But I just want you to remember that and think about that as we keep going. You legit think it was the money? Maybe. So then, it gets to the stuff that really, like, you know, bothered me. You know, the shit that bothered me. That, like, started to get under my skin really bad. Because a lot of this stuff got under my skin. But this segment felt so off the rails that I genuinely don't know, like, how we got to this point. He said several times how he felt awkward that when he made jokes about black people, the ones laughing the hardest were white people. Well, you want to know what's funny? Tonight, he made jokes about trans people, and the people laughing the hardest were white cis people. So let's continue. The next segment he called, "What is a Woman?" And you could tell where this is going right away. You could tell immediately where this is going. It feels like Vosh might have glossed over these details, or maybe he wasn't paying attention. I don't know if Vosh is very passionate about comedy. I can watch Vosh's take and I can react to it if you guys really want me to. I don't want to just like critique Vosh all the time. But like, I don't know how much Vosh knows about like comedy in general. He seems to be pretty good. But I don't know, maybe he just doesn't know stand-up. Maybe he wasn't super interested in it. Maybe he missed some of the jokes because they weren't directed at him. But whatever. Let's continue, okay? So in this section of the Dave Chappelle special, we get into the "What is a Woman" segment. And he opens this by talking about how much trans people hate him. He says trans people hate me. They really want me dead. They really, really hate me. They're wrong to hate me. It's all based off of some random thing that happened in the 90s or something. And it didn't really make sense to me. I didn't really get what he was saying because it's a reference to something that happened to him, and I don't feel he communicated it very well in that portion. But anyway, then he follows that up with a joke about how every single show that he does now, he scans the audience looking for knuckles and Adam's apples to see where the threats might be coming from. Damn, that's a dated one. Very dated, right? Joking about how trans women are so dangerous that you scan the audience for their giant Adam's apples and knuckles so that you can watch out for the scary men who want to get you. It's pretty bad. And he keeps going though, okay? He then goes on to make a joke about a friend who says, "They're coming for you, Chappelle, they're coming for you." And he says, "Who's they? Is it one they or multiple theys?" That's another joke. The joke being, what? They isn't a singular pronoun, despite the fact that it's been used as a singular pronoun for as long as the English language has existed. Is that funny? Is it funny to say that joke? Like, I don't get it. What am I supposed to laugh at there? I think it could be a little bit funny in the right context, maybe. But like here, it's just like he just made a joke about Adam's apples and knuckles. Also, I don't know if you noticed this. I have never had any surgery, and I don't have a fucking visible Adam's apple. That fucking stereotype is extremely bullshit. Also, I've known cis women with huge fucking Adam's apples because they had testosterone exposure when they were younger. So it's really silly. I just don't get what I'm supposed to like. Does your Adam's apple shrink? I have no idea. Maybe. I don't know. I've never had any surgery on that. I've never had any facial surgery or anything. I just find it very confusing. And I didn't really understand what the fuck was going on. It's very weird to me. Yeah, it's very, very strange to me. I didn't really get it. I don't really get it. I didn't find it funny. I don't really know what I was supposed to find funny about it. 1 second. We're going to do just a brief little thing here. Hold on a second. I noticed a small issue. Oh, camera's going to disappear. There we go. Now we're back. Should be fixed. Okay. Small issue with the camera. Should fix it. There we go. I'm back now. I'm back. It's just a small moment. Okay? So, let's continue with the next jokes that came up. So, the next joke that came up is a joke about how a woman showed him a picture of the, so an old woman showed him a picture of her daughter. And he said, oh, wow, she's very, very beautiful, blah, blah, blah. And then the woman was like, my daughter is trans and has accomplished a lot in Hollywood. Now, he said the way he retold this story was like it was out of nowhere, that there was nothing, that like whatever, that she was just being irrational and angry. And he said, well, what was I supposed to do? Lie to you and tell you that she looks like a what did he say? Sorry, that she was ugly and looked like a man. That was the joke. He said, oh, what was I supposed to do? Lie to your face and tell you that? Nah, I hate being put in a trap like that. That was the punchline. The punchline was that he hates being put in a trap where he would have to lie to this woman and say that her trans daughter looks like a man. Now, it gets worse. I know you think that it could, like, that's like, wow, that's pretty fucking bad, right? Well, no, he makes it worse, because he then proceeds to tell a story about him seeing this woman, this exact person, the trans woman that he said that he thought was ugly, but that he felt trapped because he couldn't tell the truth. He meets this trans woman in a bar in like some shitty podunk town. And he goes, oh my God, like this is a dangerous place to be. This is a dangerous place for me to be, let alone you. And then he goes, I realized that I needed to help her out. And so, me being me, and people knowing that I have some celebrity, I walked over, and she had, and this is where he makes the joke about the 1980s gays, because she had two big, in his words, big, strong black guys, big, strong black guys who had the stereotypical gay face from the 80s. And then he does that thing. He does this thing. So they were with this woman, and he goes and he's like, oh, I wanted to do something nice. So I shouted her out and I said, hey, congratulations. Can't believe you came from a small town like this, blah, blah, blah. And then he throws in the joke. He doesn't say this out loud, but he said, I wanted to make sure that she was, that she was covered, because a few more drinks and these motherfuckers in this bar might start asking her for some pussy she might not have. What's supposed to be funny? What is funny about that? Lots of trans people have bottom surgery. Like, what? Like, she was trans and existed in public. Well, this person, this woman, reacted to, according to him, according to the story he's telling, this woman reacted by, after the everything, calmed down, that she said, can you please stop punching down at my people? That while they were sitting down, that's what she said to him. And he took offense to that. He took offense to that, and he said, bitch, and then he stops himself and he says, and I was very careful to call her a bitch because I didn't want to blow her cover. I said, bitch, what do you mean my people? Were you all kidnapped in Transylvania and brought over here? That's the joke. That's the joke that he makes. And then he goes on to say that he got mad at the two black gay guys for letting her apparently appropriate the word my people. And that's the end of that segment. That's where that segment ends. And he pivots off to talk about something else. Yeah. I was just sitting there going like, how is this supposed to be funny at all? It's so boomer. It's so boomer that it's like I can't believe it's like in a Netflix special. It's the worst boomer brain. Like this is like Dave Rubin level comedy. No. This is the whole show, Saber Flote. The entire show is about gay people and trans people. I'm talking, there's like 5 jokes that aren't related to gay and trans people. 5, maybe, in the whole thing. Maybe 6. Capo says, I once saw a comedian in a local club who was bombing completely, and he made a joke about a store for gay guys called the Homo Depot. The Transylvania joke is on that fucking tier. Yeah, it is. It's not funny at all. And especially following it up with saying, oh, I wanted to do this for her own good, to protect her from a bunch of people who might start asking for her for some pussy she doesn't have. Notice that if it was, like, it's so condescending. It's condescending. It's not funny. It doesn't touch upon anything. And it just makes him sound completely and utterly disconnected from reality. And this is the part where he pivots over into something really, really weird, okay? And this is a joke. So he makes a joke where he says, you want to know what the thing that drives me nuts about all this trans stuff is? And this is his joke that he's setting up. He's setting it up being like, oh, you know what makes me mad about all this trans stuff? And he says that some white guy can just walk up to you and call you the N-word and then say, and then if you try to get mad at him, he goes, I'm a woman now. I'm a woman now, N-word. You must treat me as such. Because that's definitely a thing that happens all the time. That you know, KKK people spontaneously transition to be able to say the N-word. That's definitely how it works, right? Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. And he proceeds from that joke to then talk about, to make another joke, which he says, why is it easier for, and he dead names Caitlyn Jenner, to change and misgenders Caitlyn Jenner, her gender, than Cassius Clay to change his name? And I'm like, do you remember when Cassius Clay, like, tried to change his name? Like, can we get the exact year on that? Like, yeah, let's see. When did he change his name? 1964. And he also uses the wrong name. He doesn't call him Muhammad Ali. He calls him by the name, the name that was the slave name. So, is that like, what is the, he fucked up his own joke? And this was the part where I started to think, is there a small chance that this is intentionally done? That like, this is all a performance act to try and just cause harm to Netflix out of revenge. Hey, Lodger, good to see you. Like, is that what it was? Yeah, he dead named both of them, which is very weird to me. That massively fails the joke, right? I didn't get it. And so I sat there going, what the fuck? Like, that, you fucked up the joke. But also, Muhammad Ali changed his name in 1969, and that was like right in the follow-up of the Civil Rights Act. Like now the battle for name changes is on trans people. Anybody can change their name. Anybody can change their name, but trans people get scrutiny. A lot of scrutiny. Now. Not in 1969. Now. I don't get it. I just don't get it. And so then he says that trans people make up words, he says, as we all know, trans people will make up words to win arguments. And that's when he talks about TERFs, in which he says the idea of TERFs existing as a term is stupid. He says basically TERF is a slur. He says the idea that women looking out for other women is a bad thing, and not wanting their spaces to be invaded by trans people is not a good thing. He says he's on Team TERF. That he explicitly says, I am on Team TERF. Gender is a fact, is his conclusion. And then he makes a joke about Caitlyn Jenner winning Woman of the Year and how that should make every woman mad. And his and remember, his anger isn't at any of the people who made that decision, but it's at trans people as a whole. Because as we all know, the trans community loves Caitlyn Jenner. It's a meaningless non sequitur that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, it made every trans woman mad. Oh yeah, he says that that he thinks that TERFs think that trans women are doing blackface and that he understands that. That he thinks that basically, he doesn't say it explicitly, but he basically heavily implies that he believes that trans women are doing blackface, basically, for women. And then he says, and I'm in Team TERF. Yeah. But it gets worse, actually. I don't know if you all can understand how much worse it gets. Because what we're about to jump into is two follow-ups of the worst shit that you can imagine. Because, oh, it gets so much worse. Okay? So the next jokes that he makes is a joke about trans pussies. And he says, you know, trans women, they got pussies, but it's kind of like the impossible beyond pussy. That's not blood, that's beet juice. That's a quote. That's a direct quote, by the way. It's impossible or beyond pussy. That's not blood, that's beet juice. So he's saying trans women have fake pussies that aren't real. That their bodies aren't real and their bodies aren't theirs. Funny, guy. Super great joke. I don't get it. Is the joke that you don't like trans people? That's the one that Vosh liked that people had a problem with him for? Well, listen. With all due respect to Vosh, when Vosh goes down on neo-vagina, he can make that joke after that. Until then, I don't care. I'm taking away your trans pussy pass, Vosh. Until you post video evidence. Yeah, it's stupid TERF nonsense. Hey, Joe Biden. Welcome back. He's like, oh yeah, and then he also says, you know, trans pussy, it tastes like, you know, he makes the joke with the impossible beyond meat thing. He goes, it tastes like the real thing, but it isn't. That's the joke. That's the joke. Go for it. Go for it, Cherry. And this is where it gets really fucked up, okay? This is where it gets really fucked up. Because the last segment of his show is about his trans friend, who he names openly. And I don't know if this person's a real person or not. Might be just a totally made up person. And he says his trans friend, and he loves his trans friend. He talks about how much he loves his trans friend. And this trans friend, he opens the segment by talking about how she was obviously trans. And he's referring to to her appearance. So this trans friend that he apparently loves, he opens by saying that she's visibly trans. Cool. Nice, dude. You're showing a lot of love for your friend right there. And then he tells this whole story about how she was the best, and she always showed up to all of his shows, and she laughed harder than anybody because she thought that every joke making fun of anybody was funny as long as it was a good joke. And he was like, wow, she's so awesome. She's real. And he goes on this whole segment about how she's so real. And he's like, oh yeah, so I gave her an opener on my show and she bombed it. You know, she wasn't funny when she performed, but she was funny out behind stage and whatever, but she took it like a champ. She was so good. And then he talks about how people in the audience were harassing her with transphobic jokes, and it didn't bother her. It just bounced off of her, and she kept going. And how he was like, I'm so proud of you for that. And then he talks about how this trans friend of his defended him on Twitter and a bunch of other trans people, which he calls the trans community, as a monolith. He talks about the trans community this entire time as a monolith, that she got canceled by the trans community. I'm sorry, Striped Kidder. I'm very sorry to tell you this, but that trans woman is dead. That trans woman took her own life. Now, as far as I know, nobody really knows the exact reasons. Nobody can ever know the exact reasons when somebody takes their own life. That's impossible. You can't get inside somebody's head. She's dead, and he's making jokes about her. And he says he attributes this to the harassment from the trans community, even though, as far as I know, there's no evidence that that's the case. And then he says the hardest thing for trans people to do is go against their own tribe. And he makes a big deal about that. He's like, that's the hardest thing you can ever do is go against your own tribe. And it gets worse. Because the next joke that he makes is, he says, I'm going to tell a joke that Daphne would have liked. So he says. We have no way of knowing. Yeah, the woman's name is Daphne. He wants to tell a joke that Daphne would have liked. And he says, I was perplexed by her being a woman because she jumped herself off of a tall building and crashed into the cars below. And only a man would ever be brave enough to do gangster shit like that. That is the joke that he makes. Literally about his supposed trans friend suicide. And he says, oh, Daphne would have liked the joke. That's why she was my friend. And then he goes in to talk about the idea, how he doesn't like the idea of punching down because he thinks that in order to punch down on someone, you have to think less of them. No, that wasn't quite the ending. It gets even more egregious. And I'm going to tell you why it gets even more egregious. Because that was the most egregious joke in the entire show. That is a joke that is so painfully unfunny, so cringe, that it's actually funnier to laugh at Dave Chappelle, not at the joke. It's actually fucking funnier to laugh at him. Natalie Marie says a former roommate of hers said she had also just lost her job and lost custody of her kid at the same time as this Dave Chappelle special. Yeah, interesting how that goes. But it gets even worse. And here's why it gets worse. Because the ending is a call to action of sorts. Okay? Here, I'll hold on to that. We'll take a look. It's a call to action of sorts, okay? He talks about how he started a trust fund for her and how he is going to deliver, because she was his friend, she is going to deliver the money from the trust fund to this woman's daughter himself and give her money so she can be taken care of. And the reason he says this is because his friend loved her daughter and he wants to make a tribute to her. And he says, when I hand over the money, I'm going to tell her daughter, young lady, and this is a quote, young lady, I knew your father and he was a wonderful woman. And then he follows it up with his little call to action. Because his call to action at the end was, we all gotta have a little more empathy. I'm not kidding you. I am not kidding you. His finisher at the end of it was to say that we all should have more empathy in this age of cancellation. Because taking a man's livelihood is akin to killing him. So then he brings up the baby, and he brings up himself, and he says, will you please stop punching down on my people? Have some empathy. And then he ends the special. And then that's the end of the special. Oh yeah, he mentions Kevin Hart too. Yeah, rich, successful comedians who, despite doing egregious acts that would get anybody else in incredible trouble, still end up making millions of dollars. Oh yeah, taking a man's livelihood is akin to killing him. Dude, we're not taking your fucking livelihood. We're cutting into your fucking whatever fucking crazy shit you're on budget. People are cutting into your fucking 6th mansion budget. No one's taking your fucking livelihood. You just made millions of dollars off of a special where all you did was recite age-old homophobia and it fucking worked, dude. You did the equivalent of a fucking, I don't even know. I don't have words bad enough for Dave Chappelle in this. I don't have words bad enough for how embarrassingly bad this special was. It is, no, it's not a cookie says, Rush Limbaugh tier comedy. I literally put a note down for a joke that he said that I literally heard on Rush Limbaugh when I was a kid. I'm not kidding you. This is Rush Limbaugh tier joke. Tier joking. Joking about glory holes and lesbians being ugly and feminists being ugly and trans people being ugly and gross. That is all of the jokes. Almost every joke in this is like that. It is so bad. I can hardly believe that anybody even thought to publish it. And so I completely understand why people are mad about this. This is no joke. Like, I don't know. I can't even imagine another example of this. This is becoming a token of like unbelievable levels. Just being weaponized by the very structures that you claim to be against to do the exact same thing that you would have hated back in the day. It is so bad. And at the end, the gall to ask for empathy. So, you know, it's funny that he asked about that. You know, about empathy and about having you know, not punching down on his people, the rich comedians and whatever. But you know what? I actually did have a little bit of empathy. And he should have a little empathy for me. Because the situation that I'm in now, like I mentioned very lightly before, is one that he has clearly found himself in. Which is that as a trans comedian, and that's what I am a edutainer on the internet. I make you laugh and I talk about politics. I am a trans comedian. As a trans comedian, me having to sit through this for all of y'all's entertainment, for all of the entertainment of everybody else, the fact that I have to talk about this because this is what is relevant, because this is what is plastered all over the news, that this is what people want to hear about. People want to hear my take on this shit, and I have to sit through a fucking hour-and-a-half special of the dumbest asshole who's totally fallen off sitting here. He should understand that. He should understand. Just like fucking Dave said, being bothered by the fact that all of his jokes were being laughed at by white people. None of his jokes land. They're all dated. They are all, to a T, all of these jokes make fun of the victims of prejudice, not the perpetrators of prejudice. He makes explicit lies. Like, I mean, there's multiple just obvious lies. Like, broad statements about how, oh, people can't get away with homophobic content. Bro, you have a Netflix special that is full of homophobic content, and the worst you're getting in return is Twitter heckling. You got $20 fucking million for a special in which all you do is make fun of gay people and trans people. And you have the gall to, in that special, make a joke about how you can't hurt gay people's feelings anymore when you're getting paid $20 million to perpetuate the most ancient, dried up, dusty, uncreative, boomer fucking stereotypes that you could ever motherfucking see. And frankly, it is sad. It is pathetic. And if he wants to ask for empathy, maybe he should have a little empathy for a community of people who have been completely demonized. All of the red states in this goddamn country are currently lining up to persecute us. Every single one is pushing trans bathroom bills, anti-trans discrimination bills, bills that will let us not get the medication we need to be happy and fulfilled and well. And on top of all of this, a call for empathy after literally making an entire 15-minute bit about how he was going to call his dead trans friend a man to that trans friend's cherished and loved daughter is so fucked, I can't even believe it. Oh, and he defends J.K. Rowling, by the way. Like, explicitly. And I find it funny that he would be asking me, as a member of his audience, to have empathy when he is asking me to do the exact same thing he left America over in the past. Enduring prejudice for the laughs of the hegemonic group that makes all the decisions. In this case, fucking cis, het, white guys. And that's what I'm having to do because of him. Right now. Because of his stupid fucking show. That's all over the news. Everybody's fucking talking about it. And it's in my face. Everybody's asking about it. I got 100 fucking questions about it. Endure prejudice for laughs of people like him. Rich motherfuckers. Boy, it's gross. So, I do not understand how anybody could walk away from this special and think anything was even remotely funny. There was maybe 2 jokes that landed at all. The rest were literally decades old, recycled homophobia that he said because that felt like he feels like that made him some kind of a special person, that he's, oh, I'm calling out the real leaders of our community. Literally exactly the same. This is the exact same argument that anti-Semites make. Oh, you say one thing, about them, and all of a sudden you're canceled. What a fraud. What a has-been. I believe that Dave Chappelle deserves all of the ridicule and laughter and criticism and denouncements that he gets. Because this special was just trash. It was just bad. It wasn't funny, which is the biggest sin of all. Because as we all know, everybody likes to joke that, you know, the worst sin of all is something not being funny, right? You make a joke and it's not funny. It wasn't funny. It was insulting to everyone who watched it. Intelligence. Every single person who watched this, insulting to your intelligence. It was pathetic. It was cruel. And here we are. That's the trans hate special that he ran, the closer. The biggest joke was himself. Yep. Yeah, it was bad. Now, I have another thing I want to talk about with regard to this. But before we do that, like and motherfucking subscribe. Those of you who are here, you just listened to me destroy in excruciating detail this goddamn thing. So smack that motherfucking like button and smack that motherfucking subscribe button over on my YouTube page. If you're watching on Twitch, there's a YouTube link in chat. You'll see it right here. Fucking subscribe, please. Okay? Because I would really like to have a little fucking crumb of success that's given to these dumb motherfuckers. Daphne's roommate released a public statement a couple days ago. All right, well, we'll read it. Okay. All right, we'll read this. Let's confront it. But first, I'm going to give you all a moment to do that. And I have to go to the bathroom real quick. So I'm going to play the bathroom song. Those of you who are here, don't go anywhere. I play a really funny, actually funny bathroom song when I go to the bathroom, and then I'm going to continue more content. This will, of course, be cut out of the final video, but you all stay here because you don't want to miss the fun stuff. And while I'm gone, you have enough time to maneuver your way over to YouTube, subscribe to the YouTube channel, and drop a like. Look at that. Look at how nice I am. Look at how nice. I stream for 8 hours a day, making you all laugh, making you all get fucking emotional and everything. It's good. Okay? I'm going to play the bathroom song now. Enjoy it. I'm going to hit the restroom. I'll be right back.
Hey chat, Demon Mama has to go to the bathroom, so listen to the Demon Mama bathroom song. She streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking break. Okay, it's been a minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and spam emotes while we wait and chat. Maybe someone here also needs a bathroom break. It's been a bit since Demon Mama went to the bathroom. Not like I'm counting, but this track's at 142. So don't you fret, my little lips, cause I wrote this track down to give you something boppin' while she's taking a break.
This song is a banger, personally. I think it's fucking great.
Jesus fucking Christ, can Faun go check in the bathroom? I hope she doesn't lock the door when she uses it. But if she does, you might need a little running start and hope the door hinge is weak enough to break.
Let's continue, shall we? There's the last verse here. And then we'll continue.
Okay, you're just fucking with me now. Put down your phone, the stream is still running. I can only assume you forgot because you were doom scrolling. Jesus Christ, Demon Mama, do we need to call a doctor? Song's over, stop. Somebody help her out.
Wasn't that good? See, we fucking love the bathroom song around here. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to take a bathroom break a little bit later because the bathroom's currently occupied, but that's okay. Are we ready to read a little bit of context? Are we ready to go in a little deeper on all this? Let's go in a little deeper, shall we? Dave keeps bringing up Daphne, but she has a kid and he is on Netflix describing her suicide. They don't publicly release that stuff to the press. Have you seen the statement that Daphne's roommate released? And here is the statement from Daphne's roommate. Daphne story. Trigger warning, ramble warning. This is going to piss some people off, but I ran out of fucks to give when Daphne died. Okay? TLDR, too long, don't want to read. I beg you not to watch Dave Chappelle's special. Today has been 2 years since Daphne chose to end her own life. I don't say committed suicide because committed implies that it's a crime. It seems surreal that she missed the COVID pandemic, Tiger King, the insurrection, and so many moments from her friends' lives. I miss her jokes, and I know she would have made COVID quarantine so much more bearable for many folks that appreciated her humor on social media. People ask me if she killed herself because of Dave Chappelle, henceforth called DC, mentioning her in his 2019 special, because she ended her life just 1 week after that one came out. Daphne met Chappelle at a comedy club while he was performing. He was telling controversial jokes and she was laughing because she's always had a dark sense of humor. But Daphne never told racist jokes and never punched down on groups of people. She used humor to heal from pain. She told self-deprecating jokes and used humor to educate people about trans issues. She never used humor to be hateful. Before DC's 2019 special, he really buttered her up, promising to mentor her and take her under his wing. I was suspicious of his antics and I didn't really appreciate his style of humor, but I was happy for Daphne if she was happy. I watched part of Chappelle's 2019 special when it came out because Daphne was so excited for it, but I couldn't even finish it because it felt like it was so offensive to different marginalized groups. But I didn't want to criticize it because I knew Daphne was excited for the shout out, even though the mention of her was so quick you could easily miss it. Then, after Daphne died, it was crickets from Dave Chappelle for months and then years after it happened. When a group of her theater comedy friends threw a memorial for her in San Francisco, Dave Chappelle didn't say anything. When her funeral in Pennsylvania happened a couple of months later, Dave Chappelle's team hadn't reached out to her friends or her family. When we planned another memorial for her in San Francisco, we didn't hear anything from his team. It was like if he said something about her, he would admit that he was responsible for her death. I'm not going to say I know 100% sure that Dave Chappelle was making fun of Daphne in his 2019 special is what caused her death. I don't think it was the main cause, but who knows? Daphne had PTSD from a life of trauma, and she had battled suicidal thoughts for years. Common story among trans people who usually get, unfortunately, abused for being trans. I think the final blow was a combination of her losing custody of her daughter, losing her job, and dealing with a lot of transphobic harassment on the streets of San Francisco. I lived with her, and yet I didn't know how bad she was feeling. I heard from a friend that Dave Chappelle mentioned her last year in a stand-up comedy routine, and he mentioned how he let her open for one of his stand-up comedy routines, but that she bombed it. He talks about this here. For him to patronize her, demean her, and minimize her talent after her death is cruel and crass. For him to invoke her name as a free pass to continue being transphobic is beyond fucked up. I agree. That is beyond fucked up. Damn, I couldn't agree more. Does it continue on? Is there more? Oh, there is more. Hold on, there's more. There's more. In the latest Netflix special, he starts off his piece about trans people with, "I'm not saying trans women aren't women," but then he calls trans vaginas beyond pussy / impossible pussy. Eye roll. He then says he's a TERF and self-describes himself as transphobic multiple times in this special. He mentioned the story of when he met Daphne and when he called her to invite her to open for him and that he didn't know she was an amateur. He says she was dressed well for the performance and admits, "I'm transphobic, and even I think she looked nice." Oh yeah, I forgot that joke. I didn't even mention that joke. Wow, tell us how you really feel. "This bitch bombed for 45 minutes straight. That show was terrible, but here's what impressed me. Any other comedian I've seen, if they bombed as bad as she did, would have snuck out of the theater and gone on home and cried. But she found a seat right in front. She laughed hard like she hadn't bombed at all. She was talking to me while I was performing like she was watching the TV alone, but the crowd didn't like that shit because she sucked." Then Daphne told a joke to a heckler, and they went back and forth and told jokes. He tells about a touching moment they had together, but then he said her performance stunk again. That's what 4 times, he said 4 times that she wasn't funny. This is how you speak about your dead friend? Then he realized she was funny after the performance by the way she genuinely interacted with the audience. Then he says she hugged him. He pushed her off violently because I'm transphobic. He makes a joke about boundaries. He doesn't say I'm transphobic. He says boundaries, bitch. "My friend Daphne killed herself. She identifies as a woman." Then he describes how she killed herself. "Clearly only a man would do some gangster shit like that." That's the joke I talked about. "I don't even know how he found that out because her friends and family didn't say that publicly because it's private and painful. And beyond that, studies have shown that mentioning specifically how people kill themselves only causes more suicides. But Dave doesn't care." He continues, "As hard as it is to hear a joke like that, Daphne would have loved that joke. Maybe she would and maybe she wouldn't, but she killed herself and can't defend herself anymore." He goes on to say, "I don't know what the trans community did for her, and I don't care because she was my tribe," quote unquote. Remember, he says this, and he didn't even show up to her fucking funeral. Or the 2 other memorials that he was invited to. He says Daphne killed herself because trans people were criticizing her on Twitter. So he's blaming trans people for causing her death? What the fuck? That's some next level victim blaming and gaslighting. He ends his mockery of her saying he wants to tell Daphne's daughter, "I knew your father and he was a wonderful woman." See, I didn't fucking make this shit up. I wrote these things down. I didn't even know about this letter before the stream. I literally didn't even know this letter had been written. Dave Chappelle doesn't give a fuck about trans people. He deliberately goes out of his way to make fun of us, even making fun of his alleged friend after her death. If you're reading this and made it this far, please take a moment to ask Netflix to remove this hateful special. Not because it might offend trans people, but because it might inspire more people to end their life. Daphne deserved better. Damn. Doesn't get any more fucking upfront than that. Doesn't get any more upfront than that. You know, it's funny. I make a lot of edgy jokes here. I've made a lot of edgy jokes on this channel. And to be completely honest, like I don't have any intention to stop making edgy jokes. I'm a pretty edgy person. I've dropped the T-slur in a debate. I make fucking edgy ass jokes. Jokes that could probably get my channel in a little bit of trouble. I don't have a problem with jokes that are punchy, that can sometimes offend people, that can get people mad. I mean, fuck, you guys know I just did a stream where I openly celebrated the death of Colin Powell. We literally made fun of him. We said that he transformed into a ghost for Halloween. Like, I'm able to make some pretty offensive jokes. But jokes have to be funny. They have to have a point. They have to have meaning. Jokes aren't just some thing that exists in a vacuum separate from everything else. Jokes have a craft. Jokes have an art to them. And Dave Chappelle used to make jokes that sort of connected to pop culture, that connected and made fun of silly things in our society, that were often critical of the people that he was that were hurting him, and other people like him. And yes, did he have some jokes in the past that were offensive and whatever, or that I didn't think were super good? Of course. But this was bad. This special was rotten to its absolute core. Just the worst. You know what it reminds me of? Does anybody know Jerry Seinfeld's like gay French king thing? Does anybody know about that? There's this one joke that Jerry Seinfeld has talked about on numerous occasions. He's done on multiple occasions, and he usually gets shit for it because it's a really bad joke. But he keeps telling it, and he keeps getting mad when people get mad at it. And the joke is, when you're on social media, you look like a gay French king. Not you, not you. Wow, very funny. You know, he makes a gay voice, a gay French accent, and goes, uh-huh, uh-huh, uh-huh. That's the joke. And he's told this joke again and again and again. And Zoomers don't laugh at it. Millennials don't laugh at it. It's not funny. There's nothing funny about that unless you think gay people or femininity is funny. But he keeps telling it, and he gets madder and madder, and he's talked about getting canceled over his jokes. The joke being the gay French king joke. In fact, if you don't believe me, here, we can watch it real quick.
It's just a bad joke. It's just not funny. It's dumb.
Here we go. Is this the one? Yeah, this is the one. Here you go. Here's the joke. We're going to watch it together right now. Ready? Here you go. It's a whopping 30 seconds. Here you go.
The people in your life, they're so important, aren't they? Yeah. Really? They don't seem very important. Not the way you scroll through their names on your contact list like a gay French king. Who pleases me today? Who shall I favor? Who shall I delete?
Now, he's done this joke a lot of times. If you search the gay French king thing, I mean, there's even an article about it. Look at this. Look at this. There's an article right here in fucking Esquire magazine. All Jerry Seinfeld wants to do is make fun of gay kings. The comedian tells Seth Meyers that the PC police are his worst nightmare. And he tells the story about how people don't like his gay French king routine. Do you think there might be other things that people think that are stupid about the gay French king routine? It's just the cheapest, most laziest, thoughtless joke you can possibly imagine. Now, I can't offer you a gay French king, but I can offer you a gay Utah faun to keep you entertained while I go to the bathroom. Bang! Oh, shit! You didn't see that one coming. You didn't see that fucking transition coming, did ya? Oh! Look at that! Turned it right on its head, you motherfuckers! Come on, Fun. Get your gay ass in here. Keep them entertained. Keep the people entertained.
Hello. It's I. Video game Faun here. I'm not gonna do a gay burp. Every time since you just like do a burp. I'm not gonna do a burp. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. It's this that I do other things. I'm not doing that either. Oh, it's working out fine, mostly because I don't actually live in Utah anymore. But there are a lot of queer people there, and I know some really sweet ones. And they do have some like LGBT resources and stuff, but most of the state is pretty shitty conservative. So, but what state isn't, huh? I didn't do anything. I didn't make Demon Mama do anything. There was only one bathroom in the house. I wasn't in there. It wasn't me. I wasn't the one delaying her, okay? Yes, I am Mama's partner. Utah is not the Mormons' promised land. Utah is the theocratic state that the Mormons have. It's imagine if the Vatican was just not very cool. but in the middle of America, and that's the Mormon kingdom of Utah.
Are we ready? Are we ready?
Yeah,
now?
we're ready for
Ready? Were you entertained?
the thoughtful person,
Were you thoughtful?
the one with the brain.
Oh yeah, my big thoughts, my big brain thoughts, all my big brain thoughts. I'm back, everybody. When's the Faun stream? Eventually. Faun comes on all the time. We have to talk about more, though, because we're not quite done with this topic, unfortunately. What has happened the last hour I've been in therapy? A lot. Jeez, you missed a lot. Yo, you missed a lot. Doodofart.com is a real website? That's good. Does it just say doodofart?
Is it Faun?
Huh?
There you go. Faun, okay.
Faun, okay. Faun is okay. Faun is okay. Wait, did somebody ask about it?
They always do.
Yep, we yelled about a transphobe. We yelled about a transphobe, okay? What the fuck is wrong with people? Dude, what the fuck is wrong with people? Sometimes I see shit and I just go, what the fuck is up with people? Sometimes I get comments on Twitter and I just go, what the fuck? Oh, here we go. We got desperate losers in my chat again. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. Do I have a link to the Reddit post? Wait, do you mean the one, the Facebook one? Yes, I do. Here you go. Here you go. Here you go, Windleby. No, it's the ones who tried to come in here and then ran away recently. Someone donated a book to the library I work at that was written on sex variants. It was written in the 1950s. I read a third of it already and telling how queer people were treated like and thought as. It was written by a considerably progressive professor or researcher. Yep. Yeah. Yep. Look at this desperate loser. I saw that. Jackson Hinkle is a joke. I don't care about Jackson Hinkle. I actually don't find him entertaining in any way, shape, or form. At least Infrared is kind of funny. But Jackson Hinkle is embarrassing. Just embarrassing. Is that what his name is? Did I say it wrong? Is it Jason Henkel? What's his name again? I fucking can't remember. Chuck Tingle? I don't know. Jokes and Hickle? He the Nazi? I don't think he's a Nazi. I think he's like a weird, like, I mean, I don't think he's anything. I think, quite frankly, he's just a fraud. It's Jerks and Hanky. He's a tanky? Is he a tanky, though? Wasn't he like 10 days ago just like a neolib person? What's this? Jerks and Hanky? Is it Herkskin Janky? I'd always forget his goddamn name. Was he like a sock dem? I don't know what he was. It's related to Netflix? Yeah, but who cares? He's boring. I don't know. I don't want to give more shit, like more boring shit. Oh yeah, that's the Windows guy. That's the guy with he believes chlorine gas can get out from the windows. You open the window and the chlorine gas doesn't kill you. That's him, right? Is that the guy? Am I remembering correctly? Windows guy. Oh, yeah, that motherfucker. Stream shouldn't be muted. No. Yeah, this guy thinks that you can, like, that you'd be able to survive. If only the warriors in World War I had thought of installing windows in their bunkers and in their trenches, they would have been fine. They would have been fine. Just, you know, just put a window in your trench. Just put a window in your, you know, bombed out ghetto that's been getting bombed by the leader of your country. Yeah, you know, whatever. By the way, the fact that I've been able to keep being funny through all of this stupid garbage proves that I'm 10 times funnier than Dave Chappelle, and somebody should be giving me $20 million. Do you know what I would fucking be doing with $20 million right now? I'd be doing such wild shit you wouldn't even imagine. This show would be like, I would build a stream that had like a moving camera that follows me through multiple rooms of a set. You would be able to follow me from the hell room to the newsroom, and the camera would just follow along when I went there. We'd have a full band playing the bathroom song. Yeah, it'd be better. Yeah, we'd be like Eric Andre, but even I don't know. I don't think I could be funnier than Eric Andre, but I'd at least give him a run for his money. Yeah, I do the Eric Andre entrances. Fucking Eric Andre. Now that's a funny guy. You want to know who's made like jokes that are technically homophobic in the past and still ended up being funny? Eric Andre. That's a perfect example. Yeah, I mean, he is like openly bisexual, true. But also, like Eric Andre makes jokes that are like super edgy all the time, but they're not shit. They're funny and they actually make sense. Jokes have to make sense. A joke isn't just something that you say. It's not just words in a line. A joke is an art. There is art that goes into a joke. Eric Andre is my favorite career criminal. True! Communism is good from YouTube chat. Really wants you to debate the dude who wanted to talk to you about Chappelle. Who wanted to talk to me about Chappelle? I do read YouTube chat. I just don't read it as frequently. Who wants to argue with me? Wait, somebody wants to argue with me? Wait, does somebody want to argue? I am totally down for a debate today. Who wants to argue with me about this? Who wants to argue? This is your opportunity. Argue. They want to argue about gender abolition? Oh, no. Let's talk about the topic at hand. Someone in site chat? Yeah, but they agreed with me. They ended up agreeing with me. All right. If there's somebody, mods, if there's somebody who wants to debate me, help me, get them into the chat, and then when the time is right, we will perhaps have a conversation. This will be the first one with the tongue, yeah. I think. If you want to, you need to get in the Discord and you need to contact my mods. That's what you want to do. Get in the Discord. This is very simple. If you have the brain power to get into the Discord, then I will give you an opportunity to talk to me about this particular topic. And if you come in and you want to talk about something else, you're going to get kicked right out. I want to know why it is what is I don't even know what it's talking about. I just Googled it. There's a 30-piece symphony orchestra in Prague that will record a piece starting at $599. At that price, can the stream afford not to have a symphony orchestra rendition of the bathroom song? Holy shit. Thank you, Ziggy. Thank you. All right, if you want in, this is your opportunity. If somebody has a debate with me on this, I don't know how you could possibly disagree with my take. I completely destroyed. Most people who watch this fell asleep during it because it was not funny. Capo, I will think about that. That's pretty incredible. Oh, that's okay. Communism is good. Symphony Mama. That'd be wild. Well, first I need to get this show back up to like making me the money that I need to pay for rent, because taking a month and a half break off to do wild shit for y'all, turns out actually hurts my finances pretty bad. You want to talk about yeah, there you go. Anyway, I do look in this chat, Mythical Vitriol. I don't know, I'm slow to react to YouTube chat because I have 3 other chats open. Someone said they'd debate DM if they didn't like her takes on Chappelle. Fight me. Well, nobody will. My friends find the closer funny. You need to find new friends, Wasserdy. Your friends have bad taste. Your friends have very bad taste. Oh, yeah, and of course, you want to see a joke? You want to see a joke? Here we go. I got another joke for you. Are you prepared? Let's look at the joke that is the Bad Faith Pod, hosted by Brianna Joy Gray, formerly hosted by Virgil Texas, who was swept out the back door without any questions being asked. And if you ask Brianna Joy Gray anything about Virgil, despite the fact that she announced on her Patreon that she was going to talk about the Virgil Texas child minor molestation potentially situation, allegedly, now she just blocks you. That's very weird. It's very weird. But let's see what she has to say. Does Dave Chappelle have a point? Is he a TERF? Can both things be true? I watched the full special and discussed. Watch now on the Bad Faith Pod YouTube and subscribe.
Here's a question that we...
41 minutes? That's longer than what I did. Oh, come on. I'm not going to listen to Bree Joy Gray's shitty ass takes for this. I can't do this. Nah, fuck that, guys. Fuck that. No, fuck that shit. I know what it's going to be. It's going to be, well, he has a point about identity politics. He has a point about identity politics. Thank you, Jade the Unicorn. You made a theory about right-wingers LARPing as bad progressives online? Yeah, a whole bunch of them do. It's called DGG. There you go. Bam. I'm not kidding. They have conservative viewpoints. I've exposed this in my videos. When I reacted to All Relevant, all of his talking points were literally conservative arguments that were philosophically incoherent. He had a point about racism in the queer community. The well was thoroughly poisoned. He didn't make a point about racism in the queer community. He made jokes about queer people being bad. He never actually talked about the actual issue of racism in the queer community, which we know exists because, remember, Caitlyn Jenner is like the perfect example of that. You could easily point out that Caitlyn Jenner literally supported Donald Trump. Caitlyn Jenner ran on a hardline GOP position. Milo Yiannopoulos. This is a conversation that could be had, but he did not do it. He didn't do it at all. He didn't even try. And he failed even for having not tried. All he did was make homophobic jokes. That's okay. That's okay, Ziggy. Don't worry about it. Maybe somebody else will want to argue with me about something. Everyone's too afraid to argue with me these days because they know that my takes are fucking banger. Bangers. Damn, we got almost 400 viewers today. I love you all in a non-parasocial way as a community. What a great thing. We're not done though. Are we ready to laugh at some actual jokes? Are we ready to laugh at some actual motherfucking jokes? Because I have some. I have some jokes that I want us to laugh at. See, my community is full of trans and queer people. And I happen to know that we got some trans jokes going on in here, and we're going to laugh at them. Are we ready? Here we go. Let's start with the first one I saw. Things that have become a part of the trans community, and I have no clue how. Miku, thigh highs, anarchism, programming, communism, Fallout, cats, this exact heart choke. This is hilarious. And some of you won't know why this is funny because this is to be funny for queer people. This is the Amazon, like, generic heart choker. Every trans person I have ever met owns this one. It's because it's $6 on Amazon. So every trans person buys this as their first choker because no trans people have any money. I'm serious. That's the joke. I just explained it to you. Congratulations. Now you know a funny trans joke. And then, of course, Minecraft. And this is also true. Almost every single trans person I've met has or is a part of an active Minecraft server to this day. These thigh highs are called programmer socks. Do you know why they're called programmer socks? Because the joke is that most programmers are trans, and so they wear these socks to be affirming at home while they're on their computer. This is a great meme. All right, let's go to the next one. This is a meme. This is a joke made by a trans person, a trans musician who's fucking amazing.
Speaking of having babies, generally speaking of having babies, and they have female genitalia, and they have...
Why is this Imagine Dragons ass song playing in the background of this, like, weird interview?
Do you think trans women are women? I think gender is a very real thing that should be determined by me and nobody else. What now? Why do you say that? Because I'm a mommy special boy and she said that I could. Like, how do you determine it? Generally speaking, if you don't have a period or can't make babies, then you're a man. So sorry to people going through menopause out there, but there's a reason it's not called womanopause.
I think that women are capable generally.
Jesus, it's so deep fried. I fucking love it. Incredible. See? You can make funny jokes. Here we go. Here's another one. Why am I doubting that I'm trans so much? Being trans means you'd have to come out and you're afraid you wouldn't pass. It's just you're bipolar. You'll be cis when your mood changes again. You let fear dictate every aspect of your life until now, so you don't know how to accept that you can truly be yourself. Huh? Ah! This is a call-out post. This is an inter-trans call-out post. Be brave. You can be yourself. Don't be afraid. You have one life to live. Live it as yourself. Let's continue. Looking at my facial hair in the mirror after shaving. This is this is literally this is me like with laser. Me going into laser. Oh, this is gonna suck. Me after laser. Oh my god, there's nothing left. Excellent joke. Yo, free orky. Let's see. For those who don't know, in advance, an orchiectomy is when you have your balls removed. Oh shit! Ah! It's the free orchiectomy sign. No pissing or the eggs will be cut. Ooh. Ooh. Incredible. See, this is funny. These are trans memes that are funny. The joke being that, hey, all you have to do is go piss over here and you'll get a free orchiectomy. Notice a lot of trans jokes have to do with being poor. And so you look for crazy free things. Yeah, that's called knowing your audience. That's called making a joke that empowers the audience. It talks about the fact that lots of trans people are poor, and then it's an absurdist joke about the shit that we go through to have to get the stuff that we need. Fantastic. We don't tolerate no TERFs at this here rodeo. True, Garfield. Look at that. Garfield said trans rights. If you think pronouns are confusing, wait until you find about verbs. True. Also, great art. First of all, I love this wizard. This wizard is based, but it's true. Verbs are so complex. If you think pronouns are hard, try to learn about verbs and declensions. Oh. Oops, my cigarette went out. Sad. Yep. Let's continue. We've got so many of these to go through. Music made by trans masks. I just wish I was a bug. The world would be so much more mine. Ukulele solo. Music made by trans femmes. I am smoking weed. Actually, literally true. This is the truest joke ever. Look at all the trans people in chat are losing their shit because this is so true. Music made by trans femmes. Black dresses. Music made by trans masks. The eat one. The I want forbidden corn dog treat. True. Actually true. Keeping my thing, my penis. I don't want it to shrink. So long as you use it, you won't lose it. HRT nukes my libido. HRT nukes my libido. Oh, pain. Pain. A true experience that can sometimes happen to many trans people, depending on the medication you take. My top surgery went really well. That's great. My bottom surgery is next week. I can't believe we're both goth and trans. I'm a communist. I love this joke. I hate that I have to explain this joke to people not in the trans community. The joke about this is that the movie is literally a trans allegory. The Matrix movies are a trans allegory, and so they make it more obvious. This is actually what the movie, like, this isn't exactly what the movie's about, but it's pretty on the nose. Give me the fucking estrogen. True, Pikachu's trans. Trans man learning his name is Luigi. Now, you can play as Luigi. True! To all the trans Luigis out there, much love to you. You are the most based Luigis I know. When you realize that your entire group is all girls. When you realize that you're the only boy in the group. Wanting to say it's an all-girls group, but afraid to come out as trans. Getting asked male questions and being misgendered. Oof. Oof. Oh, the closeted experience. Ow. Oof. Oof. Let's continue. When you wear girl jeans and they don't have pockets, this is outrageous. It's unfair. True, it is unfair. Oh, that's cool. I'll save this for a future viewing. Next one. When you finish laughing and you begin crying because it's your first genuine laugh in a long time. Oh, this is a sad trans meme. But true, and I know that feel. Sad trans meme. Evil bottoms be like, I am dominant and infertile. And then, of course, we have the icon, whose name I always forget. Astolfo? Astolfo? Yeah. The trans character. Astolfo. My landlord fixing the water heater outside my door. Not out to him as trans me. Makeup. Gender euphoria. So as you can see... I love this. This is an experience most trans people have. Oh shit, the fucking repair person's coming. Just smush your face in the makeup. No! I love this one. 1999. 2 tickets for the Matrix, please. 2021. 2 tickets for the Matrix, please. True! Fucking true! Oh, no one's gonna get this one. Only trans people are gonna get this one. You know, I'm something of a pumpkin myself. I'm not even gonna explain. You all will have to go look that one up yourself. You have no idea what it means? Okay, I'll tell you. This is a video of a girl who fucks a pumpkin. This is a video of a trans girl who fucks a pumpkin. And now we have this character saying, you know, I'm something of a pumpkin myself. Get it? You want to get fucked? You're the pumpkin? Yeah. Now you get it. Now you get it. Finally getting boobs because you're trans. Realizing you won't fit your band merch anymore. Ooh, that's a stinger. Do you know how many clothes? Do you know how many clothes I had to fucking throw away? Oof. Oof. I've had to throw so many good clothes away. Not throw away, give away usually. I usually give them away to a... We put them in bags and give them away in those donation things. Name 3 songs of my favorite band? I could, but I don't want to, so fuck you. Sir, our path was recommended by the residents of Good Springs. That's for schoolgirls. Now here's a route with some chest hair. Rip. I believe this goes through Deathclaw territory. Get it? They don't want to go through the schoolgirls line. Long queue times, am I right? Oh, please. You have it way better than us. You guys, for real, haven't seen shit. And then the trans person just sitting there going, what the fuck do you know about queues? For the record, trans people in the UK have to wait for 2 years sometimes or more to be able to get hormones. This is fucking... Whew. 36 months for some, yeah. LGBTQ adults. What's this? LGBTQ person with phobic parents. Is mine now? Scoot. I am mother now. This is actually true and wholesome. It's incredibly wholesome. LGBTQ adults protecting LGBTQ people without families that are supportive. This is the truest meme that's ever been made. Found family forever. True. Hey, you never told me you had a cousin who was a super villain. Who? Redline? Oh my god, his name is Randy and he's such a loser. I actually don't get this one. I don't get this one. This is one that goes above my head. I think this references media I'm not familiar with. Hey, my cousin is trans. Do you know her? She's at Genderama1989 on social. Trans people don't know each other, asshole. Oh, these are supposed to go together. These are supposed to go together. Get it? The joke is that actually most trans people do actually know each other. The trans community is so interconnected that there's a good chance that you will probably know trans people even from the other side of the globe. Do you know? Just nobody. Thank you very much. If a straight guy becomes trans, does she strive to become the woman she is attracted to? Answer or read if you feel like it. That is really not, that is a question I cannot answer. People have all kinds of reasons to transition and all kinds of goals. In my experience, no. Most people who transition end up becoming who they want to be, and they stay attracted to the type of people that they're attracted to. I have never been attracted to people like myself, really. Like I'm like mostly into like mostly femme people, and I am more butch than most. So, yeah. And I was straight before. I don't know what that means anymore, so. Yeah. Anyway, whatever. There's the answer to the best of my idea, but my options. When you identify as gay, but then you realize you're trans, am I a heterosexual now? Genuine question. Genuine question many people struggle with. I struggled with that at one point. But in the other direction. Arkansians. Sir, why are you using the women's room? Trans men. It's the law! Yeah, see, in Arkansas, you're required to use they have one of those stupid laws that makes you show, they don't really make you show your birth certificate, but that's what they want you to do. It's to terrify people. You better be respecting trans people or your pronouns will be was, were. This is the trans supportive Klingon from Deep Space Nine, I think. This guy is explicitly a trans-supporting warrior, and we love him. We love him. Oh my god! When the tuck comes undone. Hello, Peter. That is a god tier one. This expression is so perfect for this meme. Credit to Jessica Metal for that one. That's incredible. Here's a good one. I like this. You don't get it? A tuck is when you tuck your cock away so that you don't have as much of a bulge. And if your tuck comes undone, then your penis pops out. Another name for penis is Peter. Get it? There you go. Jesus. HRT 0 years. HRT 2 years. True! Accurate! True! Then before and after shots be wild. Okay? They're wild. TERFs have a new target. Bottoms. Did I mention I'm breedable? You are not. You are a gay man with an asshole. Only vaginas are breedable. You will never be a woman. It is a gay man being a bottom. TERFs are fucking stupid. TERFs are motherfucking stupid. The two ends of the lesbian fashion spectrum. True! The pirate and the princess. Indeed. See? I am the pirate. Doe is also breedable. Also true! True! Hi, Doe. Wonderful to see you. Can we get some doe pets in chat? Can we get some doe pets in chat? Doe pets in chat. There we go. Doe pets in chat. Doe pets in chat. Steal his look. Gloves, $7. Green shirt, $5.99. Overall, $35. Nice hiking boots, $190. Or work boots, $190. $15 hat, $200 lingerie bottom, $500 lingerie top. True, Luigi! Luigi is trans. Luigi is trans. Logging into Discord. Oh! Woo! Oh, baby, this one doesn't have sound, though. Wowers! Oh, my God. True. Beware of the pipeline. he, him, he, they, them, she, they, she, her. I've seen remixes of this. Okay, you need to post your remixes of this because there are great remixes of this. There are so many good remixes of this. This joke works no matter what direction you put the pronouns in. This is a god tier joke because if you switch them, if you shuffle them, it still works and it's still funny. Dave Chappelle, I wear diapers. Accurate. Yeah, accurate. It's pretty clear he does. Oh, let's hear this joke. Let's hear this joke. Oh, we got a live joke. Let's listen.
Why did the non-binary prospector move west in 1849? Because there was gold up in them there hills.
Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. There's gold up in them hills. Or them there hills. Incredible. How have I never caught this one? Excellent voice acting as well. I don't think this is a trans meme. You're right. There are two sexes. The one I have with your dad and the one I have with your mother. I didn't do that right. Let's try that again. You're right. There are two sexes. The one I have with your dad and the one I have with your mother. True! This is a trans meme. Does my existence threaten God? I don't know, but I like to think so. True! That's true for me! My existence does threaten God. Humanity will always wage war and no side is infallible. Boop. Missing. Getting fisted by a robot is pretty awesome. True. True, though. True. All my robots out there? True. My habit of using dude, man, bro in almost every sentence. Me. My trans femme friend. God tier. Ally. Cool ally moment. Actually good friend moment. Whoosh. Cheery trans dwarf. Oh, this is a trans dwarf character? I don't know what word he said to her. It's not a nice word, and I do not want to hear that word again, says the ogre. We got this?
I'm here to intercourse your dad.
Duke?
And you can't stop me.
Ah, shit, man. He's fucking my dad.
Impressive. Impressive. This is Bob. He voted Republican. Then he watched the Republican Party sell out his country and his people to big banks and multinational corporations. One night, he was shitposting on Twitter.com and drinking water out of a plastic bottle and discovered anarchism. 2 years later, Bob is now Sally, uses an anime avi, and promotes the destruction of the capitalist system. Based and transpilled. Based and transpilled. Bob is gone, and Sally, a stronger being, has arisen in Bob's place. Based Sally. Where is it? Where the fuck is my cat maid outfit? 2020. You have to wear this. 2021. Now you have to wear this, and it's the femboy maid outfit. With, look, the choker! It's there again! The same choker! I told you, everyone, it's the $6 choker from Amazon.com that every single trans person buys. Same choker. Same fucking choker. Disrespect my trans friends and your pronouns will be was, were. True, cat! Based defensive cat. We love this cat. Hello, I'm sorry that Blahaj isn't available at the moment. Due to supply issues, it may only be available for a short period of time as it is set to be discontinued from April 2022. I shall log your comments in relation to this. Thanks, Alex. And then this is this trans girl crying about the death of the Blahaj. Rip to a real one. We loved the Blahaj. The Blahaj was a trans girl icon. I'm not gay or trans. I just really, really care about LGBTQ rights. Oh. How many of this is you? How many of this is you? This is literally me. Before I even knew I was trans or gay, I started criticizing the beliefs of my church, which were very transphobic. That was me as a kid. Yep. Yep. Basically everybody who grows up in a conservative family. Can't prove this is me? I can't, but it might be. It might be you. It might be you, Capo. Here we go. Let's see what this joke is. This is a big one. Yeah, I'm an MTF. Which unit? The Catgirl unit? You're a member of Nine-Tailed Fox? What are you doing here? Your unit has been requesting backup with a breach at Site 19. Ring, ring. Hello. Hi, I think I accidentally joined a gang again. Oops. I hate it when I'm just being honest about who I am and I get drafted into a war. I hate that. Do you know how many times it's happened that I've talked about gender and ended up drafted in a war? Talking about gender with trans people. Oh, yes, indeed. Talking about gender with cis people. True. Literally my life. The story of my goddamn life. Celeste. Mental health issues must be taken seriously, and every step you take in your life to get better matters. Trans people can double jump. Did you know that? Did you know that? Trans people can double jump? And no, I won't show you. They're giving away all our secrets in these memes.
Hello there. Hello there.
What the fuck? This is amazing. Woo. When you start presenting as male and people start to take you seriously, no one cared who I was until I put on the mask. Get it? Mask as in masculine? Oh man, I'm giving everyone an education on trans jokes. You all are so lucky. All of you cis people who stayed here to listen to this, you all are getting the education that you need. You people are going to be the most knowledgeable cis people on the planet, and you're going to feel so much better about yourself. But never forget it was Demon Mama who taught you. When the trans memes start being low-key relatable, me about a year ago. Uh-oh. Yeah, uh-oh is right. When you find yourself reading all those trans memes and you're like, oh, yeah, I mean, nah, that's not me. That's not, is it though? Uh-oh. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Hey, bro, there goes your opinion. I love Tunuk Tunuk, okay? Tunuk Tunuk slaps. Dysphoria from shaving. Dysphoria from not shaving. Me. This is actually true. The act of shaving sucks. And the act of not shaving means that you feel like you look bad. Terrible position to find yourself in. This one's a classic. This is an old school meme. Timeless. Listen here, friend. Round these parts, we don't take kindly to no misgendering. Be like, if you're gonna be like this guy. Be like this guy. This is the ally that every cis man should strive to be like. They do be relatable. They do be relatable. I've been going for 2 hours and 41 minutes. This one seems too niche. Oh my god, I love this meme. I fucking love this meme. I already know this meme. I think I can take a death claw. In a fight?
Every day you love me less, each day I love you more.
Look at that profile pic. That's a profile pic. That's a profile pic, isn't it? This is a French meme. No French memes allowed. Never let them force you to wear pants. It's true. No one can force you to wear pants. Only you can self-liberate or not self-liberate with pants. It is your right to wear spinny skirts if you want to. Okay? This is just a funny meme in general. So when a dog licks his own balls in public, it's funny, but when this is actually funny though. That's not trans related, but that's funny. Here's a trans meme. Him, her, online. True! True! That's me right there. My pronouns are online. Me at 12. I could take 4 orcs. Me at 22. I could take 4 orcs. True! Val 9000. That's a good one too. 2 years HRT. Ooh, you get those. Look at that. It's true. You get the analog. You get your analog sticks, huh? Get them analog sticks up in here. And more circular, less hard edges. God tier trans meme. Yeah, that's right. There's 76 genders, and every time you whine about it, we add another 4. Thanks, Duke. Thank you, Duke Nukem. By the way, Duke Nukem has literally said trans rights. PC Rob Banks. Uh-oh. I don't trust him. That's not a trans meme, though. Here we go. Homosexuals when they see a house. Ah! I get it, because they're homosexuals and they see a house that's not a home. Get it? They get mad. Ah! It's a terrible joke, but I like it. This is from the account Cholos for Trans Rights. Hey, gringo, did I see you misgender that beautiful Chicano down there? You're gonna have to watch your step, foo. Somebody should submit this to Foo's Gone Wild. Foo's Gone Wild would support this. Me thinking that saying guys are hot isn't gay. Me from the future being right. Okay, you're gonna have to think about this meme for a second, okay? You're gonna need to think about this. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Something just happened. Oh. 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 Ooh, somebody just called me a slur. Ooh, somebody called me a slur. Uh-oh. That happens. They don't know that I'm communist and that I'm gay. Yes, we do. It's literally all you talk about. Guys, this is literally me. This is literally me. They don't know that I'm a communist and that I'm gay. And my literal living is talking about being a gay communist on the internet. This is just literally me. Whoa, it's a perfect moon for a werewolf to come out. Guys, I'm gay. Yay! Yay! It's the perfect moon. We support all gay werewolves in this chat. Gay werewolves. Awoo! I hereby end transphobia. Ooh, thank you. Thank you, Empowered Sonic, I think. That's Shadow. That's Shadow? That's Super Shadow. Super Shadow. Transphobic parents. What you got there? The eyeliner I forgot to remove before leaving my room. Trans femme me. A smoothie. Do you want to know a sad story? Hold on, I'm gonna tell you guys a sad story. Ready? I'm gonna take the fun out of this one. Are you guys ready for me to suck all the fun out of the room? No. This is literally how I got kicked out of my house. By my parents. Not exactly. It was lipstick and not eyeliner. But it was lipstick. Oof. Oof. Yeah. Yeah. They found my, I came home with lipstick once on, and my parents got suspicious, and my stepdad searched the trash and found a receipt for makeup and then kicked me out. Oof. Oof. Ooh. But I can laugh at that now because I'm a moderately successful YouTuber now. After many years of suffering. Here we go. Yeah, haha, I'm cis. I'm just transitioning as a joke. Bottom surgery. Wait a minute. It's here again. We see it again. It's back again. I told you I wasn't joking. Elementary school, middle school, high school, married. Aww, that's cute. Get it? Get it? Get it? So cute. This is a wholesome one. I love this one. Hello, I am a butterfly. Hello, caterpillar. You are a caterpillar. This is transphobia. Hey, look, there it is. It's right here. It's right here. Look, wait, give me. Fucking look. It's right here. We have 2 or 3 of them around this house somewhere. And also, this is accurate. This meme is very accurate. What saving up for sex confirmation surgery does to a motherfucker. Ooh, that's true. That's true if you live in America. It's true for Americans. Oof. LGBTQ. Liquor, guns, bussy, and trucks. And then we have the Astolfo cosplayer with the huge gun. And the Astolfos all over the big truck. Listen, gun femboys is a legitimate and valid gender. I will die to protect you. You understand?
Except for the racist ones.
Except for the racist ones. Fuck you. Fuck the racist ones. You guys don't count. The secret of happiness is tea. You're goddamn right, says the trans men. True! The secret of happiness is tea for trans men. You're goddamn right. From my point of view, there are just 2 genders. Only a Sith deals in absolutes. Man, Obi-Wan was ahead of his time. I didn't know this is an actual quote from Star Wars. Wow, maybe Star Wars is more based than I thought. Me, you know who's the most amazing person in the world? Read the first word. Me. Okay, this is just a normal meme. Why is there a Wario flag? Bruh. Bruh, I didn't know Wario had his own flag. That's pretty based, honestly. Listen, Wario gender is real, okay? Dave Chappelle talking about the death of his friends. It's a surprise tool that will help us later. Oh, wow, that's dark, but also good. Oh, hey, we got a TikTok here. Ooh, let's watch this TikTok.
I'm a menace, a dentist, and on hygienist. Open your mouth for about 4 or 5 minutes.
Every white trans femme looks exactly like this.
I'm a menace, a dentist, and on hygienist. Open your mouth for about 4 or 5 minutes.
Shut the fuck up. Boys will be boys, and then you have the 2 cat boys on the yard. Strive to be that type of a grilling dad, okay? The affirming grilling dad. Demon Mama called out for having hair and glasses. Yes, this is literally Vouch, but for trans girls. Yeah, Grill Dad is thick, and look, he's got a big ass. Yeah, look at him. He knows. He knows. He's been there. Grill Dad had his catboy phase. Ha! Now everyone is required to use the bathroom designated to their birth cert. There will be no men in the girls' room. Oh, wrong restroom. Sorry. Me too. I'm a law-abiding citizen. What? And it's the 2 guys, the 2 trans guys going into the girls' bathroom because they have to. Because of the law. That's how stupid it is. Yep. This is where I would put my gender if I had one. Agender jokes. Woo! Say yes to drugs. Estradiol, testosterone. True. True. You came just in time for us to do trans memes. I'm not gay, Mom. I'm a sexual anarchist. Please let me be assigned female when I'm born. Hello, sir. What am I? It's a boy. True. Oof. True, though. Then we got an ivermectin joke in here. True, true, true. When someone asks what they should do if they're uncomfortable sharing a bathroom with a trans person, do not pee, loser. Accurate. That is exactly what you should do. If you're not comfortable using a public bathroom with a trans person, first of all, get the fuck out. Second of all, stop being such a creep. Hold your fucking piss, loser. My top surgery went really well. That's great. My bottom surgery is next week. I can't believe we're both goth and trans. I'm a communist, says the, I think that's a silverfish from Minecraft. Accurate. 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 When you're happy because you realize you're trans, but also instantly filled with existential dread by the realization. This literally happened to me. Oh, you think being trans is mutilating my body? Wrong. Puberty mutilated my body. I'm just the repair girl. True! I love it! I'm just a repair girl. Yep, that's me. That's everyone. Or the repair man. All depends. It's true. That's how it goes. How to look like a non-binary person. Be non-binary. Wear what you like. Congratulations. You now look non-binary because you are non-binary. Here's a ladybug to brighten up your day. Based. The blahage, my beloved sharky friend. Cute girls love the blahage. And then you have the trans girl with the little injection bandage. Just because I'm a trans woman doesn't mean I love Celeste. I mean, I do love Celeste, but not because I'm a trans woman. Transphobes after you respect their neopronouns. Why do white non-binary people look like this? Because they're all goth? Is that the joke? They look like goth aliens? True, goth aliens are hot.
Character is canonically gender fluid.
Wait, is that character canonically gender fluid?
Yeah, that's Glenn/Glenda.
Wow, I didn't know that. Sick. Roasted! But I'm non-binary and white. I don't look like that. Do I? Oh, wait, shit, I kind of do. I kind of do look like that when I do my makeup and stuff. Shit. Fuck. Shit. Fuck. Estrogen makes your body more feminine. Step 1, acquire a metric ton of estrogen chemicals legally. Step 2, dump into your city's water supply. Epic win! I have no comment for this meme. I have no comment for this meme. Here we go. I escaped war in Iran and immigrated to America just for my son to play dress up and kiss boys. Wrecked. Who's winning? You want to know who's holding frame? Who's holding frame? Who's holding frame, everybody? Look at him! Look at him! He's holding frame! We know who the Sigma in this relationship is. We know who the fucking Chad is back here. Holding frame while nya. Boys can like girly stuff. You're just a confused femboy who wants to promote the idea of how a real woman should be. I'm a trans tomboy. That doesn't make any sense. Why do you want to be a girl when you also want to act manly? You're just a confused and perverted manly guy who fetishizes tomboys and wants to invade women's safe spaces. Fucking true! The double standard is outrageous! Are you cheesing me? I'm raging. This happens so frequently. This happens so much. If you're trans and you're feminine, they call you they say that you're like doing blackface like Dave Chappelle did. You say you're doing woman face. But then if you're trans and you're butch, or if you're a trans tomboy, then you get treated like shit because you're not feminine enough. No winning. This is a god tier meme. Hey, wait, we've seen this one again. Beware the pipeline. Starts with Montero. Then goes to, I don't know which album this is. Then Lemon Boy. Then I don't know which one this album is. And then it's Dorian Electra. True! True, Dorian Electra. True! Base non-binary icon. Hello, little gay people in my computer. Hi. Hi, little gay people in my camera. Hi. I haven't heard Blonde. I haven't. Imagine what you will be able to do when COVID ends. You'll have to take off your mask and then strangers will misgender you again. Wow. Who says woman face? Did Dave Chappelle say that? Yeah, Dave Chappelle said that he understands why TERFs say that trans people are like blackface for women. I'm at the gender neutral bathroom. Margaret Thatcher's grave. Take that piss. You take the hardest piss you've ever taken right there. Gender neutral bathrooms for the win. No, guys, I'm not trans. I just really want a flat chest, a penis, a deeper voice, bigger shoulders. No. Oof. Oof. The libs want to change the Himalayas to the they-them-Himalayas. Do they? Oh my God, do they want to do that?
That one's pretty funny.
Is that true? Fuck. We have to stop them. We have to stop them. We have to stop the libs. Trans mask. Get it? Trans mask. This is a multi-layer joke. I love this. This is a multi-layer joke. Because trans people haven't minded wearing masks because it means you're less likely to get misgendered based on how your face looks. But also, trans mask as in trans masculine people. It's punny. It's punny. Let's continue. I'm bi because the Bible said Adam and Eve, not Adam or Eve. Woohoo! True!
What? But literally nothing. I'm not gonna start that shit.
Well, well, well. If it isn't the problems I tried to escape by taking a nap. Well, that's not a trans meme, but good enough. Facts over feelings, snowflake. Trans rights are human rights. Gay marriage is legal, and if you don't like it, leave. If you misgender my buddies, my husband and I will turn your pronouns into was were. We got that again. Woohoo! Trump lost, lol. I wish we saw more of these. I wish we saw more like this. We see a lot of the opposite of this, but I would love to see this. Me. Anyone with even a slightly masculine or androgynous features. I would like to award you the highest honor that I can bestow. Gender envy. Aw, that's cute. That's so cute. I'm so confused. Do I like those hot women because I want to be them? Or because I want to be with them? First time, they're dating. We're doing trans memes. We're doing trans memes. You ever get so high that you get scared? Yes, I have, in fact. Is Zan having a... Is Zan having... Uh-oh. Uh-oh, did he get so high? Oh, no. Did you smoke the trans weed, Zan? No, Zan, no! No, Zan, no! That's the trans weed! Damn, this gender fluid really be hitting. True. Yeah, there's trans weed. Get so high that he scared his balls. Oh yeah, I forgot he sat on his balls. He was trying to tell us. No! Where it hurts. When my parents misgender me. Head. When strangers misgender me. My stomach. When my phone's autocorrect misgenders me. Everywhere. Ooh. Oh, God. That's a mean... Ooh, that's an ouchie one. Trans people. Body has special abilities. Difficult family dynamics. Has to hide special clothing. Demonized by the media. Poor. Spider-Man. Body has special abilities. Difficult family dynamics. Has to hide his special clothing. Demonized by the media. Poor. Incontrovertible proof. Incontrovertible proof that Spider-Man would always say trans rights. Spider-Man is trans mask culture. That's actually true, though. Spider-Man, Peter Parker is a trans mask icon. I assure you, Mom, all of my video game characters are women because their designs are smaller in proportion to their male counterparts, making their hitbox smaller. It's purely a tactical decision, not because I wish I was born a woman and suffer from dysphoria that I make up for in my fantasy worlds of video games where I can truly be happy with who I am. That's a big tell, by the way. Just saying.
It's not always.
Yeah, it mostly is.
Playing girl characters is not always.
It mostly is, yeah. Mostly is, though. It's true. Sorry. It's just the way it is. No. You can contest all you want, but you're just wrong.
You can't just egg everything.
I'm not egging everyone. It's just true. Statistically, it's just a statistical truth. The girl is faster? Well, there you go. No excuse. The cat ears are working. Anarchy up. Pornography up. Homosexuality up. And now we have this Satanist. Yes, the cat ears are working. It's true. Where's the cat ears? I don't know where they are. Can I have the cat ears back? I'm putting the cat ears on. The cat ears are working, everybody. Now we empower. Let's go higher. My parents at my age. Let's buy this house. Me at my age. I use neo pronouns to piss off TERFs on Twitter. You made this one a while ago? This is from Capo. Me using GIFs of cute anime girls to express myself. I just think they're neat. Yeah, they're neat. It's just, you always use, you know, cute anime girls to express yourself. It's neat. Yo, thank you so much for the 1,000 bits. The Zeroni Light. Hey, I just want to thank you for being so awesome. You're the reason I was able to come out to myself as agender. Still kind of questioning, but that's life. You should continue questioning your self-expression your entire life. Remember, we don't really discover what we are, we create what we are. And that is pog as shit. Congratulations. The operation. Top surgery. Double mastectomy with free nipple grafts. The teat yeet. Teat yeet. It's true. You can yeet them to me if you wish. Your son. My son. Now that's what we call an edgy joke right there. Whoo! That's a spicy one. Oh boy. Oh boy. I am once again questioning my gender. True, that's everybody. Didn't I say that in a debate? Did I say this one in a debate? Or did I say TE in a debate? I don't know. Trans students. What my friends think I am, a caterpillar. What my mom thinks I am, stabbing her in the back. What society thinks I am, a stereotype. What my principal thinks I am. I don't get this one. Looking through a hole in the wall. Oh, I get it. Look, they're looking through the hole in the bathroom stall. I get it. What I think I am, an eldritch horror. What I actually am, cute. Aww. Aww. Too bad all the other ones are kind of sad. But this is true. This is kind of my self-expression right here, is this goopy monster. How do you feel right now? Ah! This is a little trans character. Getting my top surgery at Claire's. I'll catch you later. Ow! The thought of getting anything done at Claire's. Whew. Ah! Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. They're cheap. They're tempting. Just go get it done somewhere else. Anywhere else. Anything. If you get your ears pierced, get them pierced in a piercing place. Don't go to Claire's. Don't do it.
I feel like I want to make more jokes about, you know, being trans femme and, you know, the stuff I have gone downstairs, but I don't know, it's hard sometimes.
I'm here for it. Oh my God. Beautiful. Beautiful.
All right. The comments on this were so good. This is supposed to be discourse. You guys need to be mean. It is actually ableist of you to assume everyone is capable of being mean. It's the villagers. They're all agender. Gender does not exist to them. They literally use her pronouns. Endermen are not your envies, so leave them alone. Endermen are your envies. Claiming zombies are MLM coded because their palette matches the flag is reductionist and objectifying. I like skeletons. None of your opinions are valid. Skeletons are homophobic, actually. Clearly creepers. They are clearly MLM coded with the way they're shaped. The way they're shaped, that's so fucking transphobic. Oh, the ones that explode? Stop acting like men are inherently dangerous. You're demonizing trans men. You can milk all cows in Minecraft, which can only be done by female cows, and you can breed them. Therefore, all cows are women-loving women. Good night. You're literally perpetuating the idea that lesbians can only be cis and that they only exist for the male gaze. Endermen have NB energy, like that's obvious, but Pan does. Pan does, like that's all I'm gonna say. True. Pandas are black and white. That's the most cis animals I've ever seen. Just because they're biracial means they're straight. Oh please, it's clearly the witches. Witches are homophobic and are canceled because they are mean to me. So you're saying that queer people are evil? That's playing into stereotypes again! Guys, come on, you forgot our roots. Cats and bats are in Minecraft too. Bats are cishet because they do nothing and are filler mobs. That's homophobic. Just because I'm gay doesn't mean I have any kind of purpose. I can be just as useless as a bat if I want to be. Everyone talks about Enderman, but gays, what about the Ender Dragon? Review your privilege. Ender queer is a harmful stereotype. Stop infantilizing the queer community by reducing them to a dragon. Excuse you? I would absolutely like to be reduced to a dragon. I didn't know I needed queer coding Minecraft discourse in my life, but I am so happy that it's here.
This is somebody who understands the culture on TikTok and can also make fun of it. This is an incredible meme. That was a delightful meme. Perhaps the best meme of the entire show. Holy shit, that's good. It's Yugi. I used the men's restroom for the first time. Can I get a pog in chat? Use trans mask, Yug? That's cool. I'm so glad Trump won. I'm tired of all these snowflakes getting hurt by words. Trans rights. They literally do this. They literally do this all the time. Beware of the pipeline. Guitar Hero. Just Dance. Dance Dance Revolution. Osu. Beat Saber. Actually, it is kind of funny that most people I know who are really into all these beat games are trans. Oh, I'm triggering Faun. Fawn's getting so angry at my goofy trans stereotypes. Cool advice from Dark Souls. Wait. Here we go. It's not loading for some reason. Cool advice from Dark Souls. Age only affects appearance and has no bearing on ability. Gender has no bearing on ability. Everyone has imperfections. Prejudice births malcontents. Become a dark spirit. Time for crab. Baby Trees 22 with the tier 1 sub. Thank you very, very much. All right, everybody. I think we've hit... This is a coming out. Oh, non-binary. This is a coming out. I get it. Anti-binary. Oh. Non-binary people are like, hi, I'm Socks, and this is my dog, Elliot Smith. I may be guilty of this. I may be guilty of this. When your transphobic friend who thinks you're cis asks you about period stuff, Anakin, start panicking. I don't have a planikin. True. Sometimes you go to the doctor and that's the case. I like this one, okay? I like this one. Me figuring out my sexuality. Me starting to question my gender identity. Oh, you're overwhelmed by me yelling? Oh, you're overwhelmed by me yelling on my show? On my show, you're overwhelmed? I'm sorry, I'll stop now. That's right, everybody. I have to stop. The memes have to stop. I was laughing too hard. I was laughing so hard. Faun, I'm very sorry. As a result, I will pay you in a moment of silence, followed by an incredibly loud yell to wrap off the section. Okay? Did you enjoy that? Did you enjoy the yell? It was very loud. Wasn't it loud, Faun? Yeah. It was so loud. It was so loud that nobody could even hear it. It broke everyone's ears. If you can't hear things, it's because you're yeah. It was very fun. Incredibly fun. I'm such a sweet person. I know I am. I know I am. My ears, you witch. Does this count as an Okay Buddy Mama segment? Not really, but it was fun. It was very fun, I'll say that much. Oh, I love this. I fucking love this. I love this meme. I'm gonna do one more meme, okay? This one's good. 5 minutes, 6 minutes, 3 minutes. If you take the rainbow path. People walking, a fucking train. Look what they need to mimic a fraction of our power. It's trans and gay people. True. Look at what they need to mimic a fraction of our power. We are unstoppable. Queer people are inheriting the world. Gender is coming apart at the seams. Sexuality coming apart at the seams. There are cat girls with nearly 400 viewers on YouTube right now. Some of them go by the name Demon Mama. Some of them you should subscribe to, join the Discord, and press the like button if you haven't already. Damn. That was fun, wasn't it? And by that I mean, well, it was very interesting. And now we have proven that there are very many ways to make incredibly funny jokes about and for and commentating on trans people, and that Dave Chappelle completely and utterly failed to address any of that or even include any of it. I'm going to take off the cat ears now because I really am not a cat girl. I just like to play as I just play one on the internet. If you want to help Demon Mama's power grow, consider that the show is free because of donations, subscriptions, and Prime subs from imps like you. That is true. That is true. My power grows. Wow. That's wild non-binary superpowers. See? That is the non-binary superpower. Wow. How can you be a cat girl and a demon mama? Because I can be whatever the fuck I want. You made up a mashup of the bathroom song in Gangnam Style? Oh my god. That sounds terrifying. I will listen to that at some point, yes. But right now, I have to remember what we were going to talk about next. Because I did say we were going to talk about something else. Oh. Actually, the next thing I was going to talk about was talking about comedy in general. But we kind of already did that. The Discord link is broken. Oh, go to go to discord.gg/demonmama. I don't know why the link on Twitch is still broken. I need to figure out why it's doing that. Yeah, we were going to talk about Netflix. So we can talk about that. Oh, correct, Capo. Capo says you can subscribe, give bits, slaughter a black goat, and use its blood in a dark ritual to increase Demon Mama's power. A super chat, donate on demonmama.com, etc. Yeah, I wanted to talk about the NetflixWalkout, okay? Let's talk about the walkout. I have it here somewhere. I want to actually talk about the walkout itself, which I had. Hold on, let me grab it. I have it here somewhere. Not this one. Not this one. Here we go. We're going to read the NPR article about this. And I wanted to mention this because I think the actual walkout is important, okay? So, as you know, there's been some fallout of this special that we just reviewed. Oh, the special was terrible, Pre-Breakfast Banana. It was so bad, I could not review it lower. It is a 0 out of 5 stars, genuinely unfunny, painfully unfunny, way longer than it needed to be, just terrible, just so bad. We even analyzed some of the verbatim jokes on this stream, just an atrocity. And he wrapped it up with this really, really crappy, like, have empathy with other people. Just, oh, it was so bad. It was genuinely a terrible experience. Yeah, so I understand why people are frustrated about it. It was not good. Not good, folks. So let's talk about the fallout of it, okay? Netflix employees are staging a walkout as a fired organizer speaks out. The week-long fight inside Netflix comes to a head on Wednesday when employees at the company are expected to walk out, and they did. They did have a walkout, demanding that the company better support its trans and non-binary employees. Netflix co-CEO Ted Sarandos didn't respond to the walkout in a recently published Wall Street Journal interview, but said, "I'm firmly committed to continue to support artistic freedom for the creators who work with Netflix and increase representation behind the screen and on camera. We see you, we hear you." But ahead of Wednesday's walkout, a Netflix spokesperson issued a statement that says, "We value our trans colleagues and allies and understand the deep hurt that's been caused. We respect the decision of any employee who chooses to walk out and recognize we have much more work to do both within Netflix and in our content." The incident that incited the employee action may have been the company's handling of the Dave Chappelle news special The Closer, which contains some jokes. No, the entire thing is at the expense of trans people. But B. Pagels Minor says the dispute runs deeper. Pagels Minor is the employee that Netflix recently fired, alleging that they leaked confidential, commercially sensitive information outside the company. The company says this data made its way into a Bloomberg article revealing data about various metrics and expenditures, details the notoriously tight-lipped company usually keeps under wrap. "I collected the data, but I did not leak the data," says Pagels Minor, who spoke to NPR. They said they shared the information internally among coworkers, but not to anyone outside the company, and added that when they were terminated, they were not offered an opportunity to prove their case. So some people were having problems with me talking about employee-employer retaliation. This is why I talked about retaliation. Because the people are quoting the Netflix line. They are literally taking, with no evidence, Netflix's word as to why they canceled somebody who was planning as to why they fired somebody who was planning a walkout. But it's funny because there's no evidence that they did the thing they're accused of. So what does that sound like to me? That sounds like retaliation. And on Twitter, people were getting really mad at me. And I mean a lot of people. A lot of people were very angry that I was spreading misinformation by saying that I thought that Netflix was engaging in retaliation. But isn't it strange that they just assume that the corporation is telling the truth from the get-go? Isn't that weird? Doesn't that feel a little bit stupid? Doesn't that feel like something that a dupe would do? On this stream, I talk about frequently how we shouldn't be dupes. We shouldn't be stupid. When people tell you something, interrogate it, ask questions, learn, find out if it's actually true. And it's especially you should do that when a corporation is telling you why they fired an active critical member of their staff who hasn't done anything wrong. Very weird how that works. Very weird how that works. It was just like, hey, you're the person. You're gone, Pagels Minor says. In a statement, a Netflix spokesperson said that a discrepancy in Pagels Minor's account had gone unexplained and that Pagels Minor had wiped their electronic devices, making any further investigation impossible. We don't know if that's true. Pagels Minor, who started at Netflix as a senior data project manager for membership and finance engineering before moving on to work at the company's game launch department, says there wasn't any investigation to begin with. Pagels Minor co-led the employee resource group for transgender and non-binary employees, known as Trans Star, and was part of one for black employees, known as Black At. They said that the walkout began as a proposal for a day when trans and non-binary employees would take paid time off as a result of the exhaustion incurred from the Chappelle news cycle, with any other employees invited to join in support. But then Pagels Minor saw that how executives weren't engaging with questions about the controversy and started organizing a full-blown walkout, along with drafting a list of employee demands. A rally in support of the walkout is planned for Wednesday, which this occurred. The list of demands first reported by The Verge includes hiring trans and non-binary people to executive positions, creating a fund to support trans and non-binary talent, and adding disclaimers that specifically flag transphobic language, misogyny, homophobia, hate speech as required. It doesn't ask for anything to be removed from the platform, nor does it even mention Dave Chappelle. Instead, it asks for the promotion of trans-affirming content alongside any content deemed anti-trans. Wow, those are really, really reasonable demands, aren't they? You'd think that such simple, reasonable demands would be easy to be met. It's weird how that works, isn't it? Such demands are a part of a growing trend of white-collar workers in tech speaking up about the direction of their companies, says Alan Hyde, a professor of labor, employment, and law at Rutgers Law School and the author of Working in Silicon Valley, Economic and Legal Analysis of a High-Velocity Labor Market. They want to have a say in the kinds of business their company does, the kind of workplace culture they have, who the clients are. So these have been important demands in motivating worker unrest over the years, Hyde says, pointing to Facebook, Apple, and Google as recent examples. The usual course of these actions, he explains, is that employees make a lot of noise, the company might change one or two details, and then things simmer back down to normal. What he leaves out there is that usually the employees involved are punished severely. But in the context of this year, when there's been a tremendous surge of labor activity at firms such as John Deere, Kellogg, Kaiser Permanente, Hyde admits, I'm not sure we've seen this particular movie before. We have. We have seen this movie before. We know how it goes. Corporations double down, they strike break, they punish workers just like they did 100 years ago, just like they did in the 80s, just like they did in the 90s, just like they did in the 2000s, the 2010s, and now. It's the same old song and dance. The bosses will do anything to ensure that they continue making profits. Do you see now why I think it's important for us to have little segments like we did yesterday or on Monday where we talk about labor stuff? Do you see why? Does that make sense to you why I do that? Yeah. Isn't that very interesting? It's interesting how quickly everybody goes in support of the status quo that we know is doing the minimum possible already. Oh, I noticed one of my lights is off. That makes sense. Oh, that's gonna really brighten things up. There we go. Oh, there we go. That's much better. I hadn't noticed. It was so dark before. Now it's so much brighter. Same PR, theater, song, and dance. We've heard this a million times before. I told my management at my old job that I had PTSD and depression, and my job got 100% worse after. Yeah, funny how that works. Almost like they don't want to deal with anybody who they deem as an unprofitable inconvenience. Despite humans being humans, despite humans get sick. Humans have life events, but humans are very inconvenient for companies. You see? Very, very inconvenient. So they try to squish out anybody who's not convenient and then inevitably replace you with machines, because the ideal world of the capitalist is a world with one human remaining and everything else automated by machines. All complete capturing of all resources under the top of the pyramid. Interesting how that works, right? And that's something that I think is an interesting angle for us to discuss, and that we'll be discussing more in the future, is why we have a system that's not designed for humans, that is designed around an impossible goal: permanent growth, permanent profitability, permanent increase in efficiency, when that is literally not possible. Yeah, what about the free market, baby? It's simply not possible. It's not real. Yeah. In San Francisco, I passed dozens of billboards for HR app developers. There's billions to be made and carved out of what's left of labor. Well, people don't know about labor. America has found itself in a very strange place where we have a perfect union of corporate interests and state interests. They are in lockstep with each other. They are in perfect lockstep with one another. And it's kind of fucked, you know? It's kind of really fucked. And there was another thing I wanted to talk about in relation to this. a little tiny story I came across that I think you all will find very interesting. Let me just bring it up here real quick. You ready? Take a look at this. This is going to tie in real well to what I'm talking about here. Billionaire investor Nelson Peltz says he talks every week to Senator Joe Manchin, who is pushing to cut the Biden infrastructure agenda. Billionaire investor Nelson Peltz said Wednesday that he talks to Senator Joe Manchin every week, offering him words of encouragement as the conservative Democrat pushes to shrink the cost of Joe Biden's sprawling economic plan. Peltz, in a Wednesday interview, raved about how the West Virginia lawmaker is keeping our elected officials somewhere in the middle. Joe is the most important guy in D.C., maybe the most important guy in America today, said the billionaire investor, who added that he and Manchin have been friends for 10 years. I call him every week and I say, Joe, you're doing great. Stay tough, buddy. He's phenomenal, said Peltz, who founded the investment management firm Trian Partners. Manchin, along with fellow centrist Senator Kyrsten Sinema, has been working to cut programs and costs out of Joe Biden's so-called Build Back Better plan, which would spend hundreds of billions of dollars on social programs in the fight against climate change. The price tag for the plan had initially been set at $3.5 trillion, but is now pegged at $1.5 trillion to $1.9 trillion. Peltz's comments about his relationship with Manchin had gone largely unnoticed. He did not elaborate on the air about what he and Manchin discuss in depth. Representatives for both men either declined to comment or did not return a request. Peltz was previously a big supporter of President Donald Trump, which led to his Florida home being a venue for one of Donald Trump's 2020 re-election fundraisers. Tickets for the event went up to over $580,000 per couple and was expected to raise $10 million for Trump's then joint fundraising committee, which helped raise cash from the Republican National Committee. Peltz said he was sorry for voting for Trump in 2020 following the deadly January 6th riot. Oh. Data from the Center for Responsive Politics shows that Peltz contributed over $200,000 to the Republican National Committee. And remember, that's personally. We don't know what he did through shell organizations. Peltz has donated to Manchin in the past. He also wrote checks in the last election cycle to the Republican Senate campaigns of David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler. Do you remember Kelly Loeffler? Kelly Loeffler, the person who literally made money off of people dying from COVID by insider trading, who both lost their seats, thank God, in the Georgia runoff. Peltz also gave to the campaign of House Minority Whip Stephen Scalise, Republican. Peltz also contributed to a handful of moderate Democratic lawmakers and candidates, including Michelle Caruso Cabrera, who lost to Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and Representative Josh Gottheimer, who emerged as a key negotiator on talks on Capitol Hill. With a 50-50 split in the Senate, Manchin and Sinema are pivotal votes for Democrats. Both are targets of corporate influence and lobbying campaigns. Manchin, for instance, has been targeted by the influential libertarian-leaning Koch network. Manchin's political operations saw massive contributions in the third quarter, including checks from J.P. Morgan Chase, Duke Energy, Southern Nuclear Operating Company, UBS Americas, and PG&E. PG&E is the energy company, by the way, which is guilty of murder. Just so you know, we've talked about them many times. Manchin's re-election committee finished the third quarter raising over $1.5 million. Forbes estimates that Peltz's net worth is at $1.7 billion. He and Manchin appear to be in agreement on government spending and corporate tax policy. If he gets the sort of tax reductions we're talking about, we will wind up having more employment, more companies coming back to the United States. Trump and Republican lawmakers in 2017 did cut corporate taxes from 35% to 21% and curtailing individual rates, specifically for the wealthiest Americans. He wants another handout. Another motherfucking handout is what this guy wants. So you see what I'm talking about when I say that, like, money and politics in America are like this? That the labor movements in America have been completely undercut, and that what workers, the people who actually make all this shit happen, the people who actually make the world turn around, that those people have essentially no rights to organize anymore legally, that they've been legally boxed out of living a good life. Isn't it strange? Isn't it strange how that works? How the law keeps changing to make anyone else except for the richest people it literally illegal to live a good life. Sometimes illegal to exist at all. Very odd to me how that works. Very odd how the people currently holding up aid getting to people in America are being paid directly by the richest motherfuckers in this country. Very odd. It's so transparent that you almost can't believe that it happens. And yet it does. And it has. And it's gotten worse. And we've watched it get worse. And there just seems to be nothing we can do about it. You get Biden in office, you get Warnock in office, all these Democrats, they can't seem to do anything about it. So weird, isn't it? So weird how the Democrats are in charge now, and we're talking about the same exact things that we were talking about when Trump was in power. It's almost like what I said way back when, that Joe Biden was the least important part of all this. That Joe Biden was a placeholder so that we wouldn't have to deal with a more open fascist. And that if we don't fix the underlying problems, we are in big, big trouble. It's either I pay my PG&E bill or have no power. They've got you by the motherfucking balls. They've got you by the motherfucking balls. And guys, what happens? Not in the fun way, yeah. Guys, what happens when energy prices keep rising? What happens when climate change demands more expensive energy because we live in a free market system and then you can't afford power at your house anymore? What are you going to do? What are you going to do when energy starts to get more expensive than you can possibly budget for? Because guess what? Most of America is on a very tight budget. I don't know if you know this, but most Americans, the vast majority of Americans, have no fucking savings at all. Yeah, price wall apartheid. Very weird, isn't it? Yeah, what's a savings? And we build that dual power? Well, we better start fucking building, huh? Better start fucking building. Get another job, Lamau. Yeah, it's wild how this all works. Very, very interesting to me. Also, did you hear about this? Here's another thing. Did you hear about this? Here's another little article we're going to read together that continues on this same theme. You know, so we talked about Netflix. We talked about how the Netflix workers have next to no rights, and the only thing they can do is stage a walkout that Netflix doesn't even seem to care about, and Netflix can just openly and blatantly retaliate against the organizer of the walkout and just brush it off, and nobody will ask them a second question, and they'll just take their word for it. We've then talked about how Google, Apple, and Facebook workers have essentially, even though they are some of the most privileged workers in the nation, simply true, if you work for Apple, Google, or Facebook, you're doing pretty well for yourself, and you still have no power. That's how bad it's gotten. You have no labor power whatsoever. And then we talked about how the infrastructure plan that's supposed to make jobs, take care of people, make sure that people aren't dying from the pandemic, is being undercut by people, by Democrats who are currently funded by some of the richest people in this country directly, who are praising them. People who supported Donald Trump, who are close in hand with Donald Trump, are currently using their money, their vast wealth, to prevent reform from happening. Do you realize what I'm talking about here? They are preventing reform. There is no reform path. The reform does not come. You aren't the one who controls the institutions. They are. The rich people control the institutions. They make the rules in those institutions. You don't. You don't. And you want to know what happens when they get caught fucking up real bad? Like Facebook has been caught fucking up really, 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 really bad over and over and over again.
Well, you have all seen all those pictures of Zuckerberg at the trial.
Yeah, yeah. You want to know what Facebook does? They rebrand. Facebook is planning to rebrand the company with a new name. Mark Zuckerberg wants to be known for building the metaverse. Ah, yes. What a great idea. What a cool idea. Let's allow Mark Zuckerberg to further control the flow of data in the world, to further control thought in the world. And it's really funny. We're going to get into this article real quick, but I want you to think about what a step up in the manufacturing of consent social media is. Because we have literal hard evidence. You don't even have to be a remotely a conspiracy theorist to point out that we know for a fact that far-right propaganda flourishes on Facebook. They do nothing about it. They let it flow because guess what? They make money off of the far-right winning. Do we not remember the article that I reported on months ago talking about the oh God, why can't I think of it? The coup, the Myanmar coup, and how the Myanmar coup was largely was stowed on by Facebook constantly promoting far-right groups in Myanmar? Do you not remember that? I reported on this just a few months ago. Isn't that wild? And yet this guy, we're going to sit by and let this guy just control the internet? Listen, the internet is probably one of the most valuable inventions that humanity has ever come up with. It is the nervous system of an entire planet. Through the internet, we can communicate instantly from human to human, from culture to culture, from community to community, from nation to nation. But right now, the internet is almost entirely controlled by Google, Apple, Facebook, and Amazon. Google, Apple, Facebook, and Amazon. Almost every website is run by or supported by those four companies. And we have already seen what those companies push for. We've already seen what those companies support, haven't we? And now we see they want to expand. So let's look into this. Let's find out what he wants to do with it, huh? Facebook is planning to change its company name next week to reflect its focus on building the metaverse, according to a source with direct knowledge of the matter. The coming name change, which CEO Mark Zuckerberg plans to talk about at the company's annual Connect conference on October 28th, but could unveil sooner, is meant to signal the tech giant's ambition to be known for more than social media and all the ills that entails. The rebrand would likely position the Blue Facebook app as one of many products under a parent company overseeing groups like Instagram, WhatsApp, Oculus, and more. Instagram run by Facebook. WhatsApp run by Facebook. Just so you all know, WhatsApp is the primary messaging app for a huge percentage. I think like, what is it like? I wish I could, let me get the stats offhand. Does anybody have the stats for that? Let's see. How many users? 2 billion monthly active users on WhatsApp. Followed up by Facebook Messenger, also owned by Facebook at 1.3 billion, and WeChat, which I don't know who owns WeChat. Let's see, who's WeChat? WeChat is owned by Tencent. So Facebook, and Tencent own all of the communication, most of the communication around the world. A third of the world communicates on a Facebook, or more than a third of the world on a Facebook app. WeChat is basically Chinese government. Yeah. Facebook already has more than 10,000 employees building consumer hardware like AR glasses that Zuckerberg believes will eventually be as ubiquitous as smartphones. In July, he told The Verge that over the next several years, we will effectively transition from people seeing us as primarily being a social media company to being a metaverse company. A rebrand could also serve to further separate the futuristic work Zuckerberg is focused on, okay, you mean the dystopic work, from the intense scrutiny Facebook is currently under for the way its social platform operates. A former employee turned whistleblower, Frances Haugen, recently leaked a trove of damning internal documents to the Wall Street Journal and then testified about them before Congress. Antitrust regulators in the US and elsewhere are trying to break the company up, and public trust in Facebook in how Facebook does business is falling. Facebook isn't the first well-known tech company to change its name as its ambitions expand and as its controversies expand. In 2015, Google reorganized entirely under a company called Alphabet, partly to signal that it was no longer just a search engine, but a sprawling conglomerate with companies making driverless cars and health tech. And Snapchat rebranded to Snap Inc. In the same year it started, calling itself a camera company, and debuted its first pair of spectacle camera glasses. I'm told now that the new Facebook company name is a closely guarded secret within its walls and not known widely, even among the senior leadership. A possible name could have something to do with Horizon, the name of the still unreleased VR version of Facebook meets Roblox. Do we all remember what we just learned about Roblox? And the child slavery? Do we not, have we forgotten already about the Roblox child slavery, everyone? Aside from Zuckerberg's comments, Facebook has been steadily laying the groundwork for a greater focus on the next generation of technology. This past summer, it set up a dedicated metaverse team. More recently, it announced that the head of AR and VR, Andrew Bosworth, will be promoted to Chief Technology Officer. And just a couple of days ago, Facebook announced plans to hire 10,000 more employees to work on the metaverse in Europe. Imagine stealing from Neil Stephenson for your idea. Capitalism swallowing up even cyberpunk. So if history has taught us anything, that we are not the only people that went through a shitty situation like this one, knowing what you know about the history of similar times, what do you think is going to happen? First of all, we've never been through exactly a time like this one, because there's never been an internet in the past. There's never been an internet. There's never been a point on Earth where all of communication was controlled. It controlled and surveilled and shelled out for data like there is now. What do I think is likely to happen? Well, that's up for you all to decide. Because I have a theory about what happens when you are essentially blocked from taking any self-interested actions, when your life sucks and the law makes it so that you can't improve your life legally, even if it was morally, even if it's moral for you to improve your life, you can't, they'll punish you. What happens then? What starts happening when people's lives are miserable and the law says that they can't do anything to change it? Well, that's a question for another time. But I think some people have the answer. I think some people have the answer. And the reality is, the law is ignored. Some people may do that. Other people may bend further into the law. Yeah. Very weird times that we live in. Very, very strange times that we live in. And for some people who think that when justice is outlawed, the just must become the outlaws. VO for the trailer for that shitty Zorro movie. Maybe some wisdom in there. I just hope the Zuckverse is going to flop. It won't. Do you want to know why it's not going to flop? For the same reason that Facebook didn't flop. Because there's nobody else. They have all the money. There is no alternative. You don't get to have a better Facebook because Facebook makes sure there is no better Facebook. Facebook is a multi-billion-dollar company. They buy out their competitors. They buy up the talent of their competitors. They choke out anyone who could ever possibly compete with them. So does Google. So does Amazon. So does Apple. We find ourselves in a very weird position, don't we? Where all of our information is fed to us completely through social media. our social connections to other people have been completely broken down. We've talked about this over and over again, how the public spaces do not exist, how increasingly more people every year connect with people only through social media. And we don't have ways to easily connect with each other outside of that. Imagine a Radio Mama. I used to do Radio Mama, but we can't anymore because I have a stream on YouTube and DMCA is a bitch. Facebook monopoly. It's going to be bad. We know how the ad situation went, right? Like, we've seen the jokes about all the ad situation on the internet, right? Yeah, I used to do Radio Mama. It was fun. Back when I was on Twitch, we would listen to music together and talk about it. I haven't done it in a long time because, you know, that's how it goes. But yeah. I don't know. We're in a weird space. And the thing is, how do you even address it? It's really hard, isn't it? It's hard to think of how you actually address the fact that our entire internet infrastructure is almost exclusively run by like 4 companies, all of whom agree on everything politically. They do. They agree on everything politically. All of them push for tax reductions on the rich. All of them push for lower corporate taxes. All of them push for worse labor laws. All of them push against things like universal health care, which would increase their tax burden. Yeah, very weird. Puts us in a weird position, right? Yeah, that's true. I know. I remember that, Rhodes. And of course, yeah, and then of course we have the payment processors. The payment processors who have a lot of ties to those exact same companies. Why do we address the monopolies online by their customers, their workers, or in reality? Locally, state and federal aren't going to happen yet. No, state and federal are never going to happen. It is never going to happen. You will never win against these people on a state and federal level. You might have small victories. You might be able to pull off small legal victories, but you will never win on those fronts. It is unwinnable. You can't compete with people who, you can't compete with people who have already captured all of the institutions. They have. The post office is still run by Louis DeJoy, a guy who openly sabotaged the mail, who is currently still sabotaging the mail. Mail delivery is getting slower in the United States because of deliberate funding choices, because of budget cuts. They cut Cobra. They're cutting down the Build Back Better plan, and it's not even half of what it once was. We have to think bigger. We have to think more, we have to think more like the rats in the walls that we are. Because anybody who's not working for Apple, Google, Facebook, Amazon directly is a rat in the wall. I'm pretty sure that one of the defining aspects of totalitarianism is a monopoly on communications. I know it's for companies, but if they all share the same politics, I think it's safe to say we're partially living in a dystopia. We are in a dystopia. Internet engineers have been pushing the internet to do IPv6 for decades. It will fix a lot of the problems with corporate control, but it's been going slowly. Could the conversation with Doe about the accessibility of anarchy be meshed with this conversation? Absolutely. Of course it could be. Of course it could. We are so in a dystopia. We've been in a dystopia. I talk about this all the time. We live in a dystopia. Nobody has money. We can't do anything. Do you know how hard it is to make a living right now? You all who are suffering out there, who are struggling with this shit, you're not fucking alone. And guess what? There's people worse off than you. A lot of them. A lot of people worse off than you. But the one thing we all have in common is that we're all getting fucked by Facebook and Google and Apple and Amazon. Yeah, exactly. Interesting how that works too, Rhodes. The new iPhone has a bunch of features to make it so if you place any part of it, the thing glitches, breaks. And they've been doing that for a while. Right to repair is in shambles in the United States. It's not just a matter of privacy. And this is an interesting thing. It's not just a matter of privacy. Because here's the thing. Okay, let me see if I can draw something real quick. Let me draw something real quick. Okay? Okay? Hold on a second. Let me get my little drawing thing up here. I want to draw you something and explain why it's not just about privacy, why this has to be a bigger question. Individual people, it's great to improve your privacy online, but this isn't just a privacy thing, okay? Okay, and I'm going to explain why, okay? Here we go. Here we go. Okay? Let's do this. Paint stream. I love it. Okay? So, we got Facebook, okay? Okay? So Facebook has all kinds of data. They're collecting data off of all of their users. So we'll just put little brackets here to show that they're collecting data streams from all of their users. And you'll notice, so let's say you got a whole bunch of Facebook users here. Here's people, you know, maybe talking to their family or whatever, blah, 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 et cetera, et cetera. And all of these people are getting their data is going up. Here, we're going to get a little tiny one. We'll get some green for the data. Here we go. Their data is going up this way. And they're knowing all of this shit. They're knowing all these details about these people's lives. Now, there's two aspects to this. Okay? There's two aspects to this that we can talk about. The first aspect is about the individual. So, let's go back to the blue. And we'll upsize this just a tiny, tiny bit. And we're going to talk about this individual. We're taking this individual right here, and we're going to talk about them, okay? So, this person generates metadata. Metadata is super interesting. It's all kinds of information about what they like, what they click on, what they do. Much of it is anonymized. But who cares? Because what they don't need to know about you, your name being John, or whatever, or they don't need to know that you're, MTF or whatever, or FTM rather, that you're FTM. They don't need to know any of that. They don't care about you. They care about the shape of your data. They're casting you. You see what I mean? What they're doing by collecting all your data is they're getting the shape of you. They don't care about you personally. So you go private, they don't give a shit. They care about getting an idea of people. And then they can guide people to make product choices by feeding ads to similar people. It doesn't matter about the individual. You are being ignored as an individual. These companies don't care about you as an individual. If they cared about you, they would want to hear what you have to say. They would want to know what you were doing, but they're not. You are data to them. They just want to get a cast of you. Do you get that? They just want to put you in a little mold and get the idea of what you are so they can sell products to you and people like you. So that's the first aspect of this, okay? Here's this guy, and you've got the shape of John. It doesn't matter. Even if you get little details wrong, who cares? It's about getting the information so that they can predict what people that think like you will do. They don't care about you. You could die for all they care. You could die. But once they get the shape of you and everyone you know, they know how to manipulate everybody. Once they get the shape of you. Now, of course, we can laugh at this and we can point out that, like, we can laugh and be like, they do a bad job at it. Because they do a bad job at it. That's part of the problem. They are boomers as fuck. But guess what? Isn't it weird? Isn't it weird that you end up having to deal with the boomerisms? Do you guys remember? Here's an example of this. Here's an example of this. A solid example of this. Okay, are you ready? Do you remember when all of those like internet newsletters and shit like that went under? Do you remember when the internet made the switch to video and all of a sudden, instead of articles, you were getting video? You would be linked an article and it would go to a video and there would be ads all over the place and there was the auto playing videos and everything was video focused. Do you remember that? Who remembers that? Somebody, I know you guys know this was the thing. Like, this was like within the last few years. Like, Gawker went under. All these different companies went under. Tons of company went under. So many, all the writers, by the way, I was a writer during this, and writer jobs went in the trash. So many writers became bankrupt during that time because everything went to video. Nobody wanted blogs anymore. Nobody wanted articles for newspapers anymore. They wanted videos. So all of these companies closed down their writing branches and opened up video branches. You got the Polygon videos. You get the Try Guys, all these different things. And those individuals aren't so bad or whatever, but it was a switch to video. And it was based off of, get this, Facebook's data. That entire switch was based off of Facebook's data. But guess what? Facebook fudged the data. You want to know why they fudged the data? Because they were pushing for video. So they got all this data and they said, oh, people love videos. Look at how many people are watching on YouTube. And then they made a few tweaks here and there. They framed it effectively and they sold it to every other company in the United States that video was the next big thing. And they made millions. And it destroyed writing on the internet. Is that real? Look it up. Why did Facebook want to push video? Because, well, multiple companies wanted to push video. Google and Facebook wanted to push video, but Facebook was one of the biggest ones. And it was because it's really good engagement and video advertisements sell really well. That's the reason why. Video advertisements are great. If you have to watch a video advertisement, that's like forcing people, thousands, millions of people on the internets to watch videos for ads all the time. And boy, oh boy, did they make a lot of money off of it. So much money. Yeah, as Saberflote says, video ads are like 10 times the revenue. Used to be. They're not anymore. You want to know why? Because it turns out people hate video. People like video for some things, but they also like to read shit. How many times have you tried to go and find like this is a small and goofy example, but how many times have you gone to go and try and find a like text walkthrough of a game, but the only thing you can find are videos? Isn't that fucking annoying? That's the truth across almost every platform now. There's like nothing. You can't find articles anymore. It's all videos. Still, even though we now know that video isn't as lucrative as it was. So, that's the first part, is that these companies don't care about you. They care about getting the shape of your data so that they can meld what is available to you and everyone else in the most profitable manner possible. They want to collect the data on you and people like you so they can get you to buy their thing. But you only have a choice from so many options. The options that, interestingly and increasingly, they offer to you. So, for example, you know, Facebook, well, everybody wants VR and AR, right? Right? No. But you will, because that's the only thing you're going to be able to watch. There's going to be, watch it, over the coming years when this metaverse shit happens, everybody's going to get pressure to go and download the new VR stuff. You're going to need to get the VR thing if you want to play your new games, because all of them have VR features that you can't have. It's already happening now. It's already coming. VR and AR is cool. So is video. But it's not it's not universal. Doe says, me searching how to fix this problem on my computer and Big Booba 99 makes me watch his video for the answer with an ad at the beginning and a 1.5-minute intro before he finally tells me to clear my cache and cookies. Yes. Now, I could go into how the video, yes, Doe. I could go into how, because I used to do this work for a little while. I could go into how video advertising and advertising in general is already a bubble, because it is. But notice that they gather data on you, and then they decide on products, and then you get to buy that product or not. Notice how that is. What we call this is part of the process of manufacturing consent. It is a lie of omission. They tell you there is no other option because the only option that has ever been created, and they've been made sure of it, is their option. Or maybe the competitor that they've invested in and have friends at, if they have to, if the law makes them, which has happened on multiple occasions, by the way. It's a regular thing, just so you know. Let's not get too far off the topic, okay? Let's go back to the other part of this, okay? So we see our drawing here with all the little streams of data. Well, what happens if you decide that you don't want to be on Facebook anymore? Okay? So here's you and all your friends, and you decide you don't want to be on Facebook. So here you go. You unplug. But guess what? There's two things that happen. One, the shape of you still remains because all of your associates are here, and there's other ways for them to get data on you because Facebook buys data from other websites. So say you don't go on Facebook. Well, they might be getting data on you from Twitter, or they might be getting data on you from Google or from your iPhone or whatever. It doesn't matter. Maybe it comes from over here. Who cares? They will find that you are absent here. They know that you're here. They know that you're missing. They know the shape of you. They know who you're connected to. And they know that you're missing. And now is where it gets really weird. Because what happens to people who do something very different? What happens when everybody uses Facebook? Why wouldn't you use Facebook? It's such a great invention. It's changed the world. Why wouldn't you use Facebook? Well, all of a sudden, you become a weirdo. You see? You're a weirdo. Oh, no. And what do we know about weirdos except that you stand out? Because you're not on Facebook anymore. And they know you're not on Facebook. Well, why the hell aren't you on Facebook? Now we got to find out why you're not on Facebook. And then they got to find the shape of you. And what happens? What happens if they decide that people who aren't on Facebook aren't good? This is an issue with DNA as well, says Gayfish. The Golden State Killer was found despite his DNA not being on file because DNA ancestry sites shared their information with law enforcement and they could find him from fourth cousins he'd never met. Right now, it's only allowed for murder and rape, but the metadata is there. The techniques are there. Yes. 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 Yep. Doesn't Facebook employ shadow profiles even if you've never been on the site? Yes, they do. This is what I'm talking about. Yes, they do. But here's the thing. Do you want to know? Wait, listen, hold on. This is where it's going to get a little scary and you guys might think, oh, Demon Mama, you're being paranoid. You're being paranoid. Listen to me very closely, okay? Listen to me very closely, okay? The government is very, very involved in watching out for abnormal behavior, okay? Very, 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 very interested in people who are different. Do you remember when Donald Trump was trying to get Antifa as a terrorist group? Do you know what they do to terrorists, to people who are labeled terrorists? We're going to watch a video after this that I really want to react to that will tell you exactly what I'm talking about. And if you all will bear with me, I promise you, this will all click together to what I'm talking about. So, what happens if the government decides, you know, it's kind of antisocial for someone to withdraw from social media. Social media is this incredible gift that lets us connect to each other. So if they're withdrawing from social media, isn't that a bit of a sign of antisocial behavior? What if that person is involved in some unseemly activities? And all of a sudden, anybody who doesn't participate in these systems becomes an implicit suspect. Why are you stepping out of line? Why are you so afraid? What do you have to hide? Do we all remember what the justification for the Patriot Act was? Do we all remember what the justification was? If you've got nothing to hide, you've got nothing to be afraid of. If you're trying to hide things, what are you trying to hide? What are you trying to hide when you step off of Twitter? What are you trying to hide when you step off of Facebook? What is it? Why are you so reluctant to participate in these wonderful things? Uh-oh. And we already know this is done. We already know that corporations and the government keep track of why people participate, of people who don't participate in social media, people who do participate in social media, and that you can single yourself out by not participating in social media. So this is why the answer of, oh, just install Tor or just buy a VPN isn't the right answer. You can't, that is not the answer. We have to acknowledge that we have been built into a functionally digital social prison. And we have to start poking to find out what the structure of that looks like. So what do we know? Well, we know a lot. It's just very complicated, you see. That's where this conversation gets really complicated. And that's why my job is to make, 85-2D Derek says the NSA already targets everyone who uses Tor for special surveillance. Of course they do. So here's where your part happens. Here we go. Doe says, the major part of the apparatus is the norm. The apparatus incorporates what is compatible with the norm by the simple act of not distinguishing it, leaving it immersed in the anonymous mass bearing the attribution normal. The minor part in the apparatus is thus the abnormal. That's what the apparatus brings into existence, singularizes, isolates, recognizes, distinguishes, and then reincorporates, but as unincorporated, as separate, as differentiated from the rest of the phenomena. Excellent quote. And think about how that applies to what I was just talking about. You see? Here's the norm. It's normal for everybody to use Facebook. And you never really had a choice in Facebook becoming popular. You might not have even liked Facebook, but all your friends were on it, and they knew you weren't on it anyway. So you started using Facebook, and now everybody's using Facebook. And now if you try to get out of Facebook, you're outside of the norm. But guess what? You have been put in a different box. You didn't leave the norm. You stepped into the red box from the blue box. That's what I'm explaining right now, Mixed Dizzy. Listen closely. Facebook built a big blue box, and with the help of the government and a whole bunch of other stuff, because you know Facebook's gotten all kinds of grants and shit over time, Facebook's been supported and heralded in by everybody. Just fucking, oh my God, the political moves that Facebook has used is unbelievable. So they built their big blue box, and everybody had to get in it or was pressured to get in it, or maybe they thought it was cool and you could get in it, and that's fine. And they built the blue box, okay? And you think you can leave the blue box? Yeah, Cambridge Analytica. Let's not even get into Cambridge Analytica yet, okay? So they built the blue box, but they also built the red box. So they give you the option to leave into the red box where you are similarly surveilled. Does that make sense? Now I think I've explained the quote pretty well. The part of the apparatus is this established norm, the norm of being on social media, the norm of being on Facebook, such that if you step out of Facebook, you are no longer a part of the norm, but you've stepped into a norm that they also control. Yes, exactly, Gayfesh. The Matrix literally talks about this, that Zion was built by the Matrix. As a way to channel off the energies of the people who resisted. Striped Kidder. Ooh, this is super interesting from Striped Kidder. Striped Kidder says, I told my friend I wanted my Facebook to be deactivated upon my death, and she said it was selfish because people were going to use it for a memorial, and now I'm in a bigger dilemma because she's kind of right. Deleting that is like burning my photos and writings. So how could I destroy things that people may find dear to them? Isn't it interesting how more and more of our lives, more and more of the things that we would have, you know, physical copies of or personalized digital copies. Not that digital is bad. Digital can be very, very useful. Isn't it interesting that that is a real problem that that we cross? Here we go. A better description of Facebook from Niztastic. It was made for me. This is my hole. Yes. 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 Now, there's a whole lot that could be said about this. Okay? A whole lot that we could say about this. Because a lot of people's first instinct is going to be, fuck, I want to delete my Facebook. But as we've determined, as we've already talked about here, that doesn't exactly work. Yeah, casual reminder that the people are pulled to death. Well, they're not. They're shaped into something else. That's even more so. In the original comic, the people are pulled, they're drawn into the hole. And they go in, they keep going on their own will. They push themselves through the hole, even though the hole reshapes them into strange monsters. Just like Facebook reshapes us. So then I have to add, then of course the question becomes, well, what do we do about it? Well, that's a very difficult question. What do you do when you found that you've been reshaped by essentially universal systems that you had no say in constructing? New internet 2. I think what we have to do first is start to understand the reality of the space that we are in. Before we can change or anything, we have to look and find out what it is, what the situation we're actually in is. And this type of conversation is exactly what we're doing there. I'm pointing out the dire straits that we are in because most of our society is predicated on putting this shit out of mind. Don't think about it. Don't think about any of it. Don't think about the questions. Don't talk to other people about the questions you have because that will make you a cuckoo. The explosion of things like QAnon is a great example of the way Facebook shapes and distorts people. Yes, QAnon is perfect in the Facebook age because it takes people's genuine frustrations and channels it into a deranged direction that ultimately benefits Facebook. We find ourselves in some strange situations with regard to all of this, don't we? And there's been people who've talked about it. I've read a couple of books about this, but I don't even think I have all the answers. I think though that for us right here today talking, the step that we are on right now is surveying. If you were in a prison, if you woke up in a prison, right? Say let's put ourselves in a fantasy situation. Put ourselves in a fantasy situation, okay? You're in a prison. You wake up in a prison and you didn't really know you were there and it kind of seemed familiar, but you realize, Jesus Christ, I'm kind of locked in here, aren't I? Would not the first step be to take stock of your surroundings, to find what vulnerabilities exist, to find what ways that you can self-determine? I didn't, International T-Bone. White Nervosa and others like her are in a small way fighting against the Facebookization of the internet. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. There's a reason why we have our own chat. And it's not perfect. We ultimately still have to rely on YouTube in the end. But yes. Good Faith Actor says, I saw a stat that despite the majority of FB users being outside of the US and Canada, most of their content moderation occurs within the US and Canada. So our countries are flooded with even more misinformation. Yeah, exactly. Yes. Yes, precisely. So 18 gets you out of the prison? Unfortunately, no. Now, if for each individual person who helps you escape, you get to add a +4 to your escape artistry check. So you got to find a way to connect with those other people. Each person who helps you with the escape increases your chances of escape. Hello, Lady Hopium. So that's the first start. But the first thing... Oh, go ahead, Windleby. Shoot it to me. Shoot it to me. We need a D&D night on the Discord at some point, maybe. I seduced the guard. Hey, that's not a bad option. Have you all watched the Industry Baby, by the way? Every time I see DM, I think dark matter. I am happy to spend more time here. Well, yes. I am comprised of dark matter. Many people oppose me, and I cause explosions that when people come in contact with me. All right, let me read this little anecdote I was just sent. I'm one of those nuts who has always used a fake name and profile for social media, even though I made a Facebook in 2007. However, I saw some thread a couple years ago that was showcasing a soft dox of some members of a hate group, which led to a social credit type site. Had their name, birthday, employers, addresses, and names of people they lived near. So I started searching around one of my old addresses, and I eventually came up with what was basically my profile. The first name was wrong, and the birthday was wrong, but it had my mother and one of my older neighbors as known associates. I later learned that this site was used by realtors and credit agencies. Very eye-opening, seeing it for myself firsthand. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, there's some of that in there, Gay Fesh. Yeah. It's one of my favorite songs right now. I also read, actually, we didn't even cover it. I was going to cover this earlier on in the week. You want to know? You want me to dump a little more fucking, more fucking darkness onto here? I stumbled on that a little bit. Let me show you. Let me dump a little more darkness onto this stream. You want to see? You want to see? Hold on. Let me get this thing. I didn't get to cover it earlier in the week because we were busy, but I wanted to talk about it. I got it here. Hold on. Give me a second. Hold on a second. Let me find where it was. Oh, that's an interesting one we didn't talk about either. Let me get it. Hold on. I'll find it here. I know I've got it in here somewhere. Here we go. This is from ProPublica, an investigative journalist outlet that I find to be very reliable and enjoyable. They talk about public interest, and they do pretty stellar reporting in general. Not perfect, but pretty stellar. Okay? Landlords use secret algorithms to screen potential tenants. Find out what they've said about you. When you apply for housing, some screening companies plug your personal details into algorithms and rate you as a potential tenant. These scores can have a huge impact on your life when you're trying to get approved for an apartment. If you've ever applied to rent a home or an apartment, you may have a tenant score. Tenant scores are different from your credit score. Tenant screening companies plug your personal details into secret algorithms and rate you as a potential tenant. These scores can have a huge impact on your life when you're trying to get approved for an apartment. Unlike with credit scores, federal regulators do not review the tenant scoring models or algorithms because it exists on a frontier in a legal gray zone. There is little guidance available on how to improve your score. It's not even easy to find out whether a company has given you a score at all. My former apartment building used a tenant screening company called Leasing Desk, so I requested to see my file through Leasing Desk's website. 5 days later, a one-page report showed up in my inbox. It contained a surprising amount of details about me, with everything from my previous address at a house where I sublet a room one summer in college 20 years ago to a $100 late fee I paid in 2018. I had no evictions or criminal history, but the report was full of information that could hurt my ability to negotiate a lower rent price if this had been shared with future landlords. However, the report did not show my tenant score. When I called Leasing Desk, a customer service rep told me the company deletes all scores 60 days after a screening. Totally. But the consumer lawyers we spoke with for this project expressed doubts my score had actually been deleted, saying they had requested and seen much older tenant scores and reports during lawsuits against Leasing Desk's parent company, RealPage. I decided to keep trying and sent Leasing Desk another request for my score via certified letter. In an August 27th email, the company assigned me my request a case number but gave no hints about when I might get a response. Tenant scores affect a lot of people, and that's why we're reporting on it. We would appreciate hearing about your experiences too. So it sounds like they never even got the answer. Do I have a tenant score? Maybe. Many tenants are unaware they have been rated by a tenant screening company. Depending on the laws of your state, your landlord may not be required to share your score or your screening report unless you are denied housing. How do these scores affect me? Landlords may use tenant scores to decide whether to rent to you or how much to charge you for a security deposit. We have heard from tenants who say scores have impacted their ability to find housing altogether. Other renters have reported being denied apartments or asking to pay double in security deposits because of their tenant scores. So you can now see what I'm talking about. Are you hearing what I'm talking about? Do we understand what I'm saying? How they just need the shape of you? They don't actually care about you, your name. They care about molding your behaviors and being able to control for the people who are problematic. And who knows what might be problematic? Being queer is seen as problematic by Facebook, TikTok, and Google in the past. Technocratic market Stalinism, baby. Yup. Absurd. So let me get this straight. We are in a web which shapes everything in our lives, makes everyone miserable, and there's literally no way of stopping it because everyone with power has interest in conserving it, and the web itself is so integral to our existence that we can't even get away with it without making us and everyone around us miserable. Wrong. Incorrect. Incorrect. You're right about a lot of it, but you're wrong about the end. The idea that we cannot do anything about it is not true. They want you to think that you cannot do anything about it, that they are watching every vulnerability, that they are watching every path. They want you to think there is no other option, but there is. Some of them have not been discovered yet. Some vulnerabilities we haven't found yet. We can do very little. Individually, we can do very little. Individually, we can do very, very little. But what happens if we start replacing social media with actual socializing? What if we, instead of removing ourselves from social media and just disappearing and becoming a red flag person, what if instead we use social media to connect with one another, to care for one another, to build communities outside of the internet, which together we can begin to construct our own things? Think about this. Here's an example. What happens if you and a bunch of your buddies get together, pitch together money, and build your own media survey? Or server, sorry, survey, not server, not survey. All of a sudden, you've stepped out of the Netflix, you've stepped out of all of the other things that they need, and you've got your own media that you and your community control. You're fighting trillion-dollar companies. Yes, we're not talking about rebuilding Facebook. We're not talking about rebuilding YouTube. We're talking about building new things. New things that don't look like the old things, that aren't the old things. Because part of the reason we're here right now is because of the way that the old things were structured. Because they had a focus on pushing people into DRM, pushing people into digital media that you don't control. We need to treat the internet like a tool. What are your thoughts on alternative social media services that aren't explicitly alt-right, like Odyssey and Mastodon? Some of these have potential. There are some people who have sort of pulled off small projects that have been really good. Mastodon seems really cool. It has some problems, whatever. But I don't know that we really, like, at least for me, my concern isn't about creating the Twitter alternative. My goal is to make Twitter less important. To build stuff IRL, to build connections IRL that no longer require me to rely on all of social media. To build actual social spaces. To build actual connections. Pathways by which we can help each other. Friends who can give each other money in times of need or pick each other up or do whatever they need. The goal is about, okay, I'm just going to say it outright. Destitution. Have you ever heard of the term? You can do that now? And many of us are. And many of us are. But it's not that easy. It's not that easy to just up and go. The term destitution is very interesting. Destitution is a term that is used politically by some modern writers. Some of you may know who I'm talking about. It is a term that refers to basically undoing the power that underlies these structures. If you are destituting a Facebook, it means that you are removing their ability to use the power they have as leverage. It's not about replacing Facebook. It's not about swinging a government takeover of Facebook. It's about removing the need for Facebook, destituting them. They can't sell you ads if nobody cares at all altogether about Facebook. Or if they only use it for 5 minutes to send a message back and forth. They want you on Facebook 24 hours, just like Twitter. Twitter wants you on Twitter 24 hours a day, always consuming ads constantly. But guess what? If you were able to inspire a large amount of people to stop connecting only via Twitter or to connect minorly via Twitter, they can't sustain Twitter anymore. They can't pay to maintain the surveillance because these things are expensive. I've talked about this many times, how when you are caught up in a fascistic imperial machine, you have to gum up the gears. You have to gum up the gears. Yes, dual power is another way of putting it. That's a little more popular with the Marxist-Leninist types. Same basic concept with some different things. The idea of destitution is about removing the power by means of outmaneuvering. And it's not easy. I mean, it might not even be possible. It is possible. That seems far-fetched for now, mostly because people want convenience. Well, guess what? As I've said many times, shit's changing. More and more people are getting locked out of these things, getting forced off into little tiny corners. You're getting squeezed out of, you don't got money, you're getting squeezed out of the housing market. Soon your tenant score won't be high enough. And guess what? You're going to have to go live in a house with 8 other people so you can share the rent. Or you're going to have to become homeless. Or you're going to have to live in your car. More and more people. This is happening right motherfucking now. I literally live in a condo with 8 people right now. I used to live in a house with 13 people. Yeah, but that's the real world? What? I don't know what you're talking about. This is all the real world. When machines began robbing French laborers of their means of livelihood, they would fling their wooden shoes into the gearworks. Yeah. Yeah, this sounds like some commie shit. Yeah, it does. Sounds like some fucking commie shit. What the fuck is going on in this thread? What the fuck is going on in this stream? Some of you are sitting here and it's not hit you yet. You haven't felt it yet. You haven't felt the collapse, to use a shocking term. You haven't felt it yet. You haven't felt PG&E cutting off your power for weeks at a time like I have. You haven't felt Katrina like others have. You haven't felt the fires and the flooding. You haven't felt the pain of the pandemic to the same degree as some of the people who've died or who've been left out of jobs. But a lot of people have. And those people suddenly find themselves without internet. Those people suddenly find themselves completely at the mercy of the police and of corporations that could promise to give them some work. And those people will do anything. And that that group of people is growing rapidly. All of you people who think that you're safe and comfortable right now, that's changing. Wealth, have we looked at the stats for the change in wealth inequality over the last 2 years? As it turns out, a plague. You know, it's funny. People have talked about accelerationism and stuff, and I like to joke that you don't need accelerationists for things to accelerate. You don't need accelerationists for things to accelerate, because guess what? A plague just came in and dropped a giant cinder block onto the fucking gas pedal. You know, plagues are fucked, guys. Amazon bought up half the world while we were in quarantine. Walmart bought up the other half of the world while we were in quarantine. So we got to start thinking. We have to start thinking and we have to start connecting. I don't believe in accelerationism, but the shit is accelerating anyway. Yup. Bill Gates buying up farmland. Oh, they're all doing that shit. Isn't it interesting if you watch these moves of what they're doing? And there's really only one way. There's only one way that we start the process of resisting this, which is to make these things not worthwhile. Remember how I talked about how the government isn't coming to help you? How the pandemic aid isn't coming and it still hasn't come? Do you guys remember when like 4 or 5 months ago or whatever it was? I don't even remember. It was like May or something. We did that stream where I rated where we talked about how they got the Biden package through the House and everybody was really excited about it. Do we remember that? Does anybody remember that shit? It was a long time ago. We're still arguing right now. Right now, months later, that bill is still fucking sitting in the Senate. And that is needed aid. People are dying at massive rates in America. People are out of jobs. People are running out of money. They're going homeless. And we were celebrating that it made it through the House because you got to celebrate the small things. But it's still fucking locked up. But outside of that, there are people who don't have food money. There are people who don't have transportation. There are people who don't have medical care. Right now, still. And there have been increasing numbers as the entire time as they do this fucking rigmarole, which, as we all know, is bankrolled as the article we just read about Joe Manchin being bankrolled by finance capital. We cannot afford a do-nothing way of life anymore. We cannot afford to withdraw from connection. We cannot afford to just watch the gears of electoralism constantly turning. We don't have the time for that. We don't have... You don't want that world. I'm telling you, you don't want that world. That world is like this world, but 10 times worse. It's a world that will leave most of us fucking to climate change. Baby Boy says, so what you're saying is, since the internet is getting less and less affordable, we can take advantage of that by making our own shit, like communal housing and shit. Yeah, that's one thing. You could talk about communal housing. You could talk about intranets, local media sharing nets. And local isn't the only answer either. There are other solutions to build basically private, smaller intranets, which have their limitations, but they also answer other things. I want you to think about this. Here's a real thing. I'm going to read Capo's comment in just a second, but I want you to think about something. What happens if the internet doesn't go away? Like, what happens if climate change gets worse and the internet doesn't go away, but you can't afford it anymore? What would you do if one day you just couldn't get on the internet anymore? You ever watch the movie Parasite? That happens in Parasite. If you watch the movie Parasite, they lose their free Wi-Fi, and then they only can use the internet while crouching on the toilet up in the corner of their house. You remember that in that movie? Anybody seen that movie?
They needed the internet to find a job.
Yeah, they needed the internet to find a job, so the only solution they had was to steal from the neighbors by it's literally the first 5 minutes of the movie. It's literally the opening scene of the movie. Is they go and they have to climb up onto the top of their toilet, which is on a windowsill, and try and get an internet connection so they can try and apply to a job that pays them not enough to buy internet. There's a future, a potential future in which you and everyone you know is no longer connected to the internet because you're not allowed to afford it anymore. What are you going to do then? What happens if that day comes? What are you going to do about it? Like you personally. And you don't have to answer in chat necessarily. You can if you want to. But I want you to think about it. How would you ensure that you were connected with the people you love? How would you ensure that you find information? Because the reality is, more and more, that people basically do anything they can to maintain connection to the internet. They will leave their house. They will go and live in a car so that they can afford a phone that they can connect to the internet with. They will live in a public library so they can maintain those social connections, which the social connections have all been moved onto social media, and you get further marginalized. There has to be better solutions. There has to be better solutions. Capo says, as someone for whom like pretty much all of my friends are online friends, the thought of losing the internet is terrifying. It would be so isolating. Watch the trends. Watch where the trends in internet cost, internet accessibility are going. And also how many services have premium versions now, where you get the free version where they steal even more data from you. But if you got the money, you can pay for the nicer version. Your boy Shamoy says, honestly, I wouldn't do anything. I just keep working. I don't have any meaningful social connections, and I really want to die. That day, I feel, is coming soon. It better fucking not. Do not motherfucking die. Rule 1. Do not motherfucking die. Do not fucking die. That is rule number 1. And there's a reason for that. Connect. There are people here who can connect with you. You can connect in many places. Seek out connection. I'm going to show you something. There's a game I want to talk about at some point. You know? Let me show you. Let me show you something. Okay, hold on. Hold on, careful everybody. I'm going to bring a sexy image up. Okay? Careful. Be careful. It's going to be a sexy image and I'm going to need you to contain yourselves for just a few minutes, okay? Let me find this damn image, the one I'm looking for. And you're going to lose it. You're going to lose your shit. Hold on. Where's this one? Wow. Hold on a second. Where's a good one? I need a good one. Hold on, let me get this one. I gotta find the correct one. The correct image of the correct size. Pardon me, I didn't have this particular thing prepared. Here we go. This is a good one. Yeah, here we go. Prepare yourselves, okay? Behold! Behold! Sam Porter Bridges, aka Norman Reedus. This is from a game called Death Stranding, a game I love very, very much and will do a review of. I want you to notice something. Do you see these marks on his body? Do you see these handprints on his body? Everyone, observe the handprints. They're not tattoos. They're scars, okay? These are scars. Norman in the game has a rare condition where he has an allergic reaction to other people's touch. And it leaves him with scars on his hands from the pain of connecting and touching other people. And this is, of course, metaphor. All good metaphors have things to say about the world. But do you know what happens at the end? I don't want to spoil anything. All I'm going to say is that in this, the idea of touching other people and touching one another, hurting one another, is a huge part of this story. And we live in a time where an increasing amount of people are terrified to connect with one another. That it hurts. It can hurt to connect with other people. It can hurt a lot. It can hurt to get close to others. It can hurt to trust others. Sometimes it's completely legitimate. Other times you just don't know. But it does hurt to connect with other humans. But the world that Norman lives in is a horrific dystopia where every person is only connected by the internet. That is literally the situation of things in Death Stranding. Everyone lives in bunkers that are connected to the chiral net. And the chiral net, listen up, the chiral network is a powerful tool that is also destroying the world. The chiral net summons BTs, beach things, which try to kill humans. Isn't that strange? That the internet can be, the chiral net can be both our salvation and our damnation, depending on how it is used and structured. And right now, we're all in the little bunkers, and we're all allergic to touch. We are allergic to being touched by and touching others. We get handprints on us. It hurts. We get scared of the connections we make with others. And we spend all our time only connecting through the internet. But there are better ways to do that. We can use the internet to help us. Take a look at this chat right now even. From this chat, I now know that a lot of you are connected to one another. And keep in mind that my show is the tiniest grain of this. All I can do through this show, really, because this show is embedded in that chiral net. It is embedded in all of the ads and all of the bullshit. It's a tiny grain, is that I can point out this shit to you all. And I can encourage you to overcome the fear of connection. To overcome the structure that you've been put into. Now, I wanted to read a comment by Capo that was up above. Let me see if I can get it. Capo said, if you want to read something really fucking horrifyingly troubling, this guy gave a keynote to a very exclusive event for some major financial execs, and they are literally asking questions about how to keep their bodyguards loyal after the collapse they're causing so they can hide in their bunkers. It's fucking nuts. They know that they're destroying the world. They do not care. They just want to be sure they stay powerful and comfortable until they die. Here we go. Why don't we take a listen to this? Oh yeah, you know what? Let me show you a little picture real quick before we listen to this, because that sounds like a really interesting listen. I mean, even your videos have ads. Yes, they do. I don't have a choice in that. I turn off monetization. Well, okay, on my videos they do, but there's nothing I can do about that. I'm stuck in it. The only hope that we have is to destitute the structures that imprison us. Let me show you something real quick. Let me show you something. Y'all remember this photo that was going around on social media? You guys remember this shit? Hold on, where did it go? Yeah, here we go. I'm sure you will remember this right away. Remember this thing? Yeah. This sort of images tells you the mindset of the people who have money. Okay? The people who have money are giving it to projects like this. Why are rich people giving so much money to robots that can kill people that you can control from your iPad? What do you think? What do you think they're planning for? You think it's because it's cool? Oh yeah, totally. Totally. Very, very, yeah, it's definitely just because it's cool, yeah.
Survival of the richest. The wealthy are plotting to leave us behind. Douglas Rushkoff wrote this story for Future Human, this month's digital magazine from Medium, about the stunning scientific, technological, social, and medical advances that are changing where and how we live.
Let's listen.
Last year, I got invited to a super deluxe private resort to deliver a keynote speech to what I assumed would be 100 or so investment bankers. It was by far the largest fee I had ever been offered for a talk, about half my annual professor's salary, all to deliver some insight on the subject of the future of technology. I've never liked talking about the future. The Q&A sessions always end up more like parlor games where I'm asked to opine on the latest technology buzzwords as if they were ticker symbols for potential investments. Blockchain, 3D printing, CRISPR. The audiences are rarely interested in learning about these technologies or their potential impacts beyond the binary choice of whether or not to invest in them. But money talks, so I took the gig. After I arrived, I was ushered into what I thought was the green room. But instead of being wired with a microphone or taken to a stage, I just sat there at a plain, round table as my audience was brought to me. 5 super wealthy guys, yes, all men, from the upper echelon of the hedge fund world. After a bit of small talk, I realized they had no interest in the information I had prepared about the future of technology. They had come with questions of their own. They started out innocuously enough. Ethereum or Bitcoin? Is quantum computing a real thing? Slowly but surely, however, they edged into their real topics of concern. Which region will be less impacted by the coming climate crisis? New Zealand or Alaska? Is Google really building Ray Kurzweil a home for his brain, and will his consciousness live through the transition, or will it die and be reborn as a whole new one? Finally, the CEO of a brokerage house explained that he had nearly completed building his own underground bunker system and asked, "How do I maintain authority over my security force after the event?" The event. That was their euphemism for the environmental collapse, social unrest, nuclear explosion, unstoppable virus, or Mr. Robot hack that takes everything down. This single question occupied us for the rest of the hour. They knew armed guards would be required to protect their compounds from the angry mobs, but how would they pay the guards once money was worthless? What would stop the guards from choosing their own leader?
Uh-oh.
The billionaires considered using special combination locks on the food supply that only they knew, or making guards wear disciplinary collars of some kind in return for their survival. Or maybe building robots to serve as guards and workers, if that technology could be developed in time. That's when it hit me. At least as far as these gentlemen were concerned, this was a talk about the future of technology. Taking their cue from Elon Musk colonizing Mars, Peter Thiel reversing the aging process, or Sam Altman and Ray Kurzweil uploading their minds into supercomputers, they were preparing for a digital future that had a whole lot less to do with making the world a better place than it did with transcending the human condition altogether and insulating themselves from a very real and present danger of climate change, rising sea levels, mass migrations, global pandemics, nativist panic, and resource depletion. For them, the future of technology is really about just one thing. Escape.
Okay. I don't want to listen to this whole story. I think that gives you a good taste of it. And I want you to recognize that we do sit at a unique position, at a unique fork in the road. The rich people have a vision of the future, a vision in which climate change unfolds and they aren't the ones who pay the price. That's the future they want. They want a future where they become superhumans. They crunch up all of the labor and creativity and wealth of humanity, and they put it in their bank, and then they live through the doom. And you are just husks. They become the Ubermensch, the product, the heirs of all of your labor and thought and creativity and words and art. How many people, wait, can you envision this world? Whose art are they going to be listening to? Not theirs. They're not artists. They're going to be listening to the dead artists, the thousands of pieces of art that dead artists left behind in the internet from their safe little bunkers. Maybe they won't even have guards. Maybe they'll just have robot dogs by then. And maybe a handful of people and their families will survive to repopulate the earth or whatever. But those will be the future of humans in their vision. They know. Every single billionaire on this goddamn planet knows that we are facing environmental collapse, that is a matter of fact. That is not a contended situation. That there is irreversible climate change coming towards us. They know this. So what has been presented is one vision of the future. The Peter Thiel, Elon Musk vision of the future. Hold on. I never leave on a doom. Okay? Sometimes we go long, but we have to talk about serious things. This future, we must bear it bravely with our eyes forward. But there is alternate visions of the future. There is a vision of the future where we all say enough is enough, and we reject the structures that we have been forced into to the best of our ability together. There is a future where we say, okay, we might lose some of the luxuries that we have come to like about this era. We might have to rethink what we consider a luxury. Maybe having Twitter and Facebook in the way that they exist right now actually isn't a luxury, but we just don't know what an alternative is. Maybe we need to go, hold on a second. We have to build things that are a little more creative, that serve our purposes and not the purposes of Facebook and Google. Maybe we need to build smaller structures, local networks that can be maintained by us and shared across multiple people, a neighborhood, a city. Maybe we need to change the way that we look at what living means. Maybe we need to realize that there are different ways to live, that we've been sold a very particular image of what living is, and that might not be the only way to live. That there are other ways of being. And the answer to how we do that is huge as theirs. Think about how many people have written think pieces about the future, about technology. There are entire companies that are devoted for them building their vision of the future. This is not an easy answer or an easy problem. We are going to all have to contribute in our own way for ourselves and for the people we love. Not to a structure, not to a party or a particular nation, but to survival, to persistence, to community. We have to reach out and touch each other. We have to connect with each other. And that is what I encourage everybody to do, okay? That's why I encourage people so much through this stream to spend time actually getting to know other people, connecting out beyond just whatever platform connects you. Social media can be incredibly, incredibly good for meeting people. But what social media wants you to do is they want you to meet and live on social media. Spend your entire life, every single day, living on social media, never connecting with people, never leaving the tweet threads. They never want you to move to a DM. They never want you to move to a phone call, because you can't, right now at least, you can't monetize a DM. You can't monetize a phone call because you can't put ads on those. They will if you could, though. Do you remember when Skype used to run banner ads in their app? Does anybody remember that? That's a monetized DM. Isn't it nice having something spy on your preferences while you're chatting to your friend? I think we should avoid that sort of thing. I think we should try to avoid that sort of thing. I do remember when Skype worked, actually. Kik also does that shit? Yes, they do. There's a lot of apps that do it. Have you read the short story Emergency Skin? I have not. Now, I have one more thing I would like us to do that is tied to this, although not explicitly a part of this immediate topic, okay? I want to watch a video together, okay? We don't do this too often. Once in a while, I throw up a video by another content creator that I think is amazing, and I think it's time for us to do exactly that. Discord monetizes DMs through Nitro and boosts. Yes, but that's like paying to get into, like, yes, of course they do. It is monetized, but not to the same degree that Twitter is. Twitter monetizes your fights with other people. If you're engaging on Twitter, they're encouraging you to fight with other people for as long as possible so that you are seeing ads on their platform. It's completely fucked. I've talked about this 100 times on my channel, how manipulative some of these platforms are. They actually want you to fight with each other. But yes, we're going to have a little movie time together. Are you all ready for some movie time? Hey, Twos, good timing. We're going to watch a FilosophyTube video. Who's excited to watch a banger FilosophyTube video that ties directly into this, what we're talking about here? I finished my segment, but this is a bonus that helps us with this. Okay? So we're going to watch it together. I've been looking forward to watching this on stream. So we're going to watch it together. Does ad block help? Not really. It doesn't really. It
Hello.
doesn't. The problem with ad block is that ad block. It does help because obviously it means that advertising money goes down, which means the bubble will pop sooner. But it's not an answer to the picture in the big picture. It's not an answer to the problem in the big picture. Oh, I'm not going to be pausing. Joe Biden, chill. I'm not going to pause all that much. Relax. Jesus Christ. You know, dear mama, these kind of talks make me feel grim about my future and everybody else's, but honestly, I feel hope for the world to get better and for survival. For the opportunity of a future that is not as good as right now, it will be as good as possible. Okay? Hold on a second, everybody. I'm going to give you something that I think you will enjoy reading. Okay? I'm going to give you a link. You all know I fucking plug this shit. But this is a good read. If you feel like this is something you want to learn more about, go check out this fucking book, okay? I'm linking a very, very readable book that I think you all will find very interesting. And it talks about all of this, okay? Take that book, save it in a bookmark, read it. I know reading sucks, but this book was really informative to me and really helped me think about this. And I think it's a book that's very helpful, okay? So let's listen and watch.
My name's Abigail. Welcome to...
Oh, wait. Sorry. Before we start, Cutie Maya, I'm so scared I'll never have the chance to transition once I move out. I promise you, a lot of us are thinking just about that. I promise you, a lot of us trans people are thinking about how the fuck do we make sure that trans people can get the medication they can. We might not have all the answers yet, but we're working on it. Okay? Let's go. Let's listen to this, okay? This is a video called Islamophobia, an analysis by PhilosophyTube. This is a very, very good video, and it touches on some of the things I talked about in the Facebook section. You'll understand as time goes on. Let's watch together.
PhilosophyTube. Today, we're going to talk about Islamophobia. We're going to learn a little bit about what it is and what it does. And I'm going to conclude by saying if we want to understand it, we need to think about how people conceptualize threat. We're going to have to talk about some heavy stuff, but the video is classroom appropriate. We're going to have to mention some contemporary
classroom appropriate, everybody.
Well. I'll be citing all my sources at the top of the screen, and I will try to be impartial. I will obviously fail because I'm human, but I will do my best for you. If you do your best to, please keep my comments section a nice place. I'm very grateful to all the Muslim script consultants I hired to help me. If you get something out of today's video, feel free to share it with someone or sign up to support me at patreon.com/philosophytube.
You're welcome. Everybody, this is the video segment after I talked for almost 4 hours about the same basic concept and wrapped it all together. You all are so patient. I love my little imps who pay attention in the wild classes I give out to you every single day of edutainment. I am not the final stop, though. You must take the curiosity I instill in you and take it onwards to learn for yourself, to grow your own mind, to become powerful in your own right, in your own special way. I am only one type of human. I am a digester. I read a bunch of stuff, I point out you in a direction, I plant a little seed, and then you all water it, and you learn lots. And of course, there are times I go more in depth, but most of the time, I just give you guys some pointers in the right direction.
And now, without further ado, Dami I Gospoda, продолжайте show.
On with the show.
Привет, people of Great Britain. It is I, normal English lady and not Soviet secret agent, Natasha Mikhailovna Orchidectomy. Would you like to join me for normal British refreshments, cucumber sandwiches, afternoon tea, and we can talk about normal British conversation topics, the weather, the football game, transphobia. I feel like I'm being very obvious. But what else can I do?
I trained for so long to be a sleeper agent. They told me, Natasha, you will go to the West, infiltrate their society, and subvert them for the glory of the motherland. And I learned perfect English. I learned your culture. I even learned the rules of cricket. I moved my whole life to London, and 2 weeks later, the bloody Berlin Wall fell down. I never even got to do any spying. God, what I wouldn't give to be arrested for subversion. Nobody's worried about Reds under the bed anymore. Now they're worried about someone else. The Oxford English Dictionary defines Islamophobia as, quoting the dictionary in a video essay is for hacks. The point is to gain a greater understanding of the topic, not to regurgitate words off a page. So, story time. In 2009, a man named Shahid Hussein was hanging around outside a mosque in Newburgh, Orange County, New York, where he happened to bump into another man, James Cromitty, who was impressed by Hussein's flashy car. Cromitty was working the night shift at Walmart, and Newburgh is a town particularly blessed by the fruits of your capitalist system. To jest gorod północью oblażalsia. So...
She said that is, the town is economically deprived. It's a poor people town.
Hussein being this wealthy businessman, he stood out. Over the next year, Hussein repeatedly offered Cromitty $250,000, a BMW, a holiday to Puerto Rico, and his own barbershop business in exchange for committing a thing that you can't say on YouTube.
You see? You see? There you go.
Which Cromitty initially refused to do. When Cromitty lost his job, however, he agreed to go along with it, but then he didn't really do anything. He strung Hussein along for months, talking the talk. Hussein told him to recruit some other guys to help, and Cromitty was like, yeah, I'm on it. I'm gonna recruit some real hard nuts, trust me. And eventually, he recruited these 3 other guys, none of whom were particularly keen, but all of whom badly needed money. Hussein masterminded this plan to plant a Feuerwerk in a car outside a synagogue in the Bronx, and then surprise a military plane with a Bolshoi Feuerwerk. Hussein supplied the money, the plan, the equipment, and the snacks, and drove the 4 of them to the Bronx because none of them had a car. Cromitty got out, planted the firework in the target car, didn't even switch it on, then got back into Hussein's vehicle, whereupon 100 FBI agents jumped out and arrested everybody. It turned out that Hussein was working for the FBI the entire time. The devices were fake. The plan was fake. The snacks were real. But there was never any danger. And that's not my opinion. That's the opinion of the judge, who said...
The essence of what occurred here is that a government, understandably zealous to protect its citizens from terrorism, came upon a man both bigoted and suggestible, one who was incapable of committing an act of terrorism on his own. It created acts of terrorism out of his fantasies of bravado and bigotry, and then made these fantasies come true. The government did not have to infiltrate and foil some nefarious plot. There was no nefarious plot to foil. Only the government could have made a terrorist out of Mr. Cromitty, a man whose buffoonery is positively Shakespearean in its scope. I believe beyond a shadow of a doubt that there would have been no crime here except the government instigated it, planned it, and brought it to fruition.
Now, being from the Soviet Union, I love a good show trial. But in the West, you have these things called entrapment laws that are supposed to protect you if the police set you up. However, if you are on trial in an American federal court and your lawyer argues entrapment, the prosecution just have to prove that you were predisposed to commit the crime. And that's easy enough.
Uh-oh. Do you see where what I'm talking about is? Do you see where this is starting to hook in? How do you define who's predisposed? Oh, what happens if predisposition includes antisocial behavior? Which, you know, maybe it does in America. Anybody ever look into that?
If you've done some petty crime in the past. If they bring you in under armed guard so you look very scary. If you've been recorded saying awful but legal things about soldiers or Jewish people, or if you just look like a stereotypical criminal, then a lot of jurors will go, yeah, seems like he was predisposed. And that's enough. The entrapment defense fails almost every time, as indeed it failed in United States v. Cromartie when all 4 defendants were found guilty and sentenced to 25 years each in an American gulag, which at time of recording I believe they are still serving. You decadent Westerners, you think you have nothing to fear just because you didn't do anything wrong? Oh no, my friends. If you don't commit a crime, we can simply—
No, being trans is not sussy enough. The reality is this is an incredibly rare event, but these types of events are utilized to build a specific type of system. You know how I've talked about the you start to install a cop in your own head? These types of things are used to instill fear, to make you think that because they can, if they really want to, they could find you and they could do basically, they could frame you for fucking anything if they wanted to. These are shows. They invest so much in getting this one guy because they need to sell a narrative to the world, which we will get to. Keep listening.
build the crime around you. Oh, I miss the KGB. Although, apparently, not everyone's cut out for a career in the secret police. Terry Albury, who was an FBI agent for 17 years, was convicted of espionage in 2018 for leaking classified documents about the Bureau's methods to the press. Of course, I had already read Russian translations of those documents years ago, but to many Americans they were quite shocking. Albury later claimed that a lot of agents get burned out and disillusioned because you join up out of a sincere desire to protect people, and then 16 years later it's 1 a.m. and you're going through some guy's bins, reading his receipts, and you know the only thing he's done wrong is visit a mosque, and it's not exactly James Bond, is it?
The war on terror is like this game, right? We've built this entire apparatus and convinced the world that there's a terrorist in every mosque and that every newly arrived Muslim immigrant is secretly anti-American. And because we've promoted that false notion, we have to validate it. So we catch some kid who doesn't know his ear from his ass for building a bomb fed to them by the FBI. It becomes a vicious circle, because the longer you look at a kid, the bigger the file gets, even if they've done nothing. And then 6 months later, somebody calls the FBI and says, "I've seen some suspicious activity in this neighborhood," and an agent can see that we have thick files on all of these kids. But the question is, okay, so you have thick files on these kids, but the files have shown that these kids are guilty of nothing. So what does that actually achieve? It achieves intelligence, and that's a nebulous, wonderful sounding word that everyone likes to throw around. But based on my experience, the entire purpose of these assessments—
Remember what I said about they don't give a shit about you? They give about data that is in the shape of you and in the shape of everyone associated with you, because then they can make decisions that advance their own goals.
Was to create a database of American Muslims. It's a very dangerous and toxic environment, and we haven't come to terms with the fact that maybe we really screwed up here. Maybe what we're doing is wrong.
Now, before anyone accuses me of being some kind of secret leftist infiltrator trying to undermine the West, please note the two critics of post-9/11 security culture that I just quoted were not Marxist academics or purple-haired students, but a judge and an FBI agent. And when they're the ones saying that something's gone wrong, I mean, I am a secret leftist infiltrator, but I'm an honest one. I did try taking over the British Labour Party, but Keir Starmer foiled my schemes with his unstoppable sexual charisma. These two stories come from the USA, but they're not the only ones. In the early 2000s, the vibes in many Western countries were rancid, as several political analysts have said. And these rancid vibes contributed to an atmosphere in which Muslim people were seen as potentially disloyal, suspicious, maybe even dangerous, and in need of surveillance. Reminds me an awful lot of the Cold War. Muslims, disproportionately women, were attacked in the streets, monstered in the media, many were forced into violent relationships with the state or put under pointless surveillance. A lot of people who weren't even Muslim got a hard time just because people thought that they were Muslim, and a large number of hypocritical and simplistic stereotypes about Muslims were disseminated widely.
The Islamic world never had a secular enlightenment, which is why they have such a disposition towards violence. Unlike Great Britain, a peaceful society that's never been violent towards anyone.
Luckily, all that's behind us now. It's definitely not still happening, and it definitely hasn't had any long-term negative consequences. As discussed, the post-9/11 vibes were rancid. And one way of explaining these rancid vibes is to say that people were afraid, and they didn't understand. And people are always afraid of what they don't understand. And in their misunderstanding, they turned to fear. And fear made them afraid of the things that they just didn't understand. And so they were lost in fear and misunderstanding and afraid of that lost in fear and misunderstanding. And so they were all turning always in misunderstanding and fear and lost in fear and misunderstanding. And that's why we'll always need the X-Men. And if that's true, then the solution should be pretty easy. Let's just all be nicer to each other. Let's get to know our community better. Maybe then we'll realize we don't have to be afraid of one another. And then maybe all this intrusive security and militarized violence will just disappear. And okay, I'm being a little bit facetious here. Healing and togetherness, détente, it's not nothing. But we can also go deep.
By the way, what she's talking about here is the we see you, we hear you, we painted our cop car rainbow colored. That's the type of shit that Abigail's talking about right here. About the, don't you just think maybe if we just have more people of color CIA agents?
Yes, people were afraid. But why did their fear take the form it did?
Don't ever question the structures
and
themselves.
have the effects
Don't ever
that it did?
question the way that
Islamophobia
we
didn't
do
just
things.
start in 2001. The anti-racism think tank Runnymede Trust published a report titled Islamophobia, a Problem for Us All in 1997. They followed it in 2017 with the hilariously understated sequel Islamophobia, Still a Problem for Us All. The philosopher Sarah Ahmed says that emotions are more than just individual psychological states. Society produces and prioritizes certain group emotional responses over others, and in doing so, reveals interesting things. Now that's quite an abstract point, so let me give you an example. Story time again. On Monday, the 25th of July, 2005, 4 men were renting a cottage in Haworth, West Yorkshire. They had driven up from London for a friend's wedding, and about 11:20 a.m. one of them went out to buy laundry detergent, whereupon several armed police jumped out and pinned him to the pavement at gunpoint, along with another man who just happened to be walking past. The police searched the house and the car with dogs, interrogated the men, and quickly discovered absolutno ničega. They were completely innocent. What had happened was a local resident had seen 4 men, 3 South Asian, 1 white, drive up on a Sunday night with a suspicious package and go into the house. And they'd called the cops, who responded thusly. The suspicious package turned out to be a box of mangoes, delightfully, and one of the men had recently been giving lectures at Bradford University on the need for community cohesion. The 25th of July, 2005 was 2 weeks after 7/7, so yeah, people probably were a little bit on edge. And we can go deeper and explore these emotions. Haworth is in West Yorkshire, which historically was a big centre of the textile industry. In the mid-20th century, a lot of South Asian people moved there to do the night shifts in the textile mills that white people didn't want to do. But by the 1980s, it was cheaper for your capitalist class to have people actually in Asia do textile work, so all the jobs went. And like a lot of the north of England, the area declined economically in a big way. And those South Asian people suddenly found they weren't always welcome anymore. So a lot of them got jobs driving taxis or opening corner shops or doing stuff where they didn't have to live and work alongside white people who might be racist towards them. As a result, parts of England remain to this day very racially segregated. Some people who've been living here longer than I have are still seen as outsiders, which maybe contributed to the decisions somebody in Haworth made to call the police when they saw some South Asian guys renting a house. If you want to, you can trace this political economic dimension of emotion even further back to colonialism, as many Muslim scholars have done. When Algeria was fighting for its independence from France, the French justified their occupation in part by claiming that Muslim women were uniquely very oppressed, in particular oppressed by wearing veils, which the colonial government banned. France banned Muslim women from wearing veils again in national territory in 2004, claiming it was for their own good. And a lot of Muslim women have objected to this pretty colonialist idea that inside every Muslim woman, there's a non-Muslim woman struggling to get out.
Yes, notice. Hey, do you want to know what this echoes of? Does anybody remember when I was mildly criticizing mandatory education and everybody got really mad at me because I dared question what is done for your own good, for the good of the children? Weird how that works, right? Weird how so many systems self-justify by claiming that they're doing it for your own good. Strange that. Strange that.
Or the idea that Muslim women aren't aware of patriarchy and aren't capable of challenging it from within their own intellectual traditions.
The body of the Muslim woman, a body fixed in the Western imaginary, as confined, mutilated, and sometimes murdered in the name of culture, serves to reinforce the threat that the Muslim man is said to pose to the West, and is used to justify the extraordinary measures of violence and surveillance required to discipline him and Muslim communities.
The Islamic world never had a secular enlightenment, which is why they can't understand that ladies deserve to have a choice in life. Specifically, the choices that we tell them to have.
Now, the response to this kind of thinking, in particular bringing up colonialism, is sometimes to say that Islam is not a race, and therefore Islamophobia can't have anything to do with racism. Islamophobia, it's just a made-up word that politically correct people say to try and shut down legitimate criticism.
Ironically, this is literally the line that Chappelle used earlier about transphobia. In the Chappelle special, he says that transphobia is just a made-up word that he'd never heard of, trying to shut down legitimate criticism of the trans movement. Literally the exact same logic, just so we're clear.
In a free society, often uncomfortable things must be said to opposing parties to effectively work out complex issues. But when someone attempts to criticize the beliefs of a religion, mostly Islam, the left will invariably attach that criticism to racism. But racism cannot also be used for those who question the ideas of religion or their dogmas, or attempt to demonstrate the relationship of religious ideas to terrorism. This only cuts off the kind of debate that has usually taken place in conversations of the liberal left.
I confess, there's something about paragraphs like that which tugs at me. When I was 14, I accidentally got into the teleporter pod from The Fly with Christopher Hitchens. I'm alright now, but occasionally I just shout, "Free speech!" at priests. But even as a free-thinking, rational debate lord's logic brain genius, I have to defer to the evidence, which shows that anti-Muslim attitudes frequently talk, walk, and quack a hell of a lot like racism. In this ABC article from 2015, sociologist Rhonda Abdel Fattah talks to several Australian people who were upset when their local supermarkets started stocking halal food. In particular, they seemed distressed and disoriented when their favourite products started carrying halal labels, as if that meant they weren't allowed to enjoy them anymore. Abdel Fattah says these people were so used to thinking of that space as for them, so used to thinking of the food on the shelves as theirs, even before they paid for it, that they perceived the presence of another perspective as a threat of potential takeover. replacement by racial minorities has long been a nightmare in the brains of far-right racists, and Islamophobia dovetails very neatly into that. Scholar Shireen Razak says that this is clearly racial thinking. Sometimes it's full-blown racism, but often it's broader than that. It's thinking that people can be divided into essential groups based on what they look like or where their ancestors came from, and then supposing that one group of people are inherently just a bigger threat than the others, which often implicitly justifies the arbitrary surveillance and violence that they're subjected to. It's worth noting that Islamophobia is often sold as being defensive, whether it's surveillance in the US and UK, or internment camps in China, or conspiracy theories in India, or the Big G from 1995. Not GoldenEye, the thing that you can't say out loud on YouTube without getting demonetized. It's often sold as, well, we had to do this to protect ourselves against the threat that these people posed, even if the evidence for that threat just isn't there. Razak compares it to lynchings, which were also often sold as, oh, we're defending the community against crime. But everyone knew that was just an excuse. It was really about violence against a racialized other. And the really insidious thing about this is that it doesn't just create a racialized other. I remember in my teenage New Atheist phase reading Sam Harris's book, The End of Faith. And I was nodding along with the criticisms of religion. And then I got to the bits where he started talking about American foreign policy and even torture, and saying that Islam was this big threat. And I had Muslim friends, and I thought, have I skipped a chapter here? I couldn't really put my finger on it, but I got the feeling that I was missing the fine print. What I eventually came to understand is that I was being encouraged to see myself in a different way too. Muslim people were being cast as this pre-modern threat, and at the same time, I was being offered the role of the rational, intelligent, suspicious, cautious, hard-nosed, really facing up to the tough problems, asking the tough questions. Really, I'm brave for saying it. I'm defending the legacy of the Enlightenment that my country embodies, the legacy that I am the heiress to.
Some of these things sound mighty familiar in our own spaces, don't they?
I am I pride myself on being a fair-minded person. I was raised in a very conservative, religious household. My brother was always encouraged to go out into the world and pursue his dreams of being a door-to-door petrol salesman. But I was expected to enter the caring professions, and it took no small amount of courage to defy that expectation. I was heartbroken by the news of this awful fire. Such a beautiful building, a symbol of the old world, of culture and tradition. I saw the smoke from my window, and I wished, God, how I wished that there was something I could do. Of course, everyone's on edge in this current climate because of these terrible arson attacks that have been happening all over. It's not clear yet whether this is connected, but as a journalist, I have a duty to follow the truth wherever it leads, even if that truth is uncomfortable.
Remember earlier today in that Dave Chappelle special where he talked about these jokes are uncomfortable, but they have to be made? Weird how that works, huh?
I can't help but wonder.
We've come full circle, everybody.
Why were so many barrels of petrol being stored in that particular building? What were they planning on using them for? Somebody must have known. Why did nobody speak out? Is it possible that this building was being used as a central distribution center of sorts? Now that's the kind of question that the anti-fire woke brigade would probably call incendiary. But that is exactly the kind of silencing remark that needs to be stamped out. It takes an awful lot of courage to speak up when you're expected to wisht, especially for women and girls. I don't know what sorts of things were taught in that building every Friday, and neither do the police. But I can't help but wonder whether the women and girls who were sent there were encouraged to speak their minds, and whether some of them might still be with us today, had they felt able to say something about the many unmarked barrels of incendiary liquid that just happened to be delivered only days before. My brother said it would take an awful lot of intelligence to deliver so many barrels of petrol to that particular door without anyone seeing. He just happened to be walking past right as the fire started. Our friends, the police, are pursuing every possible lead. Those of us on the side of reason and understanding need to be open to all theories. But I suppose, if you'd been taught all your life not to ask questions, to accept the sacred command, reason might not be your strong suit. I suppose they can't help it. It's just their nature.
That right there is, in my opinion, one of the best critiques of how, in our current paradigm, lots and lots of conservative-leaning liberals get away with saying horrific shit by dressing it up with fancy language, and why I challenge people to not be motherfucking dupes. Do not be a goddamn dupe. Interrogate these ideas. Interrogate them.
The philosopher Richard Jackson says that after 9/11, counterterrorism strategy had a real crisis. Because instead of investigating crimes that we actually have evidence for, security services started introducing preemptive measures to tackle crimes that might happen. That's why agents like Terry Albury ended up spying on people who overwhelmingly never did anything wrong, instead of spying on me. The trouble is that what might happen is infinite. Aliens might invade tomorrow. We might find out that we're living in a simulation, or that sexy communists have infiltrated your government. There's zero evidence for any of that. But there was also zero evidence that James Crumity was breaking the law, until somebody decided to make that evidence. Part of the problem was that after 9/11 and 7/7 in the West, people obviously wanted to know why these traumatic things had happened, but the explanations often weren't very good. In analyzing post-9/11 media, friend of the show Lindsay Ellis points out that in the immediate aftermath, there was a strong push to say something, even if it wasn't particularly edifying or coherent. The list of things that were politically acceptable to say quickly proved to be quite short. You were allowed to say that terrorists hate our freedoms, that they are evil/mad, and you were allowed to blame it on religion. Free speech! But if you talked about the disenfranchisement and the aggressive foreign policy and the racism that alienates many people from society and motivates a tiny number to commit terrible violence, if you said that a heavy-handed response was likely to give ammo to the worst people on both sides of that response, in other words, if you looked at terrorism the way academics do, as a mode of political expression, however unjustifiable and horrific, you could quickly find yourself on the receiving end of a nasty backlash.
Answers to the questions of what drives this process are to exclude ascribing any causative role to the actions of Western governments or their allies in other parts of the world. Instead, individual psychological or theological journeys, largely removed from social and political circumstances, are claimed to be the root of the cause of the radicalization process. While some accounts acknowledge politics as a component, using euphemistic phrases such as grievances against real or perceived injustices, this is only ever done in the face of overwhelming empirical evidence before they quickly move on to the more comfortable ground of psychology or theology. How a government makes sense of political violence directed against it usually tells us at least as much about the nature of that government as it does about the nature of its violent opponents.
The French philosopher Etienne Balibar says we need to understand all this in the context of your government's failure to solve other problems. Take Britain, for example. Without getting political about whose fault it is, there are definitely problems. Food shortages, job shortages, energy shortages, medicine shortages, massive economic inequality, millions of children living in poverty, hundreds of thousands of people using food banks, hundreds of thousands of people sleeping on the streets. There's an entire demographic of the population who are routinely denied life-saving medical care. Less than 2% of rape cases result in charges. The climate reaper is breathing down our necks. We didn't have the supplies we needed to deal with COVID. We didn't have the manufacturing capacity to make the supplies we needed. And over 130,000 people are now stone cold dead.
In the UK, it's 730 here in the US. 730 here in the US, just so we're all clear here. A food bag is like, food bags are like government food handouts. In the UK, I think you can pick them up at a location or have them delivered to you during the pandemic. They're basically little bags of basic foods, and they've been heavily criticized because they barely have anything in them.
Don't look at me. I haven't done any communist subversion since I got here. Boy, I sure wish somebody would write a best-selling series of sci-fi novels about the epistemological and political crisis of Western liberalism following 9/11. And if you were feeling particularly pessimistic, you might well ask, given these problems, at what point do we say that Britain is a failed state?
I'll be right back.
I am putting on the Joker makeup. I am putting on the Guy Fawkes mask. I am putting on the combination Joker makeup and Guy Fawkes mask. What Balibar suggests is that as long as the government is still seen as capable of responding to threats, the party's still on. As long as the lights are on and the cops are still wearing uniform, the revolution hasn't come yet. So if you're an agent of a collapsing system, it's in your interests to find a problem that you think you can deal with, make it look very, very big, and fight it in spectacular fashion. That way, you look powerful and competent, even as things continue to get worse on your watch.
The state demonstrates, at low cost, the force that it claims to hold, and at the same time, reassures those who suspect its destitution. National citizens can be persuaded that their rights do in fact exist if they see that the rights of foreigners are inferior, precarious, or conditioned on repeated manifestations of allegiance.
Now, it's important to remember that this is not a conspiracy. The Home Secretary is not sitting around looking at the climate data going, "Ooh, better give the migrants another kicking." If you remember my video on ideology a while ago, you'll recall that a lot of politics is hidden in the stuff that we just don't think about. So, rather than spend money tackling the political and economic causes of disenfranchisement that leads some people to feel like criminal violence is their only option, huge amounts of resources get plowed into surveillance and war. Islamophobia supplies a particular understanding of threat, and so it fills a political vacuum at a time when real explanations and answers are simply nieжелательно.
The Islamic world never had a secular enlightenment, which is why they're facing so many awful problems. Unlike Great Britain, a country whose problems they'll just sort themselves out. It's fine here. We love it. Britain. Everything's fine.
Everything's fine, everybody.
Yeah. I say, do you smell smoke?
By the way, if you have ever wondered how FreedomPhone is made, then I have some good news for you. We are working slowly on a behind-the-scenes documentary about how the show comes together and what my process is. That documentary is being made with the support of CuriosityStream. You've probably heard of them. They're a subscription streaming service. They've got thousands of titles about nature and history and science. It's kind of like what I do, but without all of the silliness. And when that documentary is done, it will be out on Nebula. Nebula is a platform that I and a few other creators all own a little piece of.
And by the way, Nebula is super cool. Nebula is super, super cool. Just so you know, this video is, for everyone to be clear, this is PhilosophyTube's video. Here you go. There you go. There you go. Nebula's super sick. They're super cheap. Go for it. There you go. There's some links. If you want to go check out, add a like, leave a comment. Maybe you could say that you watched this with Demon Mama and really enjoyed it. But whatever you do, go give some love to Abigail over at PhilosophyTube, who provided a perfect video for us to watch together that sort of touches on a lot of the stuff that we talked about today, doesn't it? Isn't it interesting how many pieces of what we talked about today were touched on in that video? A video that had nothing to do with Chappelle, a video that had nothing to do with Facebook, but nonetheless touched on all of those things that we talked about. Isn't that very interesting? A lot of these things are connected, actually, as it turns out. A lot of these things are very, very interconnected. It touched on a lot of things, but I don't really know what to take away from it. Well, keep in mind that PhilosophyTube's videos are mostly meant to educate. You have to think on them. I hoped, maybe, I don't know. I don't really do videos that are like Nebula, but that would be cool. Final thoughts. I feel we're coming into another 1,000 years of the same bullshit as the Middle Ages, but worse. We're going to have to survive as much as we can. I'm super tired. See y'all later. Rest well, baby boy. The reality is, we don't, like, 1,000 years is very generous. We're consuming, look, I don't want to add any more doomer stuff, but look, if you really want to know more about, if you want to have an honest look and not run away from the truth of the world, you should look into the current understanding of the climate crisis. Yeah. Because, fucking boy. No more doom, don't worry. Don't worry. The reality, though, is not that we should doom out, but rather that we should confront the situation that we're in. That we should analyze the situation that we're in, and we should see if there's anything we can do about it. And not just give up and throw up our hands because the reality of the world is not what we expected it to be. That is an unfortunate and defeatist attitude that I don't really, I don't respect a whole lot. We fight. We do not die. We do not die. And the reason for that is because I do believe that there is a lot of hope. I just think that the future looks different than we often imagine it. I think we've been sold a static image of the world functionally. A world of constant consumerism, a world of constant waste, a world where who gives a shit about anything? We don't need to think about anything. You just go to work, buy the nice things that you want, post about it on the internet, and do that until the day that you die. And sure, some of those things are pleasant. New movies, new video games, all these things. But we can acknowledge that it is those things and not the consumptive culture that surrounds them. The culture of antisocial, completely co-opted and absorbed, you know, capitalistic outlet that we currently live in. Yeah, of course. But the thing is, there's a lot of us. There's a whole bunch of us. There's way more of us than we think. Jesus fucking Christ, I'm a small-time nobody streamer, and I've got 300 people watching right now. That's so cool. We are so numerous. I'm just a weird queerbo on the internet, and there are 300 people hanging out. There are so much more. So many more out there. So, you know, to be honest, I'm very pessimistic about the future. I don't care how not to be. All it takes is a few bad eggs in power to ruin everything. Then the answer is, hold on, listen closely. Clara Warp, listen closely, a few bad eggs in power to ruin everything, then the answer is we must destitute power itself. We must undermine the systems that allow power to accumulate. We must remove them. There are ways these structures operate under certain rules. They can be observed and analyzed. This is why, hate to say it, reading and listening to videos and paying attention and critically thinking is important. These structures can be analyzed. In the words of a writer I respect a lot, all motherfuckers have addresses. That doesn't literally just apply to individuals. That applies to the systems themselves. Every system it's a system for a reason. It follows rules. We can identify those rules. We can find out how to cope with them, and we can break them. 300 viewers would sell out a theater. That is true. That's actually quite true. Thank you for being the positive side of that. I saw a guy try to compare Doe to Colin Powell by saying if Doe were in power, the damage it would do would be immense. And I just sat there laughing at the concept of Doe in power. Yeah, isn't that absurd? Isn't that literally absurd? What an absurd statement. Doe does not desire power. Doe does not desire, nor do I. I mean, look, I will be honest. I am significantly more power hungry than Doe. Let's be completely real here, okay? I am way more evil than Doe, okay? But will encourage you all to build structures whereby I do not have the power to oppress others. Power in my Discord server? Sure. Power in my relationship dynamics? Sure. But I will always advocate for you to destitute me of whatever power I have over your liberation. That I don't have any. That's the answer. The answer is that I don't have any power over your liberation. And I don't want it. So, yeah, it's a different worldview. It's very funny when you engage frequently with like SocDem types, because they are very poisoned by liberalism. Liberalism is an ideology that is very complicated, but one of the main takeaways, is, wait, I forgot what I was going to say. Shit. Well, I just had a brain moment. I just lost my train of thought really hard. God damn it. SocDem types. Thank you. Hold on, I got it. Liberalism is an ideology that essentially believes that you need to have a good person in power. They build authoritarian structures. They build institutions that are authoritarian in nature, and they say, well, you just need to make sure that good people end up being in charge of them. But that's not true. The systems make the people. They shape the people within them. If you, in order to ever get to the top, you have to fit what that system decides, and it will shape you along the way. Just like the holes in the Amigara fault. Gay fash. It's terrible. Usurping power. Yeah, maybe. Are you against working together with SocDems to get good people elected? Of course not. I just don't think that's our focus. And I think that SocDems, I mean, okay, it depends on where you're talking about. Online, SocDems are completely useless. They're useless at getting people elected. They're useless at basically everything. They have no understanding. I'm serious. The SocDems online have no understanding of power. They have no power analysis. They literally only post, and all they talk about is how everyone else only posts. But that's projection. That's all they do. They just post. They just post snarky comments with links to Wikipedia articles that make them understand that they think signals that they understand a topic. But they don't. They're posers. They're engaged in spectacle and nothing more. That's it. Just spectacle. Empty spectacle. And online, it's because there's certain groups that control the sort of SocDem spaces. Offline, there are plenty of great SocDems who do great work, of course. And even in other spaces online, like I'm pretty sure that that Sam Cedar considers himself a social democrat, and Sam Cedar's done so much good over the years. I don't think that like sock dems cannot be worked with. I think certain types of sock dems can, but I think that there are critiques of the worldview that sock dems put forward. There are critiques, and there are also incompatibilities. Keep in mind that at the end of the day, a sock dem supports capitalism. That's a fundamental, major disagreement that we have to be real about. You can't just pretend that that disagreement doesn't exist. So sure, can we fight together on certain things? Of course we can, but they have a fundamentally different view of the world than us. A fundamentally different understanding of what is okay. A sock dem thinks it's okay to have an education system that is centered around making good citizens because they believe that citizenry is a good thing. They believe that a state has the right to control what its citizens know. Well, you shouldn't be pessimistic because guess what? Inside every sock dem, there is a sexy leftist trying to get out. All the sock dems know, I've said this a million times before, all of the sock dems know that we're sexier than them. We're cooler, we're sexier, we're more creative, we're more interesting, we have better ideas. And we just got to show it to them. And a bunch of them are going to watch. A couple years from now, you keep going, you're going to see, oh, there's going to be a lot of people who are like, I used to be a sock dem and it was so cringe, bro. It's true. It's already happened. I've already seen it. I've already seen it happen. Susie Clem says, BLM, my dad introduced me to politics when I was young. He was a liberal who constantly complained but never offered solutions. When I was maybe 10, I was essentially a libertarian. Now that I'm all grown up, I'm anarchist. Well, hey, that's a growth. That's fucking growth. That's fucking major growth. I usually have to check out during these convos. It's just incredibly doom spiral inducing. Well, Windleby, I'm sorry, I can't help you with everything. Like, I have to talk about politics. Politics is not fun and rainbows. It's just how it goes. Sometimes I gotta talk about heavy things, and I try to point to people that there are solutions we can do. But if the goal is that you kind of give up, I mean, that's something you've got to challenge on your own. You've got to find out why it is that you feel the urge to give up instead of to fight harder. Because in reality, those are the options. You can give up or you can fight harder. But I encourage you to fight harder. I encourage you to keep going. And yeah, maybe you don't want to hear this right now. That's fine. I'm sorry about that. But I got to talk about what I got to talk about. Okay? That's how things got to go. My idea would be localized communities connected through technology, but this is not necessarily through economy. I think there's a reason to to consider that. Technology can be very powerful. Technology can be very useful to us. I'm not really anti-technology. I'm not anti-innovation. I'm not anti-invention at all. I'm not anti like engineering. I have a lot of critiques for sort of technologism and all of that nonsense. Yeah. I know my loneliness and depression is the biggest factor in why I'm prone to give up. It's hard to fight it, but what do I got to do? Yes, you got to keep fighting. You have to fight it and also try to address to the best of your ability the underlying factors. If you are saying, like you've said yourself that you feel like you don't have any real world connections, please, I'm telling you, nothing will help your depression more than connecting with people in meat space. Okay? Lady Kelgana says, I was really doomer the last time you talked about this, but Jess and my friend Katie and I are moving up to Seattle area this January, and we're going to go at it with 3 people. There you go. That's fucking incredible. And I promise you, not every venture is going to be a perfect success. No, I can never promise anything like that. But taking that action to try, to build, and you will likely succeed. And if you don't succeed immediately, you will learn so that you can succeed in the future. Connecting with people, using technology, using things like streaming, like chat rooms, like Discord, to connect with people and make something in real life is fucking incredible and is the best feeling ever. And it's hard. And it is hard because, as we've talked about, increasingly public space is relegated only to the internet. Because it's free to have a Twitter account and talk in a fake, abstracted public space that also involves a whole bunch of people being pointlessly aggressive to each other. Truth V7 says, I consider myself a SOCDEM, but I see it as a waypoint until we get closer to actual policy. Well, see, that's the thing, though. I'm not interested in policy. Policy is something that a state does. Policy is something that is writ by a state. I'm not interested in policy. I'm interested in actualization of liberation. I'm interested in how do people functionally live free in a society that wants to control them. What can the individual do? A lot. A lot. So much. You have no idea how much power is in your hands. Even if it doesn't feel like it. I'm telling you. You can do a lot. And it's just very difficult. Remember, it's very difficult for me to tell every individual exactly what they need to do. But like I said, what I can do is I can get you to start thinking about the structures that you find yourself in. I can get you to start analyzing the world that you are in and thinking about what you uniquely can bring, because there are things that you can do. How do you bypass the state? Wait, we do it all the time. All the time. LAN parties will return to gaming in the post-capitalist anarchist future. True! Unironically, though. LAN parties, wow! Do you guys remember how fucking base that shit was? That shit was the most fun you've ever had in your entire life. I have, like, never had as much fun as fucking LAN parties. You can do a lot, but at what cost? We only have one life. Yeah, it'd be cool to go do some bad things in Minecraft, but then I'd go to jail for life, and fuck that. That's not the only answer. There is a literal world of possibilities. There is a literal world of possibilities. That's not the only answer. The only answer isn't the most extreme thing you can think of. That may be a semantic distinction of what policy. If you're being broad, you could argue like a union strategy is a form of policy. Of course. Sure. But whatever. Why did cults gotta ruin the idea of living in a big helpful commune? Would be easier to set those up if most people didn't think of death cults. Who constantly talks about death cults? Who is it that's anti-commune? Who is it that it's convenient to frame all communes as death cults? You have to stop worrying about being judged and do the things that you want to do. I mean, ultimately, are you proposing somehow disempowering the state or just working outside of it? That's both. Both. The answer is both. They are inseparable. The state is disempowered when people take their reality into their own, take the world into their own hands. And take care of themselves and take care of their people and don't wait for a government to do something. Notice that people have been asking, begging the government to help them for 2 years of pandemic, and the help hasn't come. They tell you to keep waiting, keep voting, because they're waiting you out. That's what they're doing. I cannot answer every little question in your life, but what I can do, this story broke an hour? Oh my God, no, we'll take a look at that after this. That sounds hilarious. Listen to this. Listen to me right now. I cannot personally tell you every single little thing that you have to do in your life. What I can do is I can challenge you to do so. I can challenge you to observe your life, to wake up the fuck up, to open your eyes and go, wow, where am I? What have I been doing? Am I actually enjoying these parts of my life? And if not, what can I do to change it? Modeling what you want to see can be a powerful influence on others. Watch this space. Watch this motherfucking space. Watch this motherfucking space. Watch it. Watch these hands. Hoo, hoo. Watch them. I can only loosely direct you. That's the only thing I can do. But also, you might be surprised what people are already doing around you. The secret is, there's people who've been there before you. It might be that in your unique circumstance, you're the only person thinking about this in your area. But in reality, there's people already doing this in your area that you can connect with. There are ways that there are people already doing this online that you can connect with. By the way, Von Tux, thank you very much for the $5. I think I read your message, but I want to make sure I thanked you. Out of curiosity, have you read any existentialist philosophy? Why, yes, I have. I once considered myself an existentialist, explicitly. I don't really follow that. Oh, that's fine. I wasn't trying to call you out, Windleby. I was just trying to, you know, address it. Something said in chat. Do you think it's better to stay away from the word anarchist? I'm neutral to it. I just don't really like hard labels, because then people go, well, what about this? And then you have to have 10 different conversations instead of people actually asking you what you believe. They're like, well, Murray Bookchin. Oh, well, Peter Kropotkin. Oh, well, and it's just like, Jesus fucking Christ. It's like, dude, like, it's a broad label. Fuck. So this is why I avoid the labels. And I just say I'm a lefty. And come ask me if you want to know my opinions, because I don't want to have shit assigned onto me. One of the reasons we're going to the Seattle area is their program for low-income families that allows us to get a house for no money down and income-driven mortgage. It helps fill the rural areas and gives people homes who wouldn't be able to afford it otherwise. That's fucking awesome. That's fucking awesome. Anyway, anarchism is more about actions, and less about labels. Yes, of course, there's incredibly esoteric distinctions between different schools of anarchism. That's why I just don't find it mostly useful. I just don't find it useful. I find anarchist philosophy fascinating. I find many philosophy fascinating. I'm particularly drawn to anarchist philosophy because I think it correctly addresses some of the problems that have been made bare by the state of our world. But yeah. My political beliefs come down to respecting other people, and boy, does that make some people mad. Yep. Anarchism is more useful as a tool of analysis than as a hard label. I agree. This is the program. Cool as fuck. I'll take a look into this. We might be able to talk about this. That's cool as hell. That's really, really cool. So we got some news, everybody. We got some last-minute news. Former U.S. President Donald Trump launches the Truth social media platform. Wow. This is going to be a disaster. Former U.S. President Donald Trump will launch his own social media app, Truth Social, that he said would stand up to big tech companies such as Twitter and Facebook that have barred him from their platforms. Truth Social will be created through a new company formed by a merger of Trump Media and Technology Group and a special acquisition company, according to a press release distributed by both organizations. We live in a world where the Taliban has a huge presence on Twitter, yet your favorite American president has been silent. Your favorite American president, your favorite special at McDonald's has been silenced. Oh my God, Donald Trump is such a perfect summary of everything American. Come on down and get a copy of your favorite American president's favorite McDonald's meal today using the coupon code Donald Trump. Oh my God. This is unacceptable, Trump said in a written statement. I am excited to send out my first truth on Truth Social. Oh no, they're gonna call them truths. This is a grift. This is a money grift. He's got debts. There's no way this will even take off. A bunch of people are going to throw a ton of money into this, and it's going to fail instantly. This is going to be so funny. Oh my God. The deal values Trump Media at $875 million, including debts. Lamau! Oh my God, they're all gonna get grifted. They're gonna get grifted. It's the phone. It's the Freedom Phone. This is literally the Freedom Phone and the Jeremy Renner app. It's straight up. Oh my God, can we watch the Freedom Phone? Can we please react to the Freedom? I want to show you. This is Freedom Phone. Oh my God, please. Please, I need the Freedom Phone. Where's the ad? I want to see the original ad. Does anybody have the Freedom Phone one? Someone read through its TOS. One of the rules explicitly says you cannot use the platform to mock the app or Trump. Yes! Oh, it's so perfect. It's gonna be the dumbest shit in the world. Oh my God. I want to see the Freedom Phone ad. Where is it? Oh God. Wait, didn't Vosh do a segment on the Freedom Phone that was really funny? I think it was Vosh that did a Freedom Phone segment. Oh, here it is.
Name one.
This is the one right here.
One time in history where the people who banned books, media, and opinions were the good guys. Hi, I'm Eric. I'm the world's youngest Bitcoin millionaire. I made it.
I love it when we get to talk about Bitcoin morons. Look at this guy. He looks like a Bitcoin millionaire.
Silicon Valley, and I've accomplished a lot in my life already. But now, I'm leaving big tech to fight for free speech. Because the big tech overlords are violating your privacy, censoring your speech, and I think that's so wrong. That's why I created the Freedom Phone and its uncensorable app store. Everyone is complaining about big tech censorship, but no one is doing anything about it.
That's why the entire system is rigged against you. You have been built into a big tech prison. That's why I've started my own big tech surveillance company with the uncensorable app. Although we'll be surveilling you for our own purposes.
They say build your own phone, so I did. Freedom Phone truly is the best phone in the world. It does everything your current phone does, except censor you and spy on you. With the Freedom Phone, your freedom of speech is our #1 priority. That's why we built our own app store that is completely uncensored.
Patri app.
If an app you love has been banned,
imagine how just how incoherent this is. That like you're like, yeah, we're against big tech, and that's why our store is called the Patriotic App Store.
And from the mainstream app stores, you can still download it on ours because we don't ban apps, period. And we've developed the
uh-oh. They don't ban any apps? God damn, I sure hope they don't get some questionably legal porn apps on there.
First operating system based on your free speech. There's no app tracking, no keyboard tracking, and no location tracking. Because I believe in your security. How do we ensure?
Yeah, it literally was. The Freedom Phone was a rebranded Chinese phone. Yes.
You're being protected? Say hello to Trust. Trust is our privacy guard. It's designed to warn you whenever an app or a website is tracking you.
You mean Mozilla?
And gives you the option to stop it. Your data, your rules. That's our motto. The Freedom Phone is comparable to the best smartphones on the market. It has an edge-to-edge...
Comparable. It's comparable. You can compare it technically. You can technically compare it to other phones. We won't tell you how well it compares, but you can compare it.
Screen, a super fast processor, and multiple cameras. And your SIM card transfers into the Freedom Phone seamlessly. Big tech companies hold a monopoly on public communication and the dissemination of information, and they are abusing that power. Nobody elected Mark or Jack to be the arbiters of truth.
That's why you should elect me to be the arbiter of truth.
In America, yet they still thought it was okay to ban a sitting president from their platforms. If they censor a president, they will censor anyone. Imagine if Mark Zuckerberg censored MLK or Abraham Lincoln. The course of history would have been altered forever. Out of all the constitutional amendments, there's a reason why. Imagine if Mark Zuckerberg censored MLK or Abraham Lincoln. The course of history.
It wouldn't have changed anything. They did what they did without Facebook. Martin Luther King and Abraham Lincoln didn't need Facebook to change the world. Oh yeah, and good thing the US government never censored MLK. The US government, which literally tried, not only imprisoned MLK, but also tried to get him to kill himself. Oh yeah, I gotta show Cumshroom. I'll show Cumshroom.
Out of all the constitutional amendments, there's a reason why the founding fathers made the right to free speech the very first. I believe
the First Amendment. The First Amendment, you idiot. They didn't even think of it. It's the First Amendment. They were so stupid, they didn't even think about free speech. They had to amend it later.
you have a voice that deserves to be heard without being censored. Protect yourself from big tech censorship. Let your voice be heard. Live free with the Freedom Phone.
Incredible. Just so fucking amazing. I fucking love it. That was just beautiful. It was so beautiful. Oh my fucking God. Please, nobody ever fall for stupid products like that. Notice that none of what he says actually addresses any of the things he brought up. Big tech censorship, blah, blah, blah. Oh, is there a more recent one? A Quux. Oh, let's look at Quux. What the fuck is Quux? When you join Quux, you have unlimited access to whatever content you want. You can live stream, upload your own videos, listen to podcasts. Quux even allows you to use Android apps. Uh-oh. No, hold on a second. Cuck. Comments are turned off. Like and dislike ratio destroyed. Let's watch this. I've heard of this, but I don't know anything about it. Let's do it. Let's do it.
We have become dependent on a corrupted, unsecure network, the so-called World Wide Web. This is not the intergalactic computer network we were promised. The web makes us vulnerable to hacking, tracking, any form of digital attack. It's easily gamed, misused, and even abused. Censorship, cancel culture, and deplatforming are symptoms of a large...
Those are 3 activation words for boomers. Deplatforming, censorship, cancel culture.
Problem. We're stuck in technological cul-de-sacs controlled by big tech, whose interests take precedence over ours. Their technology is built around conditioning and addiction, control and domination. However,
notice that they correctly point out what these companies are aiming to do, and then they proceed to just basically sell you an immediate alternative that conveniently makes them a lot of money.
It doesn't have to be this way. Our solution is the quantum user experience.
It's a Roku! It's a Roku box! It's literally a Roku box. They just made a new Roku box.
UX, or Quix, is your portal to a new digital universe. When you join Quix, you have unlimited access to whatever content you want.
Wow, you can literally watch the International Space Station? Hey, thank you, a lot of apples. Thank you very much for the tier 1 sub.
You can live stream, upload your own videos, audio, music, images, post and listen to podcasts. Quix even allows you to use Android apps and games. You deserve the online experience you want to have. Create collections or share new content with your family, community.
This is a data harvesting. Oh my God, this is a data harvesting operation. This has got to be a data harvesting operation. Enter in all of your private information into your app, including photos of your identification.
Or the world. You can pull content from other websites and platforms to Quix easily, or you can upload directly to Quix. Quix isn't a publisher, it's an interface where anyone can publish and everyone can control their own digital.
So it's a platform. It's exactly like Twitter.
Experience. You can monetize your viral creations. Quix pays content creators double what other platforms offer with affiliate codes and other forms of monetization. Or just lean back and enjoy Quix. Yeah, this is the QAnon Roku.
It works 20 times worse, and it sucks, and it gathers your data and immediately sells it to 100 different fucking...
Literally starts with Q.
Yeah, literally. Holy fucking shit. Oh my god, this makes me want to watch the fucking Peep and Creep again. This makes me want to watch the Peep and Creep so bad. Should we watch the Peep and Creep together? The Peep and Creep is the best. It is just the best thing. All right, we're going to watch Peep and Creep together. Listen, I've watched it on here before, but it's so funny. Here we go. Ethan becomes an investor. A classic H3H3 skit that we're going to watch together.
Hey, what are you doing?
Huh? What? I'm talking to my mom, Hila. It's kind of private. Do you mind? Hila, I'm wearing the hush me. Obviously, I'm having a private conversation. What don't you understand about the hush me? Excuse me. Hila, it's the hush me. It's a new product that cloaks your talking so people in public can't hear what you're saying. It's stylish, sleek, and it's private. Best of all, people won't notice you at all when you're in public looking like a shitty sci-fi character.
Does it come with the shirt?
Hush Me is the product that you never knew you needed, and now that you know that it exists, you know that you still don't need it. It's the Hush Me, the amazing new smart device that cloaks your voice and plays sound so that you can have phone sex with your girlfriend in an airport terminal without some nerd getting hard and trying to jerk his little ding dong next to you. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. The Hush Me is changing the game for people like me.
Wow, Ethan, great moves. Keep it up. Proud of you.
This is every single app developed by Trump people ever. Ever. Everyone is just like this.
Have you ever felt uncomfortable when speaking over the phone in public places or open space?
Has getting up from the library and stepping outside for 30 seconds ever been way too much of an inconvenience for you? Now you can look like a dollar store Batman supervillain that never made the cut. Everybody's going to be sure to lighten up to you when you look like you've recently developed rabies.
HushMe is a personal acoustic device that protects speech privacy in open space environments.
Nice combo.
A stylish, ergonomic design for long-term wear.
Stylish.
A stylish.
Stylish.
That's generous. This stylish design will make you look like Bane, who's about to suicide bomb a library.
A stylish, a stylish, a stylish, a stylish.
Wait, H3H3? Listen. Listen, say what you want about H3H3, but they're legitimately some of the funniest people on the entire internet. H3H3 has so many bangers, it's unbelievable.
A stylish, ergonomic design for long-term wear.
They are pretty much literally advertising this as a way to have phone sex with your girlfriend in a classroom, library, or airport terminal, which I can get down with. Another thing is, there's no way this product actually works, right? Is there any way that you actually couldn't possibly hear what they're saying? And then the other thing it does is that it plays sound while you're talking. It plays like birds chirping and waterfalls, which is super low key. People will not notice.
Vermin, Daddy will be on Discord soon, kitten motherfuckers. True. Oh, God, true.
You sitting there like a mobile rainforest while you attempt to make your girlfriend pregnant over the phone. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, touch me.
A stylish.
Oh, touch me, baby. Nothing to see here, folks.
This video is so good. I've watched it so many times, it still makes me laugh.
Hush me. Keep talking.
I love the amount of accessories you're expected to carry around these days. And now the Hush Me's getting into the mix. I'm supposed to carry this around my neck all the time in the event that I take a call that's way too private to take in public and I can't walk outside. Okay, so here's the Hush Me. I got my sunglasses, I got my headphones, and this is just how we're supposed to walk around for the next 5 years.
A stylish, ergonomic design.
Excuse me, guys, I gotta take a call. As an inventor, the Hush Me was the greatest inspiration I could have possibly asked for. I needed to invent a product that was just as innovative as the Hush Me. The Hush Me was so revolutionary because it fulfilled a market need that didn't even exist. There must be an idea like that out there for me. I just had to find it. The Hush Me let the user talk without being heard. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I needed a similar invention. Mine would let the user see without being beeped. Imagine being able to look wherever you wanted and nobody could see your eyes. Nobody could tell where you were looking, but you were watching. Always watching. Does that sound like a product that you know you'd never need? Now, then you're talking my language now. Introducing the Peep and Creep. To market this bad boy, first I need a jingle that let the world know the Peep and Creep is open for business. Michael, are you there?
Yeah, right here. On the screen.
Oh, hey Michael, what's up, man? How are you? Currently, we're not giving out equity, but what I can do is give you a $20 voucher to TGI Fridays.
Okay. Yeah, I think this jingle should sound groundbreaking, like the product, because, you know, you're like Steve Jobs of the 2010s, right?
Yes. So I wanted to say something like, yes, I'm on the beach with VR goggles, and there's a chance that I'm looking at your cleavage, right? But maybe not necessarily.
Okay, let's get a... Yeah.
Wait, and then, right, I like that tempo. Because it's almost like the beat of like this, you know? Peep or creep, I'm looking at the cuties on the beach. Peep and creep, I'm locked onto those jugs and I'm peeping hard. I'm getting hard.
He's ready.
So thanks for your help on that, Michael. I thought that was really good. I'll be sure to get you one of the early prototypes because knowing you, I think you would really want and need one of these, right?
Cool. That sounds perfect. I just noticed that the TGI Fridays wasn't in my inbox, the gift card.
Thanks, Michael. I'll talk to you later. All right. Now that I had the jingle, I needed the brains. So I headed out to Vsauce offices to meet with the Vsauces.
Can you please be more productive, Jake?
I was looking to secure some funding, promotion, and some science to help bring the Creep and Peep to the next level of success.
It's me, Michael Sauce here.
Hi, Michael. How are you?
Ethan, hey.
What's up?
How'd you know we were here?
Give me a hug, dude. Come on, it's good to see you. It's been a while, right?
Yeah.
How are you?
What are you wearing on your face here?
Okay, I'm so happy you noticed. It's a new product that I'm looking for investors. I think because of the
want money.
Money, and promotion. I think you're gonna want to promote this after I tell you about it, right?
All right, well come on in.
Hey guys. Hey. Oh, hey. Can I get your attention, please?
Yeah, I can. Sorry. What's up?
So I prepared a presentation for you guys.
Yeah.
A little song, a little dance for the Peep and Creep. I'm hoping that after my presentation...
Why don't you just dance?
From the top. Peep and Creep, peep the cuties at the beach. You might think I'm asleep, but I'm looking at your teeth. I'll be watching you and your mother too. Society can't judge me for what my eyes do. Sing along, Jake, sing along. Peep and creep, peep the cuties at the beach. You might think I'm asleep, but I'm peeking at your cheeks. Lock onto those jugs and I'm peeping hard, and I'm getting hard. But you think it's just PR, or talking with my mom, or looking at a tree. But most... And anyway, yada yada yada. Peep and creep, changing the game for creeps like me. And then it just kind of goes with onto the chorus, which I'm getting hard. I'm getting hard. Yeah, I'm getting hard. Right? I noticed you guys didn't sing along at all, or?
I get the gist of it.
And I'm getting hard. I'm getting hard. Right there. I'm getting hard. Right there, Michael. We're right there. and you think it's just VR. After my presentation, I could tell that they were super interested in investing in my product. $100, I'll leave, I'll never come back.
3 sodas.
$100, you guys will never see me again.
$4.
No, touch
no, no, Ethan.
No. I mean,
Eric,
you guys said you never want to see me again. Well, I'm taking these. Okay. Oh wow, you like this? You've been working on this for a while. Sorry, dude.
That is actually very upsetting.
That was a platonic solid.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah. Well, this is a platonic ass that you can kiss goodbye forever. I'm gonna do amazing things with this can. I'm gonna put Bluetooth in it. I'm gonna put VR goggles. I'm gonna walk around the Venice Beach getting accused, and this is gonna be worth millions of dollars. And you guys are gonna be wishing that you gave me $500,000 for 3% equity.
Hey, give us your back. Help me with that, please. If you just put that on the... Yeah, you just put it down. You just put that down. Put down the scooter. That's Michael's scooter.
Peep and Creep. Peep and Creep. Changing the game for creeps like me. Nobody can tell just what I can see. Peep and Creep. Peep the cuties at the beach. You might think I'm asleep, but I'm looking at your kids. I'll be watching you and your mother too. Society can't judge me for what my eyes do. I'm locked onto those jugs and I'm peeping hard. Yeah, I'm getting hard, but you think it's just VR. Or talking with my mom, or I'm looking at a tree. But most definitely not checking out your booty. Except I am, and I'm not ashamed, because the Peep and Creep has changed the game. Peep and Creep has changed the game. I'm Peep and Creep, and it will set you free. To look at memories and to look at booties. It's good for you, and it's good for me. I'm sorry, but I've been this way since puberty. Yeah, Peep and Creep, peep the cuties at the beach. You might think I'm asleep, but I'm just peeping at your cheek. Woo! Peep and Creep will set you free. Or maybe I'm just peeping at 2 BTs. I'll be watching you, or maybe your mom and friend too. Society can't judge me for what my eyes do. I'll be watching you, or maybe your mom and friend too. Society can't judge me for what my eyes do. Peep and Creep. Peep and Creep. Changing the game for creeps like me. Nobody can tell just what I can see. Peep and Creep. Peep and Creep. Changing the game for creeps like me. Nobody can tell just what I can see. Peep and Creep.
Don't chase me.
Peep and Creep. Peep and Creep. Changing the game for creeps like me. Nobody can tell just what I can see. Peep and Creep. Peep the cuties at the beach. You might think I'm asleep, but I'm looking at your kids. I'll be watching you and your mother too.
Isn't it amazing? Isn't that incredible? I told you, that is every single Trump-related invention ever. The Truth app may as well be called the Peep and Creep. It may as fucking well be called the Peep and Creep. No joke. You're gonna send truths? You ready to send your truths? All right, we have one more meme that I said that I was gonna show. I gotta go one more meme that I gotta show you, which is a keffals meme that I need to keep everybody in my community up on because it's fucking good. If you don't know keffals, keffals is awesome. We raid into keffals relatively frequently because keffals streams are fucking awesome. But we have to watch the trial of shroom keffals. So observe. As you can see, we have to hide the chat because down here in the corner is shroom keffals. And this is the trial of shroom keffals.
We will now begin the trial as to if shroom keffals reproduces sexually or asexually. It is quite simple, Your Honor. Shroom keffals would reproduce asexually since that is how mushrooms reproduce.
Yes, yes.
That's preposterous. Everyone knows that keffals would reproduce sexually, even in mushroom form. Think, Mr. Wright. Through the process of shroomification, they become a mushroom. In this Harvard study, it says that mushrooms produce both sexually and asexually. Well then, Mr. Wright, let's bring them up to testify for themselves. Witness testimony. Alright, mixed keffals. Do you reproduce sexually or asexually? Shroom!
Shroom!
What kind of answer is shroom? Answer the question. Come, shroom! Come, shroom!
That's it. That's the trial of shroom keffals. And now you know. The answer to the question of whether shroom keffals reproduces sexually or asexually is come, shroom. Come, shroom. Wow. Now you understand. Yeah. It's old school. Keffals, check out keffals, seriously. It's just the truth. It's just a simple truth. Hi, Zilliad. Bum 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 bum. I do not understand the joke, and I realize I'm not supposed to. It's funny because it's ridiculous. No, it's funny because it's shroom keffals. You've still missed the point. I'm sorry. I hate to tell you, but you thought you were being wise, but instead it's not. It's because the real reason it's funny is because it's a mushroom that says come. That's why. The idea that a mushroom could say come and would come is incredible. Yeah, it's funny because shroom and because come. That's what makes it. That's what makes it funny. I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, yeah, or be invited to court. Why would a mushroom show up in court? Mushrooms don't have any legal responsibility to show up in court. What a silly thing. What an absurd and silly thing. Oops, I didn't mean to close that. I didn't mean to close that. I closed something I didn't want to. Malem. There, see? You're getting there. You're getting closer, Mixed Dizzy. Malems. Well, everyone. I think that's where we're going to wrap tonight. Remember, tomorrow I will be appearing and putting out an announcement at around 1 p.m. for my appearance on Left Thinking. We didn't get to any games tonight, but that's because I spent way more time on the Chappelle thing than I wanted to. But we'll get games in the future. We talked about a lot of other things, which is really cool. Oops, my anarchy thimble. Yeah, that's me. That's me at all times. Okay? However, remember, Friday, I'm going to be having a full stream. We're going to be talking to TJ Kirk. Saturday is the giant fundraiser. And tomorrow I will be going on a podcast in the morning, which I will send notifications for. So we have a very busy week. Very, very busy week. And I think that's fucking poggers as shit. Who are we gonna raid into? Let's raid in. Ooh! Let's raid into Nicotine. We've never raided into Nicotine before. We're gonna raid into Nicotine. I love Nicotine. Nicotine is an amazing trans content creator. She's so cool. Huge inspiration for me. We're going to raid into Nicotine. Here you go. There's the link for website users. For the Twitch users, we're raiding in right now. There we go. All of you, go give Demon Mama's love to Nicotine, okay? Please, please, everybody join that raid. Join that motherfucking Twitch raid. Join. And all of you who are coming from the website and from YouTube, I've dropped it in YouTube as well. Go click on over and send my love to Nicotine, okay? Nicotine is amazing, and we're going to be seeing Nicotine on Saturday for the charity stream, which I will see you all for because it's going to be hype and pog as shit, okay? I will see you all soon. Much communal love. Thank you for all your support and all the fun that we had, and we will talk again in the near future. Pwah! There you go. Click that link.